Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another dive into the Avengers because we made it like 20 minutes into the film last time in about 4 hours. So that's the rate at which we're currently traveling, and we're going to continue probably at the same rate.
Mhm.
So yeah,
We're good.
I think we started off. Oh, we had finished off. Sorry, around the point that Tony gets introduced. If I'm right. So yeah, we're gonna we're gonna dive into
I
that.
think we were up to just about when Tony and Thor were fighting over Loki, right?
Oh, oh no, I think
Oh,
we're
we
way
haven't.
before that. We're like
Yeah, we're way before that.
yeah, we're Coulson. Yeah, that's it. Coulson goes to meet Tony in his in Stark Tower.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, we were still in intros. We just kept wandering off the reservation.
Yeah,
Well,
we
to be fair, there were some points made about the fucking consistency and the setup of the
Yeah.
whole thing.
yeah, that's the thing. We didn't talk about anything other than the Avengers for the most part. It's just that there was a lot to say.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think we got about halfway through this scene, but just to be careful, we'll start a little bit earlier. So Tony's flying back from doing his little thingamajig with the what is it? The clean energy.
Yeah, he's taking
Basically, he
Stark
was
Tower off the grid.
decoupling.
That's right. He
Basically,
takes
he
stock
was
off.
decoupling the tower from the government's power, and he was booting up the tower with his own arc reactor.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I think it's as he's landing, um, Jarvis lets him know that there's a phone call from Agent Coulson, who we obviously know at this point and have known for about 3 films. I think he's at least turned up in 2 films. So yeah, we're pretty much aware what he wants, and Tony like basically turns him down immediately and says he's busy. He's got a date. Um, and then we kind of get a nice, well, it seems like a really steady transition from the end of Iron Man 2 with Tony's relationship with Pepper, because there's quite a lot of sort of that dynamic where Pepper's been obviously promoted and she's like head of Stark Injuries, I think, Industries. I think she's
That
CEO at
of
this point.
Stark injuries? No, I think
Stark
Tony's
Injuries.
head of
Yeah,
that.
she
That's
is the
his
head of
that's his
Stark
health
Injuries.
insurance company. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah. So Pepper's like kind of in a much more powerful position at this point. And so
And
Tony
she
is like,
clearly is doing a good job based off just what we hear. Like,
yeah, well, that's the
she's
thing.
very on
She
it.
seems unsure a little bit because there's a point where she's like, I think the levels are holding steady, I think, and she's kind of a little bit wary about it. But it's kind of obvious. We keep getting reminded that Pepper may not be like as sure of herself as Tony is, but she's very competent at whatever it
Well, she's
is.
not a
So
scientist, so
yeah,
I
I
think the
exactly.
think
scene
she's
with the
just not
levels is just meant
tech
to represent like
savvy.
she's not actually a scientist.
Yeah,
I
but
think
she's
she's just
also
not tech
simultaneously
savvy
very
enough to understand if it's stable or not.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, but also, yeah, she's definitely more better for the business side. And honestly, the way it kind of is laying out, it does actually feel like it's kind of a better setup for the company. Like, you have Tony, who is like the idea guy, kind of the revolutionary engineer guy, but he's
Yeah.
no longer bogged down as much by the business side of things.
Yeah, and there's actually a line in this scene where he says like, "Well, I did do all the heavy lifting. Like literally, I lifted the heavy things." And it's kind of that is basically an explanation of what his job is nowadays. It's like he does the physicality of the job in terms of the
Oh,
building and the inventing and everything.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he gets to focus on the things he's good at.
Yeah,
Yeah, and the things he actually likes too, because
Pretty much.
I don't feel like he's the type who would want to be going and filling out like whatever forms a CEO is going to have to fill out or whatever,
Well,
doing whatever meetings they're going to have to do.
Well, there's nothing
he
in any appearance of Tony's Iron Man to suggest he enjoys corporate life. Like he enjoys the
yeah,
money and what it brings, but he doesn't seem to give a crap about the corporate stuff.
yeah. He's very unserious about it all when he has to engage in that in the first 2 films, and it's also
And it
what Pepper's
probably
been
causes
doing.
him a lot. I would say it causes him a lot of problems too because he's so unserious about it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's the like the whole a large part of the plot in the first film is how he's basically getting ousted from his position at Stark Industries, kind of behind his back because he's not really paying enough attention and is more focused elsewhere. But yeah, and this kind of the thing that Pepper has been doing the whole time anyway. It's kind of why he hired her as his assistant, because she's so competent at doing all this stuff, so that it just makes sense that she's given that.
She's his personal card wrangler.
Yeah.
Happy as head security.
He has Tony's
Little
confidence,
callback,
but at the desk, not in the field.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, that kind of a conversation plays
So what you
out.
guys are saying, then is it'd be really weird if she was just given an Iron Man suit later on.
Yes.
No,
necessarily.
they'd never do that.
Because it would be funny if that happened. It would be really strange.
No one would ever do that. Why would she? Why would you even want her in an action role? She's clearly not somebody who wants that.
Where's Happy Hogan's
It's-
suit?
Well, no, in Iron
Where
Man 1, he
indeed?
was pretty proactive with
Yeah.
like getting Stain arrested and like getting Tony his suit, and like she is okay with getting into the thick of it.
Yeah, but
It's
not
just
for
that
having like
She
actual
is easily
fights.
injured and she knows it, so she's trying to stay on the cautious side.
Yeah, but there's also
That's the thing, though. That's the thing. There's a difference between somebody who has the demeanor to want to be involved in the action and somebody who has to be and does a good job for what they're put into situation wise, but otherwise would probably not be suited to like active field stuff.
Well,
yeah, I mean she quits her job at the end of Iron Man 2 because she is so like stressed out and like annoyed about the fact that she's constantly on the edge of death. So I don't think she's really cut out for it.
emphasis on the edge of death, because if she had her own Iron Man suit during those scenes, I doubt she would be as stressed.
Well, yeah, but I think everyone would be less stressed if they were wearing an Iron Man suit at all times.
It kind of my point, because she does
Yeah.
have the drive to get
True.
into the action and help. It's just that she's conscious or like she has the understanding of, I'm just a meat bag. I can easily get fucking killed if I make one wrong step.
You know what? If I'm getting robbed, I would rather be robbed while I have a gun on my hip than get robbed while I'm unarmed.
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
Funny,
That's
'cause
kind
I'd
of what
rather
I'm
be robbed
getting at.
when I was wearing an Iron Man suit. So I think I would win.
I feel
I
like
would
that
like
would
to
just
throw.
be embarrassing.
I would like to throw lightsaber into the mix.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's actually one of the only things that would probably beat an Iron Man suit.
The lightsaber does
What?
beat basically everything.
Okay, that's
Hold-
fine.
hold on.
So shame, you're in an Iron Man suit. You don't know how to turn it on.
Hey, Outlaw.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm still safe from any muggers because they can't get to me. I just have to stand there and just wait till they leave.
What if they just what if they push you there? What if they just decide to drag you down their truck or something? Like they're
mean,
like, "Well, just sell the suit."
What if they have a giant magnet?
Then
Yeah.
as long as they can't open the suit up, then I'm fine. They can take me wherever they want. I'm fine. I just have to wait till they get bored.
Throw you into the
Technically,
ocean.
they can't take shit because it's in your suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they could throw you into the ocean out of spite.
Yeah. Okay.
If
fine,
you're gonna
maybe I
face
lose.
Whiplash, would you rather be without an Iron Man suit or with an Iron Man suit?
Well, wait. Does he have his kit? Because otherwise, he's just a greasy Russian. I think I can take a greasy Russian.
I said Whiplash,
I
not.
think Mickey Rourke is
fuck,
going to
what's
kick
his
your
name?
ass.
It
Ivan.
depends. If does he think you've stolen his bird?
Oh, that's true.
Well,
That is his prime motivation,
Because
so
if
presumably yes.
If that's the case, then I don't think anyone could take him Iron Man suit or no
That's-
Iron Man suit.
Where
Well,
is
that's
Rourke?
like me asking, would you rather face Tony Stark or Iron Man? If I say, would you rather face Iron Man, that includes Tony Stark and the suit. If I say Tony Stark, he might have the suit.
But Tony Stark isn't motivated by his rageful lust to have his bird back.
No. The question was, would you rather face Whiplash with an Iron Man suit or without one? And he was like, well, does he have the thing? Well, yeah, because I'm referring to Whiplash, not Ivan.
I think we're getting a little bit off track, and we should probably talk about the
Yeah.
Avengers. Um,
Yes.
sorry. Let's go to yeah. So yeah, there's a discussion about Pepper's sort of role in all the everything. Anyway, we kind of spoke about that ourselves, and then Coulson eventually, after trying over and over again, he eventually makes his way in. And I think we talked about this a little bit last time. It's kind of strange how
Yeah.
Shield are capable of sort of breaking into Tony Stark's house, but I suppose yeah. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
we mentioned how maybe because he wasn't expecting it, and it's the kind of caught him off guard a little bit or something. It's kind of acceptable.
Which does kind of make an opening for Shield being able to basically hack Vision, considering it's just Jarvis.
I think it's meant to strengthen Shield, but the movie undermines it almost. Well, not immediately, but like very quickly, the movie undermines it when Tony just turns around and hacks the helicarrier.
Yeah, yeah. I think that is. I suppose if we were being charitable, we could say that's just Tony. Once he understands what he's dealing with a little bit better, and he's had some time to figure out what his plan is. Uh, so yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say there's probably nothing that Tony Stark couldn't compete with technologically if he had the time and preparation. So I think we can give them that maybe.
I mean, in the MCU, as much as Endgame isn't good, Stark does like essentially figure out time travel just as he's trying to ignore the idea.
Yeah, I mean, even in this film, there's a line where Maria Hill says to him, "When did you become an expert in thermonuclear something something?" And he says, "Last night."
Last night.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's obvious that he's no slouch. Put it that way.
Well, he's clearly somebody who really likes learning this type of like sciencey stuff.
He's a geek.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, so we get another line. Call back to previous Iron Man films when Coulson tries to give him the fire, and he says, "I don't like to be handed things." And basically, Pepper. This scene is about Pepper kind of trying to make sure he takes this seriously because yeah, he's kind of dismissive of the whole Avengers initiative and everything, and he talks about how I thought this was scrapped. I wasn't. I was supposedly ill fit for it and all that sort of stuff.
Too volatile, doesn't play well with others.
That's right. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and he is kind of disappointed that the moment that he was having with Pepper has been hijacked a little bit. And then Pepper kind of pushes him into it, says she's going to go to DC tonight because he has a lot of homework. And again, Tony kind of tries to get out of it, which is I like as a nice contrast from the previous scene because I think I mentioned it last time. Captain America, when he's given this opportunity, I suppose, or this mission, he doesn't. There's no doubt in his mind, and there's no mention at all of him being reluctant or slightly hesitating or anything in terms of whether
Nope.
or not he's going to do it. Like it's just
Well, to be fair,
it's like a
Cap
foregone
is a
conclusion that he's
soldier.
gonna be
He
involved.
is used to just receiving orders and doing what he's told.
Yeah, but
At
also,
least
I
that's
mean, even if you take that aspect out, let's just assume he isn't a soldier. The impression you get from him is that he's keen, or not necessarily keen. That's the wrong word, but like he's accepting of the fact that this is just something I have to do and should do, and there's no one has to ask me twice, sort of thing. Whereas with Tony, it's like he's trying to angle his way out of it at any moment, and in a way as well, it's not even as simple as that with Tony because it's almost like he reluctantly allows himself to get forced into it because he deep down probably knows he should, but the kind of the petulant side of him just wants it to go away, and so he doesn't want to have to deal with it.
Well, to be fair, there is a pretty significant difference in how Cap and Tony approach being heroes.
This
Cap-
is my point. This is the interesting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Cap is stoic.
Yeah.
Like
It's
he's
not only
he's
that.
proper
Cap
stoic.
wants to help everybody, no matter what. He wants to get rid of bullies, as he puts it. Basically, he will fight them no matter what. He will protect the everybody he can that is in need. Compared to Tony, which is like, well, we have Shield, we have cops, we have so many others. Do I really need to step in? Because I'm trying to like enjoy my life. I'm finally back on track.
Even though Tony would actually be, I mean, of the Avengers that they know are immediately available, he is probably the most useful in terms of his capabilities in his Iron Man suit.
True.
Whereas Cap is like
Well,
obviously
not
incredibly
only his
powerful.
capabilities
Well,
in his Iron Man suit, all the like support stuff he'd be able to do, all
Yeah.
the stuff he can build, like
And even though he knows that, he's not as forthright with his you know, inclusion, self-inclusion in the mission. Whereas Cap, even though Cap is just, he's obviously very powerful, but he's just a man with enhanced strength, and a good and high
uh,
willpower. Ultimately, that isn't necessarily going to be able to defeat an alien army on his own, but he's still willing to throw himself into it because he knows that this is the right thing to do.
yeah. Like
Yeah,
if you give me the option to have Cap or not, I'd be like, well, shit, yeah, give him a weapon and send him over. But
Yeah,
like, I feel he is far less crucial than like the heavy hitters, like Iron Man, Thor, Hulk.
yeah. And it's just an interesting contrast between the two personalities of what is basically the two leaders of the Avengers, or what will become the two leaders of the Avengers. Um, yeah. So then Tony kind of is left to deal with this homework, and we get a nice little background conversation as Pepper walks away, and she asks Coulson about a cellist. I don't know if any of you guys heard this or saw in the subtitles,
oh,
but
I
yeah,
caught that. I caught
I
that. Yeah.
did.
yeah. It's quite nice because there's another payoff later on, and actually it's kind of it's to Tony's credit in a way because she mentions this cellist, and she moved. I think Coulson said she's gone to Portland or something, and then later on, Tony is giving him a little pep talk about that same girl, and it's like I don't know, maybe it says that Tony can somehow still pay attention to
Book him
conversations
a
that are in
trip.
his periphery, even when
He
he's like fully
he
engrossed.
does.
Maybe he watched the fucking security footage.
Yeah,
As
maybe.
much as much as Tony acts like he's above it all to an extent, he does care about people and kind of pay attention and remember these things. And you can
Yeah,
imagine he probably does similar with like things like Stark Industries employees and stuff that he's worked with.
Well, we
It's
get
To be
that
fair,
scene.
Tony
We get that
is
Gallagher scene as well to support that. Like
oh
Tony
yeah,
apparently
absolutely, yeah,
notices everything.
yeah,
which kind of enforces the whole thing of Tony knows that information or knowledge in general is more powerful, so he pretends not to pay attention while listening to everything around him or paying attention to everything around him.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's better to be underestimated than
Exactly.
well understood.
yeah. And there's more of that in the film. I mean, like Dick just said, the Gallagher scene, but also there are other examples. And yeah, and that's Tony's introduction. And then then we cut straight back to Cap actually. At least according to the script, yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it is. Yeah.
yep, he's on the Quinjet on the way to what we find out later on is the helicarrier, and he's watching a video of Banner in the Incredible. Well, it's actually of Hulk in the Incredible Hulk film. Punching tanks and all that sort of stuff. And Coulson's explaining what happened to Banner and why he became the Hulk and how he was trying to replicate the super soldier serum. And then there's a joke about when he doesn't look like that green thing, he's like a Stephen Hawking, and obviously Cap doesn't know who that is, so it's just like that. He's like a smart person. But it's nice because there's a lot of references like that. I mean, there's the obvious one later on with the monkeys joke and everything, but there's so many moments in this film where they really make it obvious to you that Cap is like a fish out of water and isn't particularly comfortable in this kind of modern world
Yeah.
still, and isn't used to being him.
I
Oh,
would
dude,
say the
even his clothes scream it in the
yeah.
same
Oh
in that
yeah, I
scene.
love
Like
his outfit in this
he's
I was
scene.
actually
he's
about to
wearing
say the
40s clothes.
perfect scene that depicts that fish out of water Cap is the scene on the bridge where they point out, oh, we have eyes and ears everywhere. Everybody looks like they fit, and then you have Cap in the background that looks like a cardboard cutout of a like 40s
Yeah,
like model from a magazine
and
or
you get like
something. Just
Maria Hill like eyeing him up, like this guy is looking weird, sort of thing.
Yeah, but with this scene, it is particularly interesting too because it is very clear that Coulson does kind of look up to Cap, which
Yeah,
I'd imagine you would. This is like in this world, Cap is particularly like the warrior. This
yeah.
is like
I mean, I
this
And the
is
think
first
like
Dake
superhero.
said last time it's like I don't know. Did you say it's like Washington and Abraham Lincoln
Oh
together,
yeah, it's like
like something
having
like
one.
that?
It's like having like one of the titans of mythology walk amongst you for Americans.
I
Yeah,
was gonna say that it's like you're suddenly met with like Hercules,
yeah,
Odysseus, Achilles.
I
yeah.
mean,
That's
that could
actually
happen in
right.
the MCU.
Yeah.
yep, Marvel does have the Greek
And he's
mythology in
not
it.
gray either.
But yeah, no, it makes total sense, and it's probably I mean, judging by Coulson's age, he obviously wasn't alive at the time, so it's probably his dad, uh, letting him know about the stories of Captain America and the almost the
Oh,
myth of Captain America in a way, because there's
well,
obviously
you,
all the
you got
comic
to
books and all
remember he
that.
also did a lot of those propaganda movies, so
Yeah,
he's like a mix of those, and then add in like John Wayne.
yeah,
And
yeah,
as we later find out from Spider-Man, he continued doing them.
yeah.
Mhm.
How many of these do we have to do?
What do you mean?
No, that's one of the bloopers from
Oh,
Spider-Man
oh shit!
of
I didn't know that.
Cap. It's that like I think it's is the last end credit scenes.
Oh, okay.
I
I thought
didn't
you
know about
meant
that one.
how many episodes on the Avengers 2012 do we have to do? Because that answer
Oh
is
no, no,
inconclusive.
no! Because you were mentioning Cap's like recorded
18.
messages.
Yeah.
He literally says, "How many of these do we have to do?" And
Oh,
he
right,
looks to the
right,
right.
right. Yeah. So, yeah, it's nice as well because that, like you said, Rangi, that dynamic between Coulson and Steve is repeated later on. It's referenced later on, multiple times. It's,
Yeah.
it's like they never. This is a kind of one of the consistent things about Joss Whedon's writing is he never lets anything go unreferenced. Like everything is remembered, um, which is like just
Yeah.
refreshing to watch a film that actually cares about what it's previously said.
Can we get Whedon back? Like, has it been long enough? Can we just get
I
Whedon
think it
back?
was long enough ages ago. Like I feel like he was exiled just because he was a bit of a dick. Like is that really the worst crime that someone in Hollywood has ever committed?
I was gonna say.
Do
I
we
was
need to
gonna say.
mention
Well,
Nolan?
It's interesting phrasing you used there.
I was gonna say. I can think of a few people that did much worse things and were welcomed back to the fold much sooner.
Yeah, I
Mm.
I
mean,
can think of one. I can think of one who's
Uh,
still
I'm pretty
celebrated
sure
as
there's a
a
list
difficult.
about this.
I was gonna say I'm specifically thinking there's a specific Nickelodeon exec that got fired for
Oh, right,
molesting
right.
kids and then got hired by Disney Channel to make programs with kids.
I mean, this isn't the closest example, but it's one that baffles me. Like Mel Gibson is exactly the kind of person that Hollywood would love to completely ruin, and somehow still he's able to he's currently making a sequel to his historically accurate biblical epic that he made like
Yep.
what 20 years ago. Like how the fuck is that going on, and yet Joss Whedon can't
There's
get a film?
there's talk again of Lethal Weapon getting a new movie.
Yeah, that's insane. Like
Look,
they would how have they not They would love any excuse to get rid of Mel Gibson, and they haven't for some reason. Like, how has that not happened? But Joss Whedon is in director's jail indefinitely, apparently.
Well, I
It's the
suppose
Hollywood cult.
there was the stuff with what's her name? Dawn on Buffy. Apparently he wasn't allowed to be
Oh yeah,
near
Michelle
her without
Trachtenberg.
supervision.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
but
think
name.
he just didn't kiss the right cock. That's what I think.
but also, uh, like I'm pretty sure Michelle Trachtenberg was like underage at the time, so she was
She was,
required
yeah,
to
she
have
would have been.
a chaperone, which is obviously a part of it that doesn't necessarily, that would make Whedon's behavior slightly less egregious. So maybe that's something that is
I
missed out a little bit.
guess. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not a lot's ever come out about that one. It was mostly some veiled allegations. I think that one came from Charisma Carpenter when she was having her crash out.
Yeah, she was kind of done dirty with Angel, because obviously I think she got
I don't
pregnant.
know, man. I mean, you were supposed to be a bit character in one season of one show, and like you can say she got done dirty in Angel. That maybe that's true. I don't actually know. But at the same time, you kind of single-handedly fucking ruined Angel as well. So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. I think there are probably a handful of people that you could attribute season 4 of Angel to, and she is certainly one of them. But
that's
I
not even
think,
season 4. It's the whole way through. Like Cordelia is just like so much of Angel ends up hinging on her, and it doesn't need to. It's she's not a particularly interesting character.
I think
Like they
she's.
just kind of shoehorned her into everything.
I think initially she was definitely included as a kind of basically just a reference to Buffy, and it was like, oh look who we have. Here's
Oh
another
yeah, but
familiar
I mean, like
face.
Cordelia in the end of Buffy is nothing like Cordelia in Angel.
No, no, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the season 4. I can't get past season 4. She is like the bane of Angel season 4's existence, along with his son, who I forget the name of.
Connor.
Connor. Yeah, they are the two of them basically tear it to shreds just by existing.
And then the uber annoying child who was basically Glory done all over again.
Yeah,
Dare I say
yeah.
we're a bit off topic, lads?
I don't see how we've drifted off topic. We're discussing the work of Joss Whedon. We're perfectly on
Yeah.
topic.
Oh
This is
yeah,
closer. This
because
is closer to the topic than we've been in previous divergences.
Yeah, it's so annoying that like, why not just can somebody just tell him like, okay, Joss, do you have any pictures for a show? You, especially when we're in this era, we're kind of like media star. Could you imagine if Netflix was just like, okay, Joss, we're gonna pay you we're gonna pay you this much. You give us a show. You have it done by this amount of time. There you go. What do you
Yeah,
need? Okay.
and like everyone
yeah,
would
but then
flock to see it as
you
well.
get somebody like Ryan Johnson to do it with the exact same fucking criteria, and it's gonna destroy whatever IP he gets in his hands.
Is
I
point.
from what I've heard, Ryan Johnson has made exactly one good thing. Now I haven't seen this, so I can't say it's good personally, but I've heard Brick is good.
Yeah, I haven't seen
What?
Break.
I haven't either.
The thing is, it's the one thing. It's kind of
I
like
haven't
James
even heard
Gunn.
of it.
There's like things that he made before he was shit, and everyone's like, oh yeah, but you should watch this because he didn't used to be like this. But the trouble is, he's
Well,
tainted in my mind now. So like, it's
I
hard.
think they kind of became parodies of themselves. It's probably just they had specific things that worked for them, and they leaned into it so hard they can't really do anything else.
Yeah.
They
And they,
flanderized themselves, is what you're saying.
yes, exactly.
I mean, yeah, I can see that. Look at James Cameron.
Yep. James Cameron, Ridley
James
Scott.
Gunn.
And I mean,
Well, I mean, some of the
it's even crazy that
greatest filmmakers in history.
Yeah, yeah. You mentioned James Cameron, like Ridley Scott as well.
Ridley Scott.
Like Ridley Scott isn't even. I don't even know if he's flanderized himself at this point, or if he's just made himself go insane. Like he doesn't even. I don't know what his thought process is at any given moment of any of his recent films.
Snyder.
Snyder. Yeah. I
Well,
mean, Snyder at least
Snyder
is
and
true to
make
himself.
Snyder just needs a turd wrangler.
Yeah.
he does. Yeah, that's essentially what he needs. He
Like
mean,
needs-
if-
Watchmen proved that conclusively. Put a leash on that man and a strong person holding it, and he can make good movies.
Yeah. I mean, if
you
if
you
he was
need
banned
somebody
from
with a
writing,
stick
yeah.
just positioned behind him, so whenever he goes too like stupid about it, they just smack him.
I mean, like
Would
if
you
he was
not
just
say that
banned
about
from
every director?
Yeah, well, I'd say
to an
that
extent.
I'd go
Yeah.
further than that. I'd say that about every single artist on the planet. They
Give
need to
Clint
be
Eastwood an MCU movie before he dies. Damn it!
look, our
I would love
artists
that.
need to be beaten. They need to be abused. Otherwise, they're not. They're not. If they're happy, then they're not working hard enough.
I know we got
What?
Logan. Can you imagine a Clint Eastwood take on Old Man Wolverine?
Oh,
I know.
God.
Yeah. Imagine, yeah,
Right?
like Wolverine, but it's Unforgiven. Like that.
Yeah.
Imagine that'd be so fucking cool.
We'll bring Sergio. We'll bring Sergio. Oh my God! What's wrong with my words today? We'll bring Sergio. Oh my God! One more time. We'll bring Sergio Leone back from the dead.
Yes.
No. Close enough. Should have
Third
gone
time's the charm.
Morricone would have made more sense, but oh well.
So one of my like guilty pleasure movies has always been the Ghost Rider film. And could you imagine? And Sam Elliott in that, I've always liked the idea of like you get this old cowboy like movie star, and you put them in a mentor role for like a hero. Could you imagine that with Clint Eastwood? That would be amazing.
There are so many things that Clint Eastwood could do if he. I mean, if he wasn't like 95 years old, whatever he is, I would love to see him do something like that.
Yeah. Well, I
No,
mean,
I meant let him direct.
Yeah,
I
yeah. I
mean,
mean,
look-
I just think he's. I don't know if he's got it in him anymore. I mean, I haven't seen.
well,
Is it? Do you
Gran
remember?
Torino. You need to go watch Gran Torino.
Yeah, it's pretty
Have I
good.
seen? Yeah, I think I. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. I watched. I watched The Mule, and I thought I just remember thinking, yeah, this guy's old.
Okay, yeah. Gran Torino he also made while he was old. So watch
Okay,
Gran
fair
Torino.
enough.
He definitely still had it.
I mean,
Also,
like the
Yes,
oldest
he did.
I've
most players
seen,
I've ever seen in a movie.
the oldest film of his that I really liked was Million Dollar Baby. Like, is it Million Dollar Baby? Yeah. That's like unbelievable, and
Hey, Cody.
he's very old when he made that.
Wasn't that like 20 years ago?
But I mean, he's really really old. Like he would have been in his 70s.
Bro, it's fucking ancient.
Yeah, but Gran Torino is probably my favorite Clint Eastwood film of all time. So
That's fair.
Ooh.
Okay, I'll watch it.
Strong.
and after you watch it, you should watch the Monkey Business podcast where we did an episode on it.
Oh, did you do Gran Torino? I didn't know that. I will do that.
Yeah, so the way our podcast works, we each choose a film. So it'll rotate out through everyone's choices, and then after that we do like a current film. So last time we
Right.
did one of those was Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, I saw that one. So what's the
Yeah,
next
so
current film?
the next current film I kind of pushed for this, and it's a bit out of the blockbuster. I pushed for the next current one to be Wildwood by Studio Leica.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what that is.
It's the studio that made Coraline.
Oh, okay. Has it got a similar art style or?
Yeah, it's similar art
Nice.
style, similar like stop motion kind of style. That they
Yeah.
they do all their stuff in like stop motion, but Coraline is probably one of my favorite Western animated films of all time.
Whoa, hold on. Cody, you don't know if you've watched Avengers 2012?
How do you not know if you? How
Hold
does
on,
how
hold
does anyone
on.
have ended up like not watching
I cannot wait for this
2012?
response.
Wait, is that someone in your chat saying they haven't seen it? They don't know if they've seen it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Also, I could probably
I
pull
just
Actually,
up your
I'm
found
not
it.
chat.
sure if they're referring to Avengers or the movie you guys were talking about.
Oh,
Probably. They're
they might
probably.
have
Hold
been talking
on.
about Gran
Because
Torino or something.
this
Yeah.
is hold on. I'll read exactly how he wrote the message. I don't know if I watched this movie.
Yeah, that's. I don't.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that
I
could be
assume
anything,
you
I
mean
guess.
Gran Torino. That would make more sense.
Yeah, Million Dollar Baby only came out 4 years before Gran Torino, so he was old. He's an old guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mule
I
I
mean,
saw,
I
and
kind
I
of
didn't.
I do
Sorry.
respect the types that are like, I'm just gonna work until I keel over.
Oh
I
yeah, yeah,
respect that mentality.
yeah. I
I'm
respect it. I
probably
mean,
gonna be that mentality.
yeah, and he's made a lot better of himself than like many of the other examples that we were talking about. So, you know, he can hold his head high when he eventually kicks the bucket. Anyway, let's get talking about Avengers. Um.
True.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we get a nice moment as well on this. I know we're still in the fucking Quinjet, but it's quite important this line. So Coulson mentions how he has had some input in the uniform, Cap's uniform, and Cap's kind of surprised that they're even going to wear it because he's like, is this not a little old fashioned? And Coulson says everything that's happening, the things that are about to come to light, people might just need a little old fashioned, which is really cool, I think, for just
Well,
kind of modern
I think it
culture.
also. Well, you also have the aspect of like
It's a
we're
lot
also
harder now.
we're also talking about somebody in Shield, like uh he's probably used to some level of, like moral ambiguity, and when you're talking about old fashioned, a lot of time there was a lot less, at least in media. But I mean, obviously, there's always been nuance when it comes to morality, or especially with government actions. But there's a lot less nuance with we're fighting the Nazis to stop them from making technology to win the war and exterminate the Jews
Yeah.
versus there's a lot less nuance there
What? Hold
versus
on. How the fuck did we get to that
Well, there's,
from
I mean, there's
we
like
kind of
even
need a bit
less,
of old fashioned?
but because there's even less nuance when it comes to if there's aliens coming from a portal above one of the biggest cities in the world, and they're all going to
but
kill us. So
I
well
think
this
he just referred to like groundedness, like like it's good versus evil compared to just crazy aliens invading. It's like
well I no
good guys
because he
versus
said
bad
he said
guys.
the things that are about to be revealed.
yeah, the
I
things
think
are
the
about to come to
idea
light.
is like he's kind of appealing to like old there's if I always felt like Coulson is kind of appealing as much to like we need a little bit of uh old fashioned, as much about old fashioned morality as just we need
It's
it.
the right thing to do,
Yeah.
It's
morally.
strange. I didn't really read it that way. I more thought of it as a how do I want to put this?
Simplistic look on stuff. I never thought of it in the way you did,
Well,
Rangi.
this is one of those interesting things in about media, right? Like, because
Well,
that's just what popped into my mind when I originally watched it, and that's always stuck.
But I see,
which is fair. It's just it's a bit of a shot, if you ask me.
I feel like
It is no,
it seems a
I
little
think it
bit.
has to do.
Go on, Dake. I'll let you go
Go.
first.
I think it has to do with reassurance. I think that's what Coulson is trying to say.
Pretty much.
Reassurance.
Like
in what sense?
not
I agree
entirely
there.
not entirely nostalgia or morality. I think it's more about just. I think in a way he's trying to say that the suit was designed to reflect the old one to reassure the Americans.
Yeah, well, that's
Well,
similar.
but also,
I was gonna say I think it's kind of like a call to sort of make everyone realize the kind of threat that we're facing and what maybe we need to put aside to deal with it, because it's kind of it felt kind of the way that he delivered it like a sort of meta line, and I'm not even going to go that far into the meta aspect of it, but it did feel like it
yeah,
was
I've
kind of
always
like a
seen it as a meta
call.
line. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a call to Cap, but also like, in by Cap wearing the suit and doing it in public and fighting off the bad guys essentially in front of the entire world. It's kind of like a call through him to humans that this is what, maybe, whatever differences we maybe have, America used to mean something. America maybe does still mean something to a lot of people. So, and this is the representation of that, and we'll get behind it, because ultimately we're all under a threat right now, and there are more important things than you know
I did just have this
It
thought.
doesn't really play with the movie though.
Oh, hold
Like
on. I just had a thought about another way the line kind of works, because the you gotta remember, Steve in this point, he feels like a man out of time, a man out of his own peer. So
yeah.
it also feels like it's a little bit of a look, Steve. You might feel like you don't belong in the world, but there's still a place for you here. There's still like
yeah,
we might
that's the
need
Yeah,
some
point
yeah,
of
a
you
the
could
man
say
like
that.
you.
Yeah, and
well, yeah, that's the point of the line. If you're looking at it like script perspective, like from a script perspective, what we
Yeah,
draw out of it, it's kind of like full fucking inference at this point, because we can link it to other stuff that's
yeah,
mentioned
well,
before,
it seems like a very
or
but I
we
deliberate
think
can
it's
just
delivery
think
from
of it
from
as
Coulson.
on our
It
own.
feels like a
yeah, no,
very
I think it's interesting to talk about that too. Like
Yeah, no,
there
I'm
is
just saying
plenty of
that
stuff to talk about.
and I
Well, you
think
can
it
also
does.
see it through a personal lens. Coulson himself is shown visually to be relatively old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Like you'll notice he's the only Shield agent you see wearing a suit.
Yes. But it's also, I think it does play well with the film, because the
it is
film is
also part of
essentially
his job to be out in the field, so he needs to blend in
but
with
Fury doesn't even
normal
wear a
people.
suit.
Yeah, but Fury is not out in the field constantly,
I bet when he
like
does go
meeting
out.
the Avengers or interacting with other, like Coulson is. Coulson is like the messenger. He needs to blend
Yeah.
in with other people.
I think costume
Oh,
is meant to say a lot about characters though as well, and that it's very deliberate that he's always dressed very formally, and like he takes his job
Yeah,
seriously, and
he's dressed like an important person.
Yeah, but not just that. He dresses in an older style as well. Like
yeah.
it's no kind of modern or flashy suit. It's a very business-like
I do
drab.
not know suits,
Well, it's
so
just like it's
it
like a
just looks like
workman's
your
suit.
average
Like,
suit.
he could be a lawyer or something from like the 80s or
Yeah,
whatever. Like
but pretty
I know
much
what Dake's
somebody
saying.
that's
It's like a respectable gentleman, American gentleman of
yeah.
the 1980s suit
Yeah,
kind of thing.
there's no flash here. It's just well, I think what you said earlier
It's
is perfect.
business.
A workman
Unironically,
suit.
it's just
Not
business.
not even a businessman suit. A workman suit is the perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
No,
And
I'm referring to it's just business, as in like his just business. Like he
Oh
only
yeah, no,
does the work and
Yeah,
that's
yeah, I
it.
I
get it.
know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what Shane said was the perfect way to put it.
Okay.
And I think the line as well is relevant to the overall point of the film, essentially, which is about bringing together this group of remarkable people, to use the line, who are like, they have their differences, and they clash and ultimately don't really get along for large portions of the film, but have to come together and under this kind of one banner, and in this context, the banner is the American flag, the stars and stripes and everything. So I think it is
I think it's for
relevant in that
humanity,
sense. Yeah,
like
but
being on the
America
side of
is kind
humanity.
of representing humanity in this context.
as it should.
Don't you start.
Look, I'm just saying we should just make everyone else America.
There's a joke I could make now, but I won't.
Do it.
Coward.
Do it. Let the
No,
dark
Rangi,
side
it's
blow through you.
the recent thing on your
Oh.
political leanings.
Oh, God.
Oh, right. No, yeah, you should. No, you shouldn't. You should. That's kind of going into like personal
Yeah,
drama. You
yeah,
shouldn't.
yeah. No, no, I won't do that. I will admit it. I will admit it occurred to me though.
Maybe he was right.
Maybe you certainly sounded
Wow.
very hawkish there.
It's a good job that we are small YouTubers because people would be speculating over what you mean now.
Oh, they wouldn't know. This is literally a person who doesn't have like a YouTube presence. It's just a mutual friend.
It doesn't even matter. We
okay.
should just be allowed to speak our minds. Fuck you, internet censorship. Kiss my ass.
Basically, like a friend kind of cut ties with our mutual Discord server because he thought I was a neocon.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. You did mention it last time too.
I probably did.
What
I was
did you
still
do
kind
to
of
give them
annoyed
that
at it.
impression?
I may have said we should invade Iran and turn it into America.
Sounds reasonable.
That is the most logical fucking thing to say. Unironically.
I said we should probably go out of our way to like make these countries better. So,
Wait, so
and
they left the
do
entire
that
server
big-
because of that?
But stayed
no,
in like
they had a lot of
stayed in like 4 other servers that we're all in.
Well, they had definitely had a lot of other problems with a lot of other people. It was just wild to me that I was like the straw that
The nail
broke
in the
camel's back.
coffin.
Yeah, because Dake, you can verify. I'm probably the most like milk toast of the more politically like minded.
Yeah.
I think
people.
No,
politics
I see where you're going with this. Yeah, you probably are.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a strange and funny situation.
It was.
Anyway, let's
And to think he'd never even played Civ with you.
Oh, he never did, too, bastard. I would have converted him to my religion.
Yeah, that definitely would have changed his mind. Anyway, moving on.
Right, so we cut to Loki in his kind of underground lab thing. Well, we actually see soldiers running through, and then eventually we see Loki. And then, yeah, the other is the character's name, the Chitauri leader guy from the first scene in the film. Sorry, and he's just talking to Loki about progress, essentially, with their plan, how everything's going. And yeah, Loki is kind of overconfident as ever, sort of dismissive as well of the concerns that the other might have. And he even questions it. He says the other questions Loki when he mentions a battle. And he reassures him, he's like, glorious, not lengthy, if your force is as formidable as you claim. And that kind of ticks him off. And then the scene becomes a little bit heated. He says, you question us, you question him, which is obviously Thanos. He who put the scepter in your hand gave you the ancient knowledge, which is something we talked about last time about the knowledge.
Wait a second, Shem. We know that was a lie. It was actually Kang who did that.
Oh my god.
Well, this is the problem. I think I can't remember. I think it was Fringy made a video on Avengers Endgame, and he talked about how he has to preface it. If he was going to talk about things literally in terms of taking into account everything that's ever happened in the MCU, he would have to always preface things with the context of Kang and the fact that he is in control of the timeline and does or does not decide to prune certain timelines depending on what side of bed he rolled out on,
and just certain people depending on his humor. Yeah
exactly.
Let's not get into Kang and
Well, that's the problem.
Endgame because
and this is the I mean, this is the ultimate problem that any cinematic
They
universe
made
is
it the
probably.
problem, though.
Yeah,
It didn't have to be the problem. They made it the problem.
yeah, it's a decision they made. But the problem is when you let so many different people in on your cinematic universe and you give them the responsibility of maintaining the law and order, I suppose. It
This
is
is
inevitably going to end
funny you
up.
said it that way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
funny
I
you
know.
said it that way. I was about to say this is exactly why periodical TV shows used to have what's called a show bible. So any guest directors and writers would have all the references right there at their hands.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but then you would still have the problem of did they actually read through that book?
But I mean, they
I
would
mean,
be forced to
back
because the
then it was
showrunner.
contractually obliged.
Yeah,
Yeah, like you can come in and do an episode, but you can't fuck it up on us.
I'm
yeah.
sure it's still contractually obligational to like, okay, you need to watch at least these things
There is
to make
no
sure you're
way.
staying consistent with these things.
I don't think that's possible.
I just don't think
Yeah.
because it's so intermingled with itself, and there's so many threads that.
Actors do.
But I mean, the actors claim they do, but how much can you really trust what an actor's
Well,
saying
no,
about?
they mentioned that they do have to go through these like they have to read the comics about the character that, or at least
And
watch media about the characters they're gonna
and yet we know
portray.
from their own mouths that directors and writers don't have to do that, and often laugh at the idea that no, of course I didn't read the comic.
And unfortunately, even if that was the case that they read all the comics based on that character,
It,
it
it
doesn't.
doesn't matter if the actors do. The writers and directors aren't. So
Yeah, but even if the writers and directors did, unless they also watched the films that pertain to the cinematic universe in which they are writing for which they are writing, sorry.
I think that's what they are contracted to do potentially.
But how, in that case, why are we where we are with the MCU, and why is it such a tangled mess?
Because something else took priority to that.
When in that case, the contractual obligation that says that they must watch everything that came before them is irrelevant. If it doesn't take precedence,
It's not irrelevant. They would still have to do it. It's just they don't have to adhere to it
yeah. So
when it sacrifices their message.
yeah, so
Yeah,
it
that's
is essentially
worse.
irrelevant,
Technically.
which is, like Dake said, something that used to be avoided with procedural.
It used to
TV.
be a particular point of avoiding it. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Oh well.
Anyway, if we ignore Kang and pretend that he doesn't exist, this scene does refer to Thanos. And yeah,
We are gonna ignore Kang because we're gonna ignore future fucking. We're looking at Avengers in isolation.
that's the
to
great thing
future
about this.
stuff.
Yeah, I see this thing that we're doing right now as a discussion on phase 1 of the MCU primarily, and then
Pretty
referencing other
much
things
like how
because,
consistent is.
yeah, it's everything becomes a mess once you if you actually take seriously what they're trying to force down our throats nowadays. It just becomes impossible to even discuss anything.
I like the fact that we are in effect just saying, in order to make the MCU make sense, you have to ignore the MCU.
Yeah, basically, yeah. The
Well, no, that's the
MCU
thing. We don't have to. We don't have to. It's not about ignoring the MCU. It's more like we're looking at it from this is the newest movie in the line. That's kind of the perspective we're going at because it makes no sense for us to like point at the stuff in the future and how the stuff in the
yeah.
future interacts with this.
And how many times the TVA had to reset
Oh my
all this
fucking
for all
god!
of it to come out the way it does?
God,
Well,
the
they'd wasted
TVA.
an entire core's worth of Deadpool, so presumably quite a lot.
Also, the TVA is stupid as a concept because if Kang can control everything, then there wouldn't be branched off timeline.
Well, you can't expect them to pay attention to their own show.
Well, technically, I mean, on
That's
one
why
hand,
we're ignoring everything after
With
the
Kang,
Avengers.
as far as I know, we're on to Doom. We've thrown Kang
Yeah.
away.
Well, the
We
funny
don't
thing
want to
is
play
that
with you anymore.
they're doing a kind of retcon with Endgame. They're bringing out Endgame, re-releasing Endgame with different scenes or additional scenes at the end of the film, which are essentially to
What the
tell everyone
director's
to
cut
ignore
of the
Kang.
ending?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, not just that, they seem to be ignoring an awful lot.
Oh yeah, I think they're just ignoring everything that makes it impossible to reconcile the
It
overall
seems
I
story.
like Love and
cannot believe
Thunder. It seems like Love and Thunder is gone as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's no sign of
Mjolnir is in one piece. There's no sign of the kid. He
Yeah.
has the short hair again.
Yeah. But at least he's not fat.
I mean, that is his biggest sin.
Right.
What,
Anyway,
gaining weight?
Yes.
it's the worst thing he ever did. Yeah. So this is the conversation obviously becomes quite heated, and then the other appeals to the fact that they essentially saved Loki from from nothingness, because he mentions how it gave him purpose when he was cast out and defeated, and Loki takes offense at that, which is something he does quite a lot when people sort of criticize his role, and he shouts, I was a king, the rightful king of Asgard, betrayed," and the other kind of dismisses it. Your ambition is little, full of childish need, which is something that actually Thor kind of echoes later on, which probably doesn't work very well for Loki. And he threatens again, kind of. He says you don't have the Tesseract yet, and that doesn't land well either. But Loki's, this kind of conversation is a kind of back and forth where each of them is trying to take the upper hand and prove that actually they're the one who holds the cards here. Which is something that Loki is really quite keen to do in any given conversation with anyone. And it actually gets to the point sometimes where it's kind of difficult to tell if he even is on the upper hand or not, because he's so good at making himself seem as though he is, with his kind of snarky tone and the language he uses and all that.
I always vaguely thought the interplay between these two was kind of reminiscent of like two lieutenants jockeying for position.
Yeah, I know you would love to see just Thanos in the background, sort of telling them to
I'm not
to
too
shut
sure
up,
again.
sort of. Yeah, give them both a smack in the back of the head and say, "So help me God, I'll turn this car around."
Close enough, yeah.
But yeah.
Roll them up.
And then it's actually kind of a really cool threat that the other pulls, and I suppose, sorry, he kind of does come out on top in the end, because he says, "You will have your war, Asgardian. If you fail, if the Tesseract is kept from us, there will be no realm, no barren moon, no crevice where he cannot find you. You think you know pain? He will make you long for something sweet as pain." And then he kind of touches the side of Loki's face, and there's a flash, and it obviously makes him causes him some kind of discomfort. But it's nice as well, because Loki threatens him initially, or not threatens him, but dismisses him. He says, "You are but words," or whatever. And the other kind of reminds him that actually, we're not that far away, and if you fuck this up, we will come for you, sort of thing. Which is nice, because it's just one of those scenes where, you think the villain of the film, and then you realize actually that villain is, at least one, probably two rungs down from what is eventually going to be the ultimate evil that these guys are going to have to deal with. But that's a conversation for another day, I suppose.
Dang.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, he's three rungs down. Yeah. And then...
Or
yeah.
if you're including the children of Thanos and all that bullshit.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and then we get back to the helicarrier. It's nice. Like, these scenes are, as much as we're making a meal of them, and making them seem a lot longer than they actually are, they're really snappy, and you get through them quite quickly. I mean, at this point in the film, we are only like half an hour in or something, and just so much has been established, and it does kind of feel like this is the point that we're ready to we're ready to get the plot moving now. We have all the pieces that make it up, and now we're ready, sort of thing. So yeah, everyone's starting to gather on the helicarrier, and we see Steve landing with Coulson, and he gets introduced to Natasha. And it's kind of funny how he does this kind of like old timey, really polite, gentlemanly greeting. He just nods at her and he's like smiling. He's like, "Ma'am," and Natasha just says hi, and then immediately starts talking to Coulson. It's kind of like the contrast between respectful, gentlemanly American man and just the modern business-like, boss bitch sort of woman thing. Yeah, it's another cool contrast. It's just another reminder that the Steve is an old guy. Yeah, and then Natasha talks about how it's quite the buzz around here, finding you in the ice. Mentions Coulson's trading cards, kind of takes the piss out of him a little bit. And then we have Steve and Banner meeting.
But it feels a lot more like, oh yeah, I'm just taking the piss out of my coworker, rather than.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like malicious. It doesn't
Oh,
feel
yeah,
like pointed. It doesn't feel like she's trying to like actually make a jab at him. And I think that's another thing. Kind of a lot of modern movies don't know how to do. It's that like sort of friendly ribbing.
Yeah, definitely.
Banter, basically.
I mean, it's
because anyone who's ever been in a job, or especially guys, but it obviously can happen with women too. Anyone who's had like specific types of friendships knows that everyone takes the piss out of each other.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and especially, I mean, Natasha is kind of fits more into the archetype of what would normally be a man anyway, because she's not as much as she's like the femme fatale, she still fits in very much with the rest of Shield, and she feels like one of the team and all that sort of stuff. So it makes sense that she would have like a bantery relationship with Coulson and sort of stuff like that. But this is Whedon's bread and butter. This is what he does. This kind of natural banter. And then Steve and Banner get introduced to each other. It's kind of funny as well, because you cut to Banner and he's just walking around. Like, he just looks he kind of looks like that John Travolta meme where he's just sort of doesn't know what to do with himself.
Well, no, he does get kind of tossed about by the people walking around him.
It almost feels like he was expecting to just immediately get thrown in a cell or something, and I was like, "Wait, no, you're actually letting me walk around." Okay.
It's like, you're not even gonna like cuff me or anything. This is crazy. Yeah. But yeah, he even like Steve notices him straight away, which is, again, it's like another earnest thing about Captain America. It's like he notices the guy that he's supposed to be on a team with, because he's probably been watching videos about him on the plane, and he's like immediately introduces him, because he's just he's just a friendly man, and like Banner's kind of apprehensive, and he's like, "Oh yeah, hi, they told me you'd be coming," and he's like looking around as he's shaking his hand. He's just sort of uncertain, which is kind of the way he is for large parts of this film. And he's even paranoid. He's worried about the idea that people are talking about him as the Hulk, and secretly plotting to release him in some way.
He's also really worried. It's also very clear he's worried. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna put me in a submarine? Are you sure that's a good idea?"
Yeah. And then
My issue is with the next line when he says, "Oh no, this is much worse." When he realizes it's a plane.
Yeah, I've always wondered that.
I'm like,
I don't know which is
much worse.
Yeah.
Well, no, because if it's a plane, let's say he damages the engines, they're still gonna be able to like glide to a fucking halt. Compared to a submarine, the moment he punches through the outer wall, they're all fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I think Thor would be able to withstand the pressure.
Yeah, but Thor's just like the only guy left. Everyone else is just squished.
Thor and Tony and Hulk.
Unfortunately, Thor also has to breathe, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Well-
he would
Well,
have to
no,
they
he
fly
can
just
up.
needs
also
to
fly
fucking whip
pretty fast.
Mjolnir towards the fucking surface.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, and if
he
Tony
seems
wasn't in his
he's
suit, he'd be fucked as well.
yeah.
Oh
Thor
yeah,
can
that.
at least fly fast enough to catch up to an aircraft. I assume he'd be able to get out of that pretty easily.
Yeah, he just wobbles Mjolnir twice and just shoots up out of the fucking ocean.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the submarine would probably be worse for everyone. But we
Yeah.
see
It would
Clover
be.
Line is quite interesting as well. I mean, it's more of the same sort of, but it's just nice
Oh,
to see.
Uh, here's a thought I had. Maybe the idea of like something like turbulence, like because you don't really have that as much in. Well, maybe you do with submarines. I don't know.
You can crash land safely, and they also have a lot of
Yeah,
jets. They have a lot of fucking aircraft where they can take people off the thing before it crashes.
well, no. I said like with turbulence, like the idea of like you feeling turbulence while in midair without it being like an actual like any sort of disaster. That could, I mean, that could trigger the Hulk probably.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Well, it's all tied to his heartbeat, right?
Yeah, and also there's
Well, we don't know about this one.
yeah, but even if it isn't, there's I mean, but the fact that Banner himself is saying that it's much worse that he's on an airplane. Maybe it's just that he just doesn't like flying.
Oh, yeah, it could be that too. Like he could have some kind of
Fear of
anxiety about
flight.
flying.
Yeah.
Though there's plenty of people who have that, like that won't feel the
I'm not saying
same
it's not
anxiety in a
possible. I'm
submarine.
just saying, looking at the two options, I would say the sub is worse.
I
Yeah,
do
but if we're
largely
talking
agree.
about like
Yeah,
if we're talking
logically.
about an exact if because the important thing is he feels that this is worse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's more important what Banner thinks rather than anyone else.
Yes, because Banner probably knows more about what's gonna risk triggering the Hulk.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Then why would he say if he's not if he's comfortable with needles and like pointy things? Why wouldn't he be comfortable in a fucking flying fortress?
That there's plenty of people who have like weird anxiety, and flying is a
I'm not
really
saying.
common anxiety, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do
There are
you?
loads of people. I know loads of people in my family are terrified
I
of planes.
There's so many other things before anxiety of flying that will trigger the Hulk on this fucking thing.
That's
I
just a
mean that's
personal thing.
true, but if he's just it feels like he feels like it's more stressful or worse in some way. That's
I
not
think
necessarily
he's just
a
thinking,
problem.
"Oh, I'm gonna crash this shit."
Well, he also wasn't
I
expecting
mean,
it. Like he
well,
didn't know it was
actually,
coming.
you know what? I just thought of another reason it might be worse because if a submarine gets destroyed, yeah, uh, the people inside are fucked. But
Ah, yeah, yeah.
there's a difference between a submarine. But if a aircraft gets destroyed, well, it could land somewhere that fucks somewhere else up.
Oh, it could literally like crush an entire town. It's like huge, that thing.
Don't they fly over the ocean the entirety of the movie?
Not the
Uh,
entirety. No, Fury specifically has a line saying, "Get us over the ocean."
Yeah.
yep.
Is the sun coming up? That line.
Then put it on your left.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, the line I was talking about is Banner's kind of trying to have a little small talk with Steve, and he says, "This must be strange for you, all of this." And he's like, "Well, actually, this is kind of familiar," which is true. This is kind of the situation that Cap would be most comfortable in so far that we've seen him in. So, which is nice.
Yeah,
for him.
because he was already kind of dealing with advanced tech and like secret organizations already. So that part would probably be like,
Mm,
okay, well, I
Well, not just
understand
that, but
that.
the military aspect of it as well.
yeah, the
Like,
military
Yes.
aspect
Yeah,
is
it's
the
like the
more of
guys running
familiarity.
around, you know, doing whatever the soldiers do and setting up aircrafts and
Yeah.
stuff. You know, it's all very familiar.
although I suppose the aircraft carrier should shock him, but
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
it does. He does pay off the bet.
I think that was more for the helicarrier part.
Yeah, I think that was
Yeah.
the ins. I mean, the inside of the helicarrier, like on the bridge and everything, is specifically the thing that makes him pay it off.
I do like that scene though,
It is
silently
good,
pulling
yeah.
out the $10.
Yeah, just
I love
there you
this
go. You were right.
Fury's
$10.
reaction as well. Yeah, he's like, okay, I remember now. It's almost like he doesn't, he wasn't really serious at the time, and now he's realized, oh wow, okay, maybe he is truly shocked.
Yeah, but Steve is that kind of guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's made a bet. He's not going to Welsh on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So then everyone does step inside, and we get that scene when all the people are making themselves busy talking about, engine power and whatever it is, preparing for takeoff, and then they fly away. And
We have to assume that one person is playing Gallagher.
yeah, I imagine he probably is. And yeah, Fury says, "Let's vanish," and then all the reflection panels come up, and they become essentially invisible. And yeah, that's when Steve.
I have
pays
an
off
issue with that, actually.
Oh yeah,
I
go
do
on.
think that
Well-
think showing the reflective panels is kind of pointless in this particular movie.
It's kind of pointless in general because your problem isn't people looking up and seeing you. Your problem is every radar that is on, like anything that can have you in radar distance, and particularly any monitoring satellites, of which there are many, they're going to notice what is
They must have
effectively a
jamming.
small
Yeah.
city taking off.
Yeah,
They must have some form of jamming. If they have fucking holographic panels
have-
that can
I mean,
mimic the other side of the
guess.
aircraft, they have jamming.
Even
I-
so, though, I
I do
mean,
wonder what the idea was, like why.
they're
why
only
did they need
just
to be?
they're only just off the coast. Like people
It's
are
more
just
like
gonna
not to
see this.
concern the only idea that comes to mind is to not make the people on the ground worry, since they just stay in America, and make the fucking citizens worry. But at the same time, just stay over the ocean at high altitude where nobody will know.
I suppose being invisible is better than not being invisible, but like not that much better. So I don't know.
It's better, but they treat it as though their only problem is, well, what if someone looks up? It's like, bro, that is not your only problem.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Steve is probably thinking, yeah, that makes sense. You know what? We're invisible. No one could see us. It's 100%.
And it's only
Logical.
the bottom that's invisible.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Imagine they put those panels on their aircraft.
Well, there's just like aircraft just seemingly floating in the middle of the air.
The F-22 would actually be invisible.
Yeah. I don't know. It does seem kind of unnecessary, and it doesn't really get explained later on. There's no one ever references it again. The fact that they're invisible. So. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm pointing at. Like, they're not using this shit on anything else ever.
They
Oh,
don't even use it on the Quinjets.
I was gonna
Wait,
say
do they?
we can.
No, I said they don't even.
Oh,
There could be reasons why they don't. Maybe it's a special material. Maybe it's just uses too much power to be viable.
Maybe
On a
Wakanda would
small
only give
aircraft.
them so much.
I mean, the amount of times they attack Loki with the Quinjet, it would actually be really useful, way more useful for the Quinjet to be invisible than it would be for the helicarrier.
Yeah, but if it requires a substantial amount of power that the Quinjet
does
Yeah.
can't
it?
provide economically,
Yeah, no, I
That's
get
the
that.
thing. Does it?
I
well,
don't
we
know.
don't know.
Yeah,
don't know
that's kind
anything
of my
about
point. We don't
invisibility.
know how much. We don't know
Well,
how inefficient these are.
You know what the problem with that this counter argument I'm saying is kind of nullified by something already in canon. Not even in canon, in modern canon, in canon in like phase 1 and 2.
What's that?
The mask things in Cap 2. It's probably about the same technology.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Yeah.
Pretty fucking much. Yeah,
I mean, I
actually.
suppose that is
Now,
after
we-
this film, so you could
Yeah, I
potentially
was gonna
argue.
say yeah. It
Well,
could,
yeah,
it
but
could have
the
been
point still
made
stands. If they can
advanced.
miniaturize it to the point that it's a piece of cloth you can put on your face without having a battery pack or anything, these probably don't require that much juice.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like Ranger was saying, you
it
could argue
depends.
it could they invented that
Well,
after.
you can bring up like the 60s computer versus the modern computer. Like the computer I have next to me, if you had the same capabilities in the 1960s, that would probably be like an entire complex.
Yeah.
Just
would
to have
be.
that same level of just
A,
to have
a
that
large,
same
a large
computing
building at
power.
least.
But that's more of the size of it. So the evolutionary
Well,
jump that
no,
you're referring to is
it,
Well,
literally
it
no,
having
speaks.
the
a piece of
efficiency
cloth.
too.
It
The
does speak to the
efficiency
power
too.
consumption as well, though.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It not just fucking makes you invisible. It can mimic a person's face in the palm of
Yeah.
your hand, piece of cloth.
But and also you have the fact that we then later get things like the arc reactor tech though and stuff like that, which I mean that could be a factor here.
They don't have the. From my understanding of the MCU, they do not get the arc reactor
They never
engine
use.
until Winter Soldier.
Oh yeah, but we're talking about Winter Soldier. When it would be viable for them to have it in a miniaturized state, we're talking about Winter Soldier there.
Hello, train lover. Hot.
that was
I
that was
don't
very
know.
close to I like trains. Anyway, let's
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I too am autistic.
Yeah,
yeah.
saying hello to
I
chat.
have no strong feelings either way about trains.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, in any case, I think they're pretty useless to show them off in this one, considering they're in allied territory.
Well, the other big thing about the tech here, I don't think it actually plays any like factor.
Yeah,
Does it? It
Yeah.
that
doesn't do
too.
anything. It's
Yeah, it's kind of
kind of
pointless.
just there.
It's
What
just like
about
a cool
trains? Oh
visual.
yeah, autistic people like trains. It's a known fact.
Yeah, apparently so.
I like trains.
I feel like the person who asked you what about trains is one of those people.
Yeah.
His name is Train Lover, so.
Train lover 59. Show some respect.
Oh, come
Here's
on.
the 59th of his name.
The 59th of his lineage.
You guys must have really short lifespans in that family.
Oh yeah, I mean they can only have lasted as long as trains have existed. So yeah, that's a really quick
That's still like
turnaround.
200
They're the
plus
founding
years.
fathers of trains.
That's what I'm saying. It's like 200 years, but
Yeah,
59
they've lived like
generations.
5 years
That's
each.
Well, it was alternatively, they could have fucked like rabbits for us.
And they all gave each other. Yeah, they just gave all their kids the same name, Train Lover. You can be Train Lover 1. You can be Train Lover 2, all the way to 59.
I mean, if I had kids, to be fair, I would just number them.
Would you at least give them a
Jesus
name
Christ.
before the number, or like
Yeah.
Rangy
Yeah,
2, Rangy
you're
3?
John 1, you're John 2, you're John
Oh,
3.
John.
I know you're a girl, but you're still John 4.
you get a big laugh when
Right.
you get high enough and you eventually get to John 117.
That is the goal.
And now we stop. You are the perfect one.
Yeah, now we could get rid of all the others.
Okay.
Random chat and we replicate the plot of the Umbrella Academy. Okay.
Dear God. After I made it, I realized I should have done a train type like the Class 221 Super Voyage, currently only run by Cross Country.
Yep,
Huh?
I was right. I was right. He's definitely autistic.
Yeah, I don't think
Aren't
it's
we
beyond any
all?
doubt at this point.
I was gonna say, like,
It's beyond shadow
look,
of a doubt.
look, number one way to tell if somebody's autistic: look at their Steam library, go to the search bar, and look up Train Simulator.
I was gonna say, yeah.
There
How
is a
many
much
train
quicker.
simulators?
There is a
Yay!
much
By your
quicker way.
definition, I'm not autistic because I
There
never
is a
played the
much
train
quicker way
game.
than that,
Oh,
Frank.
yeah, give me a minute. I'll gift it to you.
He will. You think he's
Oh yeah, train. By the way, I actually do have Train Sim World 4 on my
Oh, for
Steam.
fuck's sake!
I mean, the amount of long.
Well, of course you knew.
Digressions.
You're one of them.
You know what's funny? I haven't even played
Of
it.
course I know him. He's me.
I I have it. I have it literally because of a meme from when I was drunk one night.
Oh my god. I have Train Sim World 6. Oh god.
Shit, two or four of us are autistic.
No. That's what he said in chat.
Oh,
Oh
I mean,
wait. Is
I
there
don't
actually
have
a
train games.
the amount of times we've gone on like a half an hour digression from the thing we're actually supposed to be talking about,
Oh, there
I'm
is a
not.
Train World Sim or Train Sim World 6, and it's on sale, by the way. You
Well,
can
there
get it.
was.
You
Rangi, I know
you
you're in
can
love.
own it
I know
for
you
the
found a
low
boyfriend.
price of
Leave him be.
$10.
No, you're in trouble now. He's enthusiastic and he's drinking.
I mean, I am drinking, but I'm not actually getting that drunk.
Rangy drinking is like Rags drinking, except you never know when the drunk hits. With Rags, you know immediately. With Rangy, it's very unpredictable.
Yeah, I just eventually just lose all sense.
What are you drinking?
With me, it's when I burst into Irish traditional songs. It never happens. I hate traditional Irish music.
Right now, vodka and Diet Dr. Pepper.
Oh my god, you really are a masochist.
Jesus,
I
hang
know a
on.
lot about
What's the
UK
time for
trains.
you?
Um, 2 p.m.
Damn.
It's his
Hey,
day
it's
off.
always 11 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
It is
It
11
is my
o'clock.
day
I'm
off.
chugging whiskey.
It
It's
is
not
my
even
day
11.
off.
It's not even 11 o'clock here. Wait,
Yeah.
whiskey? What kind of whiskey?
He won't judge you if he
Irish
does.
whiskey.
You should be drinking scotch.
We don't have scotch here, or at least I haven't found
Yeah,
scotch
they
here.
don't. They don't allow it. They execute Scottish people.
I am
Oh my
the
god,
world's
he's British.
I'm the world's most disloyal Irish person when it comes to booze. I think Guinness is absolute vile, and
And
I
I've
think that
never tried Guinness.
most Irish
traditional
whiskey,
music as well,
honestly, these
apparently.
days is bad. Well, that is more of a nuanced one, but we don't need to get into it now.
Alright, so what about Avengers?
What's Avengers?
It needed more bagpipes, damn it!
We got distracted by the trains.
Maybe
You
we're all
got
autistic.
distracted by this. I only
Anyway,
said hello.
so Fury shakes Banner's hand, and Banner's kind of again apprehensive. He's like, "Thanks for asking nicely, but how long am I staying?" And Fury says, "Once we get the Tesseract, you are free to leave." And then kind of Banner goes into his element, and he starts talking about spectrometers and stuff like that, and he starts talking about how they're gonna essentially narrow down where the cube is, and then Natasha takes him to his lab, and yeah, that's kind of his room. Well, it's supposed to be his room, I guess, unless something happens. But yeah, they go away, and then I think this is the moment where they get a hit. Yes, am I right? Oh no, we cut back to Loki's lair. Yeah, and Eric Selvig is working on this machine that we don't quite know what it is yet. And he kind of thanks Loki. He's like, "Thanks for possessing me, essentially, because you've shown me truth." And then Barton does like a little suit up, like a mini suit up scene, and he gets his he has that kind of moment where for me it's pretty memorable, where he whips his bow, like does this little flick, and it kind of like stretches out into itself, and tells Loki that he needs a distraction and an eyeball, and that kind of is going to set up what is essentially the first proper action scene of the film.
Actually, there is a point that I have written down for that scene.
Yeah.
If she knows that they need the iridium.
Well, they didn't.
Wait,
'Cause-
oh god, I should not have started drinking it. So if Shield doesn't know what they need yet, um, how do they know they stole it?
because they find out after they steal it, don't they?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. So, is like Hawkeye and Loki are going there to steal the iridium, but
Yeah.
um, Shield apparently doesn't know that they need the iridium when in this particular scene, because it says if Shield knows you need it.
Yeah.
That's because Shield's most important weakness, their biggest flaw, their biggest lack in planning for this scenario, is obviously they needed to have Natalie Portman.
Yes.
What?
They did. I mean, if they had her, then she would have been able to help, presumably, do the
Well,
things
we
that
know from
Selvig.
experience she's smarter than Selvig, right? So
Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
so
Selvig says. So Barton said, "If Shield knows you need it," and Selvig says, "Well, I didn't know." So presumably, he finds out that he needs this iridium because of the knowledge that Loki gives him when he possesses him. So potentially, Natalie
Yeah,
Portman might not have been able to figure it out on her own.
as-
I don't think so, man. She can poke a pencil through two pieces of paper and demonstrate an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Yes,
uh,
There's no one smarter than her.
that's true. Yeah, maybe I'm
in any
underestimating Natalie
case,
Portman.
there will be a scene later on where they say, "Oh yeah, they stole the iridium to stabilize
Yeah.
the portal." I'm like, Then how do you know that?
Well, I
If
think
you
we're
didn't know
supposed
they
to.
needed it in the first place?
I think we're supposed to assume that before they steal it, Shield don't know about it. But then once the distraction happens, and then the whole Barton steals the iridium, and then they get away,
Mm.
they probably just figure it out at that point because they go, "Hang on a minute, why was Loki here just shredding eyeballs for no reason? Oh wait, where was Barton?" Find out that Barton was somewhere else, and then they probably just figured it out off screen. I imagine. I mean, that's the kind of. I don't think it's that necessary that we get an explanation because I'd find it difficult that someone could break into like a high security place and steal something without Shield knowing about it somehow or another. It's kind of their job.
A ghost exists.
Does Ghost exist yet?
Yeah, I
Not
see
at
the
this time.
experiment from like
Presumably.
the 80s or 90s, something or rather.
Yeah, I think she
Or Hank
would.
Pym.
Well, Hank would exist. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm still the way that Barton steals this is not exactly. I mean, it's covert, but it's not the most covert heist.
Well, I mean, Daredevil could probably do it.
Yeah, but Shield is looking for Loki. Like the only reason Shield is there in the first place is because of Loki killing this dude.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, but it's also. I mean, this doesn't necessarily appeal to your point, but it's also not entirely relevant whether or not Shield know that they have the iridium because it doesn't stop them. They still don't know where Selvig is. They don't know what they're building necessarily. They don't know specifically what they're building, and they don't know what the ultimate plan is yet. So whether they know why
The
they have the
Ultimates
iridium or not.
plan.
Sorry.
The Ultimates plan.
Yeah, like the plan that
No,
they
I
have to
was
do with
doing
the iridium.
I was doing a veiled Nick Fury joke.
Ah,
Ultimate
sorry, over my head.
Ultimates. In the Ultimates run, he gets asked casually who'd play him in a movie, and he says, obviously, Samuel L. Jackson, which
All
actually
right,
does predate the casting.
that is cool. So
I think that's one of the reasons they chose him, actually.
We have recently watched it in preparation for this, because if we went off memory, we would have been all over the place.
yeah.
I have it playing on my second screen every
Yeah,
time.
I have
Every
my
time you talk about
notes.
the scene, I skip forwards.
Yeah, I've got the script up and I've got the film up on another tab. But yeah, anyway, that yeah, we set up that heist scene, and then there's actually a longer in the script. There's a longer scene, which doesn't happen doesn't happen in the film, so we won't bother with that. Yeah, then we get Coulson and Steve. They're talking about it's another reference back to the trading cards, and it's kind of Steve being awkward in a way. Cause it's funny because because he is such a, I mean, in this world he would be such a celebrity and so sort of prominent in comic books and on TV and stuff like that. He never acts that way in person. So it's kind of like I would imagine for someone like Coulson, who's like a big fan, probably kind of a strange relationship between the two.
It does kind of make Coulson seem different than the way he was in Iron Man and Thor when he was like quick on his like he had a quick tongue.
Yeah, but he's not a fanboy of those two. He's a fanboy of Cap.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
Wouldn't that make him think twice before speaking?
Oh no, I very much think the point is it's deliberately he is starstruck.
Yeah, because the whole
fair
like
enough.
he's stuck in hero worship right now. He's fangirling out. You know, put it whichever way you want. It's the same thing.
I think that's why it's such a stark difference, and why you notice it so quickly is because he's normally so calm, collected, and like you say,
We are running
is
heavy on the
snappy.
puns tonight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
A stark
It is
difference.
stark
Well
difference.
played.
I know. I could see that coming before I said it, but I just committed. But yeah.
Oh, somebody else said it. Somebody else said like a banner moment earlier on. I nearly choked.
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah.
I missed it. But yeah, so anyway, they get interrupted because somebody gets a hit on Loki. On like their security cameras or whatever. They find out that he's in Stuttgart, Germany. And they even note at the time that he's not exactly hiding. So they're probably immediately aware that this is probably some kind of a setup, or at least he doesn't necessarily want to not be found. But obviously they take the opportunity anyway, because why wouldn't you? And Fury basically gives Cap the nod and says, "It's your time to shine." Yeah, and then we get a nice little shot of the brand new Captain America suit. You see it, and it's like.
Thank you for the sub, Rangy.
You think what?
I thought I would be a little sneaky there.
No, I have sound effects for everything. The moment I hear something, I check the stream.
I gifted a sub on his Twitch.
Ah.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't have a Twitch
Also, you
account.
don't have to change your name, Train Lover.
Oh no.
Yeah. We made him conscious about his name.
I know. I hope
No.
he doesn't feel ashamed.
Please
no,
change it to
dude.
Alpha Train
Dude,
on.
we're just memeing. We're just memeing. Calm
You
down.
should
It's
be-
okay.
I love.
Proud of your lineage.
It's great.
You're the 59th
It's
in a long
great
line of
meme.
train lovers.
Be proud of your lineage.
Or possibly a very short-lived quick line of train lovers.
Yeah.
We can't quite tell.
Yeah, regardless, it's an impressive family.
Well, you know what? We
history.
think you're the best train lover. That's what we think.
Yeah, fuck
personally.
those other 58
Best
guys.
Train
They
Lover.
suck.
That has to be his name now. Either that or Alpha Train on.
Yeah, Alpha Train on is good.
Well, Optimus Prime does turn into
Oh.
a train in certain series.
He's missing a fucking prime choice here, man. Just go Astro Train.
Oh yeah, that too. That is actually a cool one. But he's a Decepticon.
Also,
So,
it took me a
Decepticons
while
can
to
be cool.
actually remember my my fucking Twitch account.
All right. Let's go
Right.
back to Avengers.
So, yeah.
But it
the,
has less
um,
trains.
Yeah, this is when we get like a kind of quiet shot of Hawkeye shooting these two guards while he's infiltrating this security place, and then basically Cap making his way to Germany, and then there's this nice little musical piece in the background, this kind of classical music, playing as Loki pretty calmly and sinisterly walks down the stairs in this big it's like a gala or like some exhibit, some art place. Um,
Oh yeah, it's definitely some sort of gala. Yeah.
yeah, and there's a load of people sort of mingling while he's wandering down, and he's got this suit and a scarf on. I would assume I'm not familiar, but I would assume it's like a costume from the comics because it seems very deliberately put together.
I don't know. I don't know if it is, but the deliberate part either way is the reflection of his colors.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Even in his scarf, it's like
Like it's
quite
it's 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 deliberately meant to be reminiscent of his traditional suit.
yes,
I suppose in
uh,
this case, his modern suit.
yeah. But yeah, he very nonchalantly sort of knocks out these two guys, or one guard, I can't remember. Um,
Yeah, he smacks him. He smacks him to the side with the disguised scepter.
yeah, and then he basically slams this scientist's face into the table. He like grabs him by the face and walks him across, slams him down, and then kind of sadistically shreds his eyeball with this, which I've never understood why this isn't just pragmatically just a scanner, like an eyeball scanner, instead of
It is.
well,
Gore factor.
yeah, it is in a sense it's a scanner, but actually what it's doing is destroying this man's eyeball for the sake of doing the
It's
same
a Star
thing a
Trek
scanner would have
teleport.
done. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. He's beamed his eye up to
Bruh.
Martin. But yeah, I mean it is pretty gruesome considering the age rating for the film. Um, and yeah, he does like this evil smile as he looks around the room, and everyone's screaming and running away, and it's just funny. It's cool.
But it's
So
okay, guys. It's okay, chat. Don't worry. He's totally redeemed by a different version of him watching a video of this and then crying.
yeah, yeah, it works. Totally works. That's how you do character writing. Um, yeah, and then he actually follows the people out as soon as he's finished with his shredding. He follows the people out, uh, like shoots a blast at a police car, one of the German police cars, sends it flipping over, and then
Well, you didn't mention he morphs into his
oh, he does. Yeah,
Asgardian
sorry, I
outfit.
forgot. Yeah, he does. Yeah, that I mean, this is a much more blatant representation of his classic outfit. You know, with his big horns and everything. Yeah, it's
Yep.
actually a very
It's
cool transition.
the only time they had the balls to do it.
Yeah, it's funny actually how it's kind of a thing. It's almost become a bit of a meme with Marvel, the MCU, with their sort of
I do not
occasional
understand that
reluctance.
meme.
Sorry.
I thought you were referencing the meme where everybody makes fun of how big fucking Loki's horns are and that they wobble around.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying like the kind of occasional reluctance to make a costume that's accurate to the comics. And this is one of the
Hawkeye.
occasions. Yeah, yeah, and this is one of the occasions in which they're actually really gone all out, and they've. I mean, if we were looking at it just on the face of it, it's an outrageous costume, but that's kind of
It's
what
a
makes it
great
work.
outfit.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and it makes him look Asgardian as well, which is makes sense because why would you have him?
You-
Why would you have an alien who doesn't look like an alien? Just silly.
I mean,
Do you
there is
think the costume
there is the
department
question
ran
to
out
be
of
raised.
money when they reached Hawkeye?
Yeah, they must have done Hawkeye last. They just got bored.
Shame.
But yeah, no, he does look great, and it's a really cool transition as well with the way it kind of just it starts he starts glimmering slightly, and it kind of shines into place. Like there's nothing mechanical about it. It all just kind of appears, but not in a really tacky way that it does with all the nanosuit stuff. It's just like this kind of grand
Yeah.
magical.
It has always left me wondering one thing, though.
Same with Thor. Like the way he fucking upgrades his sleeveless armor to like the full chainmail.
Yeah, but even that
Like
is slightly different
that's
because
way better transition than the nanosuit shit.
yeah, it's much cooler than that, but it's different to Loki in the sense that it kind of the little chain things, the little links, they kind of snap on individually. Like they all kind of come
Yeah, they come from the sky.
yeah. rather than like this Loki's sort of slow glow into his outfit.
Mm-hmm.
I think the implication is meant to be that it's one of Loki's illusions being upgraded possibly by the scepter, which
Or
I
actually,
guess is
I think
fine.
the suit.
But
I
the
think the suit
question,
or the fancy one is the illusion, and he just undoes the illusion.
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, the question for me has always been which one was the illusion? The suit, like the suit, or
Yeah.
the outfit?
Yeah, I imagine the suit is probably more of an illusion. They might both be illusions, but one of them is slightly more natural to him, which is obviously the one with the horns. But yeah, it's a
Could be. It's hard to say.
outfit. Yeah, and then he gets his he starts feeling himself a little bit, and he shouts to the people to kneel. He says kneel before me, kind of calmly, and then when they don't, he says I said kneel. Yeah. And he slammed the 4 illusion versions of him slam the scepter down, and they all everybody shits themselves and starts kneeling. But then we get one of the most iconic characters of the film, the old German man. He just stands up out of nowhere, and he's just like.
I think the implication is not so much German as, well, German Jewish.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, that's obvious.
At least that was like I always got that impression.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think it would be silly of them. It would just be a missed trick if that wasn't the implication, because it's obvious, it's right there.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, if it was made now, he'd be standing there with probably an Israeli flag, a yarmulke on. What I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name for the thin scarf stole thing they wear.
It
I'm
would
not
be
being offensive, guys. I just don't remember it.
Oh yeah, he would be full like Ashkenazi Jew outfit. It wouldn't be
Oh yeah, like
subtle in any
they'd
way.
they'd make it as blatant as they possibly could. Like there'd be
Yeah.
no doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, but in this
Subtlety.
in this scene, it's nice and subtle. But yeah, no, he quite bravely stands up to Loki and says, "He will not. He doesn't kneel to men like you." And Loki is like, Tom Hiddleston's fucking brilliant in this film. Like, he's so good at the kind of.
He's a great actor.
He's
He really is a
unbelievable, yeah.
great actor.
He's a brilliant actor.
It's just a pity what they've done with him since.
Yeah, this is his peak as far as I can, as far as it goes for me, because in terms of MCU, in terms of Loki, this is exactly what you want from the character and the actor, these kind of scenes. And yeah, he finds this hilarious. The idea that, that there's any man like him is just laughable to him, and he just says there are no men like me, and the old guy just doesn't bat an eyelid. There are always men like you, and Loki doesn't bat an eyelid at that either.
Hold on.
Yeah.
It is a bit awkward coming from a German, considering the last time a man like him told everybody to kneel during World War II.
Yeah.
You mean Mao?
Well, yeah.
What? Wait.
Like,
What's...
technically, the Germans.
I was doing a time-based joke. The most recent man to do that would have been Mao in Avengers, assuming their history goes more or less the same way as ours.
I think they said they implied specifically.
Actually, wait, no. You know what? I'm wrong. Actually, I'm wrong. So Hitler was the 30s, 40s. Mao would have been the 50s. So I guess it would have been Pol Pot. Actually, technically, in the 70s was the last guy to act like that.
No, it's gonna be me. That's the next guy who's gonna act like that.
Oh.
Thank you for that, Rangi. I'm now going to have a truly terrible song from 30 years ago stuck in my head all night.
That was the intention.
But yeah, no, I what's the problem, Leo? I don't get it. What's
like it's a bit awkward from for a German to say we don't kneel to men like you. They're always men like you. Like, we know that the movie is referencing, Hitler, or at least Red Skull.
Oh no, dude, it's set in Germany. Like, this is definitely a Hitler Red Skull reference.
Exactly. I'm like, Germany did kneel
Actually, no,
to
they didn't.
Hitler, though.
They didn't know Red Skull. He was in the shadows. So no, it's
Yeah,
definitely
Yeah.
like
it's
it's
Hitler. Yeah.
100% a Hitler reference.
But yeah,
It's a bit awkward for a German to say we do not kneel to men like you. Then why did you kneel to Hitler?
but yes,
Well, in
but I
fairness,
mean,
that guy probably didn't. Like,
well,
that guy looks to be somewhere in his mid 60s. This was 2012. Like, I don't think he was even old enough to be Hitler Youth.
but
He's
even
ancient.
if he was, let's just say this guy's in his late 80s or 90s or whatever, and he
Jesus
was
Christ,
about.
I've already become our rags. It's the second stream, and I've mentioned Hitler like 3 fucking times.
Oh, we might as well go for a fourth.
Well,
And I
you're
was accused
close.
of being a furry as well. God damn it, I am
You're
our
in
rag.
between Rags and Wolf right
To
now.
be fair, Rags is actually a furry though.
No, Rags
He
is
has a fur affinity account.
if
I don't know
those-
what that is, and I don't want to know what that is.
We should lean into this so we can create a YouTube drama with EFAP.
Do we have to?
I mean, he's not private about it.
Oh, we could cover Southpaw. No, we don't. No.
Oh no.
Oh god.
It is a
No,
movie,
let's
two
not
different things. Well,
approach
no.
that whole situation with a 15-foot ball.
Okay, I'll give him a quick explanation. Captain America takes place in World War II. The whole point is America versus Germany in that movie. This
Yeah.
is a sequel to that. So
And
yeah, a German saying that they did not
This-
kneel to whoever was in charge during World War II in the MCU is
especially-
bullshit because they did.
Well, especially if it's like this older guy who probably did live during
Yeah.
that time. Now, to be
Especially
fair,
if it's
maybe
an-
he was a child during that time.
But yeah, so this
Bullshit.
is what I was trying to say. I don't even, let's say this guy was about during World War II and he was a young man, you know, caught in the middle of it all. Even if he did kneel at the time, which many people did because that was the only way you survived, essentially, it doesn't mean that he can't defy Loki in this situation, and he wouldn't be a hypocrite for doing so because he's learning from his mistakes. Essentially, he's saying like,
Well, I mean, he
Mm,
does initially kneel, though.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
kind of the
well, in
point
that
I'm
case,
trying
that
to make.
kind of backs me up even more because it's like, oh yeah, I suppose I should do this again because this is what saved me last time. And then he's like, actually, fuck you, I'm not
Then the
doing
line
this.
would need to be different. We've kneeled to men like you. We're not doing it again.
I think
Yeah, okay, I suppose I can see the logic there.
Well, like I said, it really does depend though, because it's like this also could be somebody who for all we know, this could be like a Jew who fled Germany and then moved back after.
That's the kind of also the issue. We do not know. Because
Well,
he
maybe-
could. All we know is this is Stuttgart, Germany,
I would
and
just like to
an
interject.
elderly German stands up and says, "We do not kneel to men like you." You do, mate. You do.
I would like to interject for 1 second. I have a message directly for chat and indirectly for you guys.
Oh,
Congratulations, we've made it. We have actually managed to outstrip our progress from the last stream, and it hasn't taken us as long.
hell yeah.
yes.
Well, to be fair,
We have we have approximately doubled our coverage so far.
How on
Like,
earth
we're
have we done
doing
that?
we're doing well here.
I feel like we've been so much less productive this time round, but maybe not.
And yet we are
Well,
okay, not quite.
this
We're
part
just
of the
we're
movie
just
does
under
have
doubles.
very few problems compared to the setup, because the setup has to deal with putting everything in place and explaining why everything is in that position, which we can ask a lot of fucking questions and point out why is this like this, because this doesn't line up with this, doesn't line up with that.
You also can't legislate
Compared to
for autism.
here, where we already went through the setup, we're just seeing the motions.
Either way, with the scene itself, I've always really liked, well, knowing the twist, how theatrical Loki is being about this, given that his goal is to get caught.
Yeah.
Which is a stupid goal.
Well, his goal is to get caught because he wants to. He needs to get to. Well, for one thing, he does need to get to the Tesseract, but also like, I feel like
He
there's
has
an
the Tesseract.
idea of wanting to see kind of what he's up against.
But
I
he
think that's
says
also
he says to Tony towards the end of the film, he says that the plan was to piss them all off, essentially, which is what he's very good at. Is
But
that kind of he
He
just wants to
wants them
go
at
in
each
there
other's
and
throats.
yeah, exactly. He just wants to go in there and cause chaos.
And there is a heavy, heavy implication that the scepter, just by being in proximity, is going to do that.
But
Yep.
Yes.
that's the thing. Hold on. The scepter doesn't even need to be there because in the scene where the scepter's turning everything upside down, they're already at each other's throats.
Well, the idea is, but no, there's a very clear implication in that scene that the scepter is raising their tensions more. It's
Yeah.
essentially making them more volatile. It's
It's
like,
just
yeah, they
ratcheting the emotional content
True,
up.
but
a
at the
whole
Yeah.
lot.
same time, if the scepter wasn't there and everybody wasn't getting volatile, Banner would have left, Tony would have left, and it would have been just Cap, Black Widow, Thor.
Yeah, and they would probably have also not been acting as volatile. They probably would have just like
No.
hit.
I'm
Well, I don't
I'm
know, man.
saying those would be the only people still working on this.
Cap was pretty steamed up with Tony, so I don't know how confident we can be about that one. Ooh, excuse me, about that one.
Oh, I mean, he would be, yeah.
No, Cap would still fight Loki, but Iron Man and Banner would have fucking left because they found out Shield is turning the Tesseract into weapons.
I don't know about that because the whole idea here is they have that situation going on, and then they also have Hawkeye and his little operation going at the same time. Uh, I feel like if the staff wasn't there, they probably would have been like, okay, well, yeah, Shield is developing weapons. Yeah, we'll probably leave, but we still need to figure out what to deal with this, how to deal with this Loki guy.
Yeah. I don't
Like
think they
he's
would have
still a threat.
abandoned the mission for the sake of
Yeah,
their kind of irritation with Shield. I think they
The
probably would
only
have
thing that
solved the problem
snapped
and
them
then
out of it,
Well, we
that
know Nat wouldn't because she's there for Barton. Like, she's there as a shield
yeah,
agent, but she is primarily in this movie there to save Barton.
yeah.
yeah, and
So
well, and
that's her done.
yeah, and
Tony
I don't think.
Tony's probably gonna bail either way when he gets pissed enough. But he'll
Well,
probably come back.
Bruce is definitely gonna bail as soon as he can.
yeah. That's what I'm
I
saying.
don't know. I
Iron
don't
Man and
know.
Banner will bounce
I don't know
because
about
the
Bruce.
only thing
Honestly,
that
like this is
snapped
the
them.
closest thing to acceptance he will have felt in a long, long time, and he's getting it from Shield. Like I could easily see or construct an argument for Banner sticking around, like
Uh,
with reservations, but sticking around nonetheless.
It
I
can't.
agree.
Well, it would depend on which version, because Branner and by extension Hulk have been written very differently over the years, depending on who's writing them.
And apparently are about to be yet again.
Oh no! Do I need to? I don't even
Did you,
know the context.
did you not see
Alright, take care,
the final
Tyler.
Spider-Man trailer?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. I'll say no
enjoy
more
that.
until you watch it. I'll watch it with you when we're done, actually.
That might be a good idea.
But the only reason they stopped being at each other's throats is because they all realized Banner picked up the scepter. If the scepter was not there, all they would have done is just continue bickering over Shield turning Tesseract into weapons.
It's not
Okay,
even
wait.
it's not even the only thing. It's they do pause and start to realize when they all cop that Banner's holding it now, but it's only when the damage starts happening that they all kind of snap back into, well, their own personalities, as it were.
Yeah, and also this has like occupied them for a good amount of time, which
Thank you,
gives
Train Lover.
which
Have a nice
gives
evening.
Hawkeye the time to launch his attack. So there's multiple reasons for the staff. Like there's multiple ways the staff is very, very helpful to
I
Loki and
actually
his side.
I actually do have a mechanical problem with this. So hear me out for a second, right? Tell me if I'm crazy. Loki
You're
goes to
crazy.
take your man's eye in order to send the scanned version to Barton so that he can get into the Shield Quinjet and thus assault the Helicarrier, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Surely Shield would identify the guy whose eye had been ripped out and revoke his codes.
Well, no. So anyone
Not
who's worked
not
with
while it's happening.
bureaucracy, yeah,
No, no, not while
There
it's
anyone who's
happening, but
worked with
like, I mean, this is a couple of hours later. I feel like they would have identified the guy by now. Whether he's alive or dead is immaterial, but like, someone will have checked his ID by this point, and someone in the know will have gone, shit, he's Shield. And at that
Yeah.
is
point,
he?
well, he must be if he has access.
Well, no. What Barton
I
is
guess I
saying.
guess he could be one of the director guys, like the people on the
No.
shadowy screen.
That's just the fucking politician that has a spicy rock that they need. He has no
Spicy
links to
rock.
Shield.
Wait, yeah,
That's basically
Is
what
that
it
just
is.
about? Is that just about the iridium? I always thought that was
Yeah.
part of getting into Shield as well. Oh,
I
that's
was gonna say I'm
No.
not
that's
sure. I
worse than I
can't
thought.
I'm sure. I mean, it definitely gets him into the iridium, but I'm assuming the iridium place is not Shield. Is
Good.
it? It's not related to Shield.
Barton gets
Well,
them into
I always
Shield.
thought it was because
Well,
the
yeah,
first
I
thing they
thought it
say to
was.
Nat basically is Barton has been compromised. So clearly, all of Barton's codes are deactivated. Like, obviously,
Yeah,
it's the
but
first
Barton
thing you
doesn't.
do,
That's the
which
thing.
means
Barton doesn't use his codes. He
Yeah, but
gets in
this
a
is what
Quinjet
that's
somehow.
Dake's
yeah,
point.
but how does he get the Quinjet though? That's exactly what I'm getting at. If only Shield have Quinjets, how does he get the Quinjet?
He killed a squad and stole their Quinjet. I don't know.
Yeah, but where
I
did
don't
he
either.
find
I
it?
always assumed that German Man was supposed to be the stand-in for both things. Like he is part of Shield,
Mm,
and that was always my read. Like maybe I'm wrong, but
They do mention who the German guy is, and they do not reference any relation to Shield at all.
I mean,
Yeah.
iridium isn't that rare. Like you don't need to. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
In any case, all we know is Barton somehow got a Quinjet and lied that it's a fucking weapons transport. Or actually, he might have stole a weapons transport.
That's possibly more
Well,
likely. That would
that's
be.
another thing actually. If you're transporting a bunch of weapons, you're probably not going to use a Quinjet, right? Like it's pretty small in terms of cargo capacity.
Not really. It can fit the Hulk in it.
Yeah, it can fit 6 people. You could just use a C-130.
Yeah, but if you only have a pilot and a co-pilot, that whole back area is plenty of room for weapons.
Yeah, but so does a C-130, and you can fit 6 fucking tanks in a C-130.
Can you land a C-130 on the fucking helicarrier?
Probably. I mean, it's pretty big.
Can you land a C-130 on a normal carrier boat?
Well, the question would only be the length of the runway, really.
Well, last I checked, the C-130 doesn't land on the Navy ships, so I doubt it will land on the
Okay, no,
helicarrier.
fine. A C-130 is perhaps not the best example. My point is there are plenty of heavy cargo hauling helicopters and planes that would have made a lot more sense than a Quinjet.
Eh,
I'm not trying to shit in it. I'm just saying it would have been a very small shipment of weapons, all things
Yeah,
considered,
it would still
for
be a weapon
for,
shipment because that's what
for a
you
floating as floating in the sky aircraft carrier that has hundreds of people on it. Like, I mean, you're carrying maybe a few cases of ammo. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah. Again, Barton. The scene is basically Barton in a Quinjet talks with the like radio tower on the
ATC.
helicarrier and basically says, "Oh, we're just delivering weapons." That's all we have to go off
No,
of.
I know. All I'm saying is any Quinjet is an odd choice of cargo hauler. Like it's a small thing where you could use much bigger ones that already exist.
Sure. In any case,
It's fine. It's fine. It's just a nitpick. Like it's a pet peeve.
yeah.
It's just one of those things that stands out to me as like, well, I mean, okay, I guess, but like, mm,
Yeah, there are a few of those little. I mean, yeah, if you want to be
To be fair, if they
romantic,
need any
they
like
allow you to.
significant amount of weapons, they can just land the bloody thing at a fucking military base.
They could just fly over the top of the helicarrier and just open the back doors and let it all fall down. That's what I would do.
you know, if they just had the right incel a few years earlier, they could have just had their own Hulk.
Oh, fuck.
So, Loki doesn't. Yeah, Loki finds the old German man quite funny. or at least amusing. And he kind of just says, "Look to your elder people. Let him be an example." So he doesn't find the defiance particularly endearing, and he just thinks, "I'm just going to shoot this guy." So he does, but out of nowhere, actually, here's a little nitpick that I have. Captain America just teleports into the scene and deflects the beam, which is kind of cool. It's a good,
I have
like, nice
something for
heroic
that
moment.
because of the way Cap appears. My assumption has always been he's supposed to have dropped out of the Quinjet on its first pass.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the only explanation, is that the Quinjet has done like a loop and he's gone past once, Cap's jumped out, and then it's
Well,
come back again.
they did make a point of having 2 parachutes in shot behind Cap while he was chatting to Coulson.
Yeah, okay. That
And
would,
we get
Yeah.
we get the no parachute scene later on with Cap as well. So I'm thinking this
Well,
is
to be
all
fair, if the Quinjet
thematic
flies
for
low
him.
enough, Cap doesn't need a parachute.
No, that's
well,
exactly what I
he
mean.
doesn't
Yeah,
have a parachute in this scene, yeah, so he just jumps out. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's strange because then when it cuts back to Cap, the Quinjet comes from a totally different angle. So yeah, he must have it must have gone past twice, because
Well,
otherwise,
no, all he had to do was fly over Loki and turn around.
that's what I mean. Yeah, it must have done like one pass, dropped out Cap, and then looped
and then
back.
come around for
Well,
the
Yeah,
second pass. Yeah,
because
it's
otherwise,
the only thing that makes
to be
sense.
fair, it is
Hey,
important to get the fucking civilians out. How do you achieve that? Drop Cap out immediately.
well,
Just get him
it does
out
make
quick.
sense though. Like they haven't
We'll
got Iron
provide
Man yet, they
support.
haven't got Thor yet, they haven't got Hulk yet. So Cap is your biggest gun right now.
yeah,
Yeah.
it makes
Like,
sense.
get him out on the field as soon as possible. He's gonna deal with on the ground stuff while we turn around and provide air support.
Although, I mean, there are, if you look at it a slightly different way, there are certain optics to the first thing Captain America does back in arms is drop armed into Germany. Okay.
Well,
I'm
not
back,
armed,
baby.
shielded.
But yeah, then we get a nice little. I love Captain America in this film because I think he's so uh he's so endearing in the way that he's like completely out of time, funnily enough, which is what Loki calls him. He speaks like a cartoon character from the 1940s, and it's just funny because it's so different to the way that everyone else speaks. It's like the kind of quips that they're almost dad jokes. That's what I would maybe describe them as. But yeah, he drops down and he says, the last time I was in Germany and saw a man standing above everybody else, we ended up disagreeing. And Loki kind of just doesn't. It's almost like, I don't know. The way I see it is like Loki's just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna talk to you like I talk to everyone else, I suppose. Yeah, and he calls him the man out of time, and he says, I'm not the one who's out of time. And then the Quinjet appears. Natasha tells Loki to drop the weapon, and he doesn't. And then there's a little fight scene between Loki and Cap. He asks
I
him
would
to
love to
kneel.
point out,
Yeah.
she manages to fucking dodge. Like, she flies the Quinjet and she manages to dodge Loki's
Yeah.
blast.
They're very nimble vehicles, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it makes sense. They're in hover mode.
Yeah.
Remember another
It's just
scene where a
impressive
Quinjet is
reactions.
in hover mode?
Yeah, and it doesn't do quite as well.
Yeah, it doesn't dodge shit.
But yeah, in this case, it does. And yeah,
Mm.
Cap kind of. I mean, he does hold his own, but he also gets a few licks from Loki. It's kind of pretty even fight. And Natasha's kind of trying to deal with the situation from the Quinjet, and she's complaining that the guy's all over the place. And then we get some AC/DC just playing over the speakers, and she does a little wry smile, and then Tony says, "Agent Romanov, you miss me?" And he comes flying in from probably New York, I would
Quick
imagine.
question.
Yeah.
How the fuck did Iron Man manage to get here from New York?
Yeah, this is kind of a convenient timing. Like, there's not. I mean, we have to just do a lot of assuming. We just have to assume that
It's
he.
bullshit. It's what it is.
Yeah, but it's not complete bullshit because obviously he was going to arrive at some point. So like,
Yeah, but Tony
it's
doesn't
not
even know who Loki
unbelievable.
is.
But he obviously got
Well,
briefed.
hold on. When? By who?
Well, in the last couple of days since he was approached by Coulson.
It's been a couple days already?
Well, whenever it like, I mean, I would imagine it's been at least one
A
day.
day at most?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he did the overnight homework. You know when
Well,
Pepper
he had to
left.
do the
What
he had
scene
to
are
do
we
the
on?
overnight homework of
Sorry,
what
We're
the
on
Tesseract
this
is.
the scene when Cap fights Loki and then Iron Man appears, playing the AC/DC over the speakers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
basically calling out how it's bullshit that Tony managed to arrive there within what is technically minutes at most from New York all the way to Germany.
Well, we don't know that it's
Um,
minutes at most. We don't know
To
how
be
long.
fair,
It took.
we don't know where the helicarrier was when they launched, so there is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we know that it's launched from New York, and
Well,
that
no,
then
no,
and it then
Tony
went over
launched
the
from
ocean.
New
No,
York.
Rengi, I mean, we don't know where the helicarrier was when the Quinjet launched from it.
Yeah.
And we also don't know where Tony was when he set off to
In
go
New
to Germany.
York?
But yeah, but also we don't know when that was. So it's not like what I'm saying is.
Roughly a day ago?
But my point is that it's not. This isn't the kind of contrivance that is just complete convenience for the characters. This is like
Well,
we knew
it
that Tony
is.
I
was.
don't know,
It's
man.
pretty
The more we talk this out, the more I'm starting to think it might be actually because Quinjet and Cap is fine. Okay, that's fine. I can easily write that one away. But Tony, this version of the suit travels at what, Mach 3, 4?
Yeah, but wait,
Uh,
but
It's not even that. It's just the Tony's
Like,
information
Tony,
is basically, oh, Loki's in Germany from the news.
well, you don't know that though.
it
That's
should
pretty
be
much it.
it shouldn't be that quick for Tony to get there. And the idea that Thor arrives again so quickly afterwards, it's all a bit like,
Yeah,
So it
it's
makes sense
definitely
that he arrives when
them
he does.
them kind of playing fast and loose with the amount of time it would take for
But I'm not
Tony to
sure
get
that
there.
we.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not sure
agree.
we can comfortably say that it is in this instance. Maybe the Thor thing is a different scenario entirely. But with Iron
Yeah.
Man, the
well, I mean,
last time we saw.
if you take them all into account, right? Think of it this way: Cap turns up, maybe 20 minutes. No, not even. Maybe 5 minutes later, Tony turns up at most, accounting for edited time and what have you. And then Thor happens to turn up like maybe half an hour after that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
but
the
Thor
thing with
might have been on his
Thor,
way since Loki arrived on Earth.
that's the thing.
Well,
Thor
Thor is
could have.
obviously he's obviously somehow homing in on Loki. Like that seems clear from what the movie gives us. All I'm
Thor
saying is
we
the
don't
timing.
get an explanation
we
though.
we can also assume Thor got like the idea of where Loki is from what's his name, the guy with the guy who was it
Heimdall?
Idris Elba?
Heimdall, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Heimdall.
Heimdall, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, no.
yeah,
Thor,
yeah,
Thor,
yes, Heimdall.
Thor
That's it.
bifrosted to as physically close to Loki as he could get. That's
But
fine.
Well, no.
All I'm saying is the three
Yeah,
in succession
it's
is a bit.
Tony. Tony is kind of the big problem here. I think
yeah,
Yeah.
but
when it comes to the time.
either of so like we don't know when Tony left, and like I understand we're saying that the Quinjet is obviously
Assuming
faster
he's
than Tony.
traveling. Assuming he's traveling at something like Mach 4 going from New York to Stuttgart, he probably left somewhere in the region of 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
But he,
Yeah,
but he,
and he probably does have access to shield transmissions because he would hack that shit.
and he's also been briefed on everything going on because they've asked him to come aboard. So he's not
Yeah.
out of the loop. He understands what's going on.
What?
You know
well,
what?
that's the
Actually,
thing.
you may have just hit on the one thing that lets it get away with it. They have asked Tony to join, so he probably does know where the helicarrier
That's
is.
the thing. Yeah, he
Well,
wouldn't
no,
be
hold
out
on,
of the loop. It's not like he's just turning up for no reason. He's been asked to come.
No, that
For
actually
Loki,
makes sense. If he knows where the helicarrier is and he's on the way, and then
Well-
finds out about Loki and divert. Okay, I can see that.
I remember the helicarrier specifically had a thing for the Iron Man armor, so it's very clear he
Yeah.
has some involvement with the helicarrier as
And
well.
we also know that
So
Tony can keep up with and potentially outrun fighter jets. So he's fast. Like in the
Oh no, he can.
Yeah,
He
no,
can.
he is
Yeah.
faster
Can
than
outdo.
most of
He
the
can
things
outdo
that.
scramjets. We've seen him do that. We've
Yeah.
seen him do that in
Yeah.
Iron Man.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
and he was probably getting live info fed to him.
in
as
any
well.
case, that is if we basically have to assume that Tony, after waking up in the morning, didn't manage to make it to the helicarrier when Cap and Banner arrived because it was morning.
Or
And
maybe he just hadn't decided to even do so.
yeah, and he had to also learn about fucking quantum physics for the fucking line later, or astrophysics, whatever. He also had to study on that. He also had to know that Loki is in Germany and that Loki is
Which,
attacking at that.
to be fair, Loki did make a bit of a spectacle of that, and
Yeah, but it
that was
wasn't that
during the
long of a
daytime.
time.
Well, no, that was during the daytime, and it's dark when they actually have that encounter.
Yeah.
So
In Germany, no, it's evening. Like from the moment Loki stabs the guy in the eye to fighting Cap, it's like what, 10, 15 minutes?
Oh yeah, no, I think Rangi was referring to the
Uh,
CCTV footage that they find him on when they're on the helicarrier. No? Am I right? Is that right?
No, it
okay,
was
so
evening.
I have the thing pulled up. I was kind of wrong, actually.
That was
Oh, okay.
Rangi's silent moment. Wait, that's a much better argument than mine.
No. It was, but it was also like I'm pulling up the thing and trying to actually see, and I finally found the scene.
Oh, okay.
It was day for the helicarrier, sure, but Tony doesn't know that they found Loki in Germany.
But we just don't know. We don't know what he knows.
That's kind of the issue, because if we know that Tony is being kept up to date, Tony can make it.
But
He's
for
faster
as
than the helicarrier, and actually Tony would be there first.
yeah, that's the thing. For as
Yeah,
long as there is, but for as long as there is kind of doubt over how much Tony is in the loop, they can get away with
well, but
him.
wait. You also
Not
have
really.
outside of just him being in the loop as far as what they're telling him. Remember, he literally overrides Black Widow's thing just to
Yeah,
play the ACDC. Like it's very clear he has access to shield systems that they don't actually want him to have.
yeah, exactly. He's probably known everything they've been talking about on the helicarrier before he arrived, because why wouldn't he?
Well, if he did, then he would have hacked everything, which means he would have known about Phase 2 already. So,
Yeah.
Well, that was high
Well,
security. It took him a
no,
while
I
to get
can.
into that.
Yeah, I can believe he has like low level access enough to be
Even
able to
then,
kind of generally know.
the moment he heard Loki is in Stuttgart, Tony would have just went muck fuck towards Stuttgart.
Yeah, which I assume he did.
Yeah, but
we're stealing that and
that
we're
would
adding
mean
it to the
he
lore.
arrives there
Rangi,
before.
make a note. Mac fuck is getting added to the lore.
It is getting added to the lore.
Tony's faster than the helicarrier.
How fast
or
was
any
he going?
jet
I
that
think he
we
was
have
going
on.
Mac fuck.
How long did it take him in Iron Man 1? Because I know there's a point
Iron
where
Man
he
1 is
goes to
very
that.
inconsistent with that too.
Yeah, okay. Then in that case, I guess it's just.
It's an issue with Iron Man, and it's like Iron Man 1 and Avengers pretty much.
Look,
Tony just teleports basically.
I do think there's a lot of. I think there's a good argument that it's a bit of a contrivance, the idea that Tony would be
It
able to
also
show up
saves
at those
Cap's
times.
life because Loki could just beat the shit out of Cap.
But no,
And
Cap holds
this
his
is
own.
yeah. So I don't think Cap could necessarily win, but I think he would be able to stall
Well, Loki
Loki
is
for a good
letting
amount of
him
time.
win, but if Loki only has Cap as an opponent and a Queen Jet, he's just gonna defeat them. He has no reason to fucking let Cap
Well,
capture him of all people. But when Tony arrives, both of them, quote unquote, captured me, which is stupid.
I mean,
And
Tony
that
bumped his
would
own
be more
against
plausible.
Thor, so he could hypothetically Tony could kill Loki or beat Loki anyway in a one-on-one fight.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. The point is that if Tony has full information at the same time as everybody else, he makes it to Loki before everybody else. It just needs to be at the perfect time. He gets the information to arrive at the perfect time to back up Cap.
Yeah, I'm not denying the exact
It,
timing of when he actually like arrives on scene isn't slightly contrived, but the idea that he arrives at all is it just makes sense to me because he knows he was invited.
he, he definitely show up at some point.
Him showing
Yeah.
up, sure. The way he shows up is contrived because the last time we seen him was in New York.
Yeah, it's a little bit of you got to allow maybe for a little bit of dramatic license here.
Do we? Do
No,
we
no,
have to
I
allow?
mean no, we don't have to allow for it, but I'm just saying that's why they did it. Obviously, it's not a full contrivance in the sense that he would obviously arrive at some point. The contrivance comes when they specifically place him in this very moment just for the sake of a little bit of tension.
Yeah.
So yeah, he does that, and he shoots Loki. Loki kind of waits for a second, like he's not immediately back up ready to fight. And Iron Man says, "Make make a move for India Games," and which is probably one of his first nicknames that becomes kind of a meme for him in later films and this film. But yeah, then Loki gives up basically, and Iron Man says, "Good move." And then the two, Captain America and Iron Man, it sort of introduce themselves, kind of aloofly to each other, which is kind of funny because that's like obviously the first time either of them meet, and there's already this kind of caution. Maybe I was gonna say tension, but it's not quite tension. It's like this. Yeah, it's just this unspoken caution maybe, and I wonder is that because of Cap's. Well, it's obviously because of Iron Man. Iron Man mentions it later on. How I can't remember if is it in this film or is it in another film, but he talks about how, this is the guy that my dad was always going on about. Oh, it is in this film. Yeah, he
Yeah,
talks
it
about
is in
how
this film.
yeah, my dad was. This is the guy that my dad was like so obsessed with or whatever. So there's obviously a history from his point of view, but then I wondered. Obviously, Cap's been about for a year. He obviously knew. He's been in the modern world for about a year now. He's known. He obviously knew Howard Stark. So I wonder has he got maybe some preconceived notions about Iron Man. But the good thing about him is that he's just not the kind of guy that would air them really publicly. So we kind of just have to guess because he's not a particularly, gossipy kind of person. But anyway, then they cut to back into the Quinjet, and they're all flying away, basically back to the helicarrier. Um, and Loki's just there as a captive, sat down. Cap and Iron Man sort of stood over him, watching over him, and Cap mentions how he's suspicious of the fact that Loki was so easily captured. I mean, he actually mentions how it wasn't easy because this guy packs a wallop. He says, which is another nice Captain America-ism. And yeah, and Tony kind of starts taking the piss. He's like, "Still, you're a pretty spry for an older fella. What's your thing, Pilates?" And Steve obviously doesn't know what that is. And he starts taking the piss a little bit, saying, you might have missed a couple of things doing time as a capsicle. And Steve kind of ignores that and just mentions how, Fury didn't tell me that you were coming. There's a lot of things Fury doesn't tell you. And, it's kind of something that gets brought up a lot is the idea that Nick Fury only tells people what they need to know, essentially, and doesn't necessarily keep them 100% in the loop. if it's not necessary. So yeah, and then we get a flash of lightning outside the jet, and Loki very clearly has becomes slightly anxious about this. And then Steve does another kind of capism. He kind of tries to intimidate him, saying like, "What's the matter? Scared of a little lightning?" Uh, and Loki's line, "I'm not overly fond of odd fellows." And then obviously we get the inevitable, slightly similarly contrived appearance of Thor, who basically tears his way into the ship. Although what I've never understood is why the door opens. I assume everyone else has a problem with that.
Could it be a Hawkeye thing?
What?
What do you mean?
I mean, like the codes he had. No.
What, like he forces the? Well, like why does the Quinjet door just let Thor in?
Mm.
Is my thing.
No, that's a good point.
I can. The only thing I can assume is they did. They were like, "Do we want we?" I guess we just let him. In. Like, I feel like somebody probably flipped the switch there
Well, that's
rather
yeah.
than.
That's the only thing that
I reckon
makes.
I reckon there's an alternate scene somewhere where Thor actually rips it off, and they decided, no, wait, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that would
My
make
question is
that would
why
make more
Thor
sense for
immediately
Thor.
hostile to them.
I mean, because
Well, he's
Thor
not really
thinks.
hostile to them. He's like, "I'm here to grab Loki. That's what I'm
Yeah.
here for."
I'm dealing with this, and they go, no, fuck you, we're dealing with this, and then hostility.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Thor knows
Which,
about
to be fair,
Shield.
also could partially be attributed to the scepter.
That's.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on.
We
I mean,
know
no, it's
for
true.
a fact from
I don't know if
proximity.
I don't know if I would go that far.
No, I'm
But we
I
not
have
letting
to.
the
We have
Misfits
to though.
go in
It's
here.
on the Quinjet, and we know that it's being in
Thor
proximity.
just had
Crews
any
of people.
contact with the.
No, I
Thor
know,
has
but like
Really big
man.
vicinity.
I'm saying, it might have an effect on Tony and Cap though.
I don't think it should be
It
discounted
might have
because.
like a tertiary effect, but I don't think it's enough that it would actually change how they're acting. It makes
Yeah,
sense.
they're
The
acting
idea.
pretty in character.
No,
I
I'm
Cap
not
Yeah,
is
it
saying
makes
it would
not.
change it. I'm saying it would influence it.
Yeah, I think it would
yeah.
potentially enhance their behavior. But I do agree. I think everyone is in character in this moment because Thor only attacks anyone when Iron Man steps forward to try and stop him, and he blasts him back. And then he immediately
I would
grabs
say
Loki and
Tony is
flies
very
away.
in character.
Oh yeah, Tony is one. I
Like,
mean, he even
I could.
explains himself logically. He says it doesn't matter if he's friendly. You know, if he frees Loki or kills him, the Tesseract's lost, and then you know
Which
decides
is
this is it.
not true, by the way.
But
Like, they don't lose the Tesseract if they lose Loki.
no, but for all intents and
Well,
purposes, it is in the sense that
yeah,
they no longer.
yeah.
I think the idea was supposed to be that he can actually utilize it in ways that we don't know how to yet.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
Um,
there's that aspect. There's just the aspect of, yeah, Thor could fuck off with the Tesseract, and there's still a lot we can still learn about it. There's the aspect of we don't know this guy's intentions really, or what he would do with it. But there's
Yeah.
also just when it comes to Loki, like yeah, Loki could have basically, Loki is the only one who knows what's going on with the Tesseract, and yeah, sure, they could end up tracking it down through Banner's research, but they have a singular, like, actual direct lead to it.
yeah, but
That
that's because Tony hasn't even interacted with Shield at all yet.
yeah, yeah, but basically, though, I can understand being like, no, we don't want to give up Loki because he knows where the Tesseract is. He knows what's going on. He is the only person who's going to
Well, no,
be
but if
knowledgeable
you
on
think
his
about it,
plan.
it would be in Tony's interest if somebody from Asgard, nonetheless, deals with Loki while they're trying to find the Tesseract.
Well, but this is the other thing. With Tony, it's like as far as as far as Tony is considered, some guy just showed up, grabbed grabbed Loki and left. It's not like
Yeah.
Thor showed up and like, hey, can you hand over Loki so that I can just take him back to Asgard
Yeah.
so he's out of your hair.
And that is
Was
also
It's
in
there?
like
character for
But that's the
Loki,
thing.
for Thor as well, because Thor. I
it,
mean,
it is, but
in his first film, he is shown, as much as he grows a little bit towards the end, he is shown to be pretty dismissive of human customs, and like he's not a particularly polite
yeah,
person when he wants something.
yeah. But
But okay, I call
if you're
bullshit on
just
that because
looking, no,
literally,
but
hold on.
wait, if okay, no,
Thor
go ahead.
later in the scene, in a later scene,
Okay.
explains to Loki why he doesn't interfere with humans, and he tries to explain humanity to Loki. So
Yeah,
he knows how to handle humans.
no, but
So
he
why doesn't
doesn't
he handle?
because of his. I mean, we can look at his behavior. We know he doesn't because he
He's
consistently.
intrigued by humans, and
Yeah.
he definitely wants to understand. But I would say he does not understand their culture, even by the
I mean, he doesn't even know
second
what
This
monkeys
is
Avengers.
are.
Loki
he,
understands what he perceives humans to be from
Well,
his limited Asgardian upbringing, from their centuries of not associating with humans. He has basically the same idea of humans as humans have of Asgardians.
and kind of similar with
Vague
Thor.
tales, and that's about it.
It's kind of similar with Thor, but Thor at least has had some personal interaction with humans. That
Now,
that's kind of what I'm saying.
before you guys leap
Thor
back into that
behaves
one,
like he's
I
at
found
the
the answer to
start.
the door.
Oh, okay, go.
oh,
I have literally found it. I have the scene up right now. So it's just before Thor turns up. Tony puts the helmet back on, walks over, and opens the door
So
so he can
Tony
fly
is
out.
kind of trying to preempt what is going to happen, and then Thor jumps
Thor
in.
Thor lands Thor lands, and they go, "Wait, what?" And Tony walks over, sticks the helmet on mid walk, and opens the back door so he can go out.
Right. That
That's how Thor
makes
gets in because
way more
he
sense.
lands on it. Then I have the
Okay.
scene right in front of me.
Okay, cool. I should have. I skipped. I was skipping to screen grabs
think,
of it. So
No, that one was kind of bugging me, so I made a point of going back to it.
yeah, fair enough. That makes
thinking
sense.
on it, I'm also thinking of let's look at the human perspective of the whole situation with Loki and Thor. Do, all the humans know is that Loki is Thor's brother.
Yeah.
Thor left to deal with him, and then he showed up at Earth. Like as far as they know, Thor's way of dealing with him is like, we gave him a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
That
true
is a
as well.
point, yeah.
They don't know what Thor's plan is, even if he is trying to punish Loki, they don't know how severe that's going to be, and they also don't know
But
what's going to
Thor,
happen
that's
with
the
the
thing.
Tesseract.
Thor knows that doesn't fucking slide with humans, especially with Shield, which he has met and knows.
But it's in
Well,
Yeah,
character
he
for him
should.
to
he's
disregard
had a
that.
singular interaction, and
It's
he was
Is it?
really not.
Is it in
It is in
character with him
character with
after Thor
Thor
1?
before being banished to Earth.
But I think as much as he does have character growth in Thor 1, and he
But
begins to understand
this isn't even
humans.
character growth. It's more like not even understanding humans either. It's more
Yeah,
like
no,
a
that was a
basic
poor choice
level
of
of
words.
respect for you're on their world.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
feel
kind of
like
why.
Thor post Thor 1, he probably would just about be starting to be. This does. I never thought of this, but the more we talk about it, it does seem a little off kilter for him. I mean, I can buy that. Obviously, he has emotional investment in it.
Well, this is
I'm
the other
also
thing is.
thinking,
Sorry.
does Thor even know the situation? As far as Thor knows, Loki could have like fooled these guys. Loki could be working with these. Thor knows nothing about the
Yeah,
situation
that's true.
Well,
specifically.
for all he knows, Loki may have just employed illusions and never hurt anybody, and he actually might think that.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that that Thor is quite angry that Loki is even alive, because he thought. I mean, he as soon as they land, he says, how he thought that he was dead, and we all mourned and everything. Like, he's obviously quite emotional at this moment, and he's kind of probably just desperate for some answers and some explanation from Loki, so that he can understand what
Uh,
the hell's going on. Because last time he saw him, he fell into the abyss,
uh,
and that
uh,
was
And a lot of the knowledge things, this is actually a bigger issue I have with the MCU and the Thor stuff. A lot of the knowledge things don't make sense. This is kind of me stepping over to the other side because Heimdall is specifically supposed to be all-seeing.
Yeah, Heimdall would have told Thor everything Loki did.
Yeah, but this is a recurring issue with Heimdall in the MCU.
It's not really an issue.
No,
Well,
it definitely is.
Inconsistent with what
Heimdall
the character
should
does.
have a lot more information, and Asgard, by extension, should be able to have more access to the information.
Yeah. Thor should know anything he needs to know, basically, before he leaves Asgard, because there's no reason not to, because Heimdall would tell him.
Well, and regular other points in the Thor movies, he should know a lot more.
In the scene where Loki and Thor talk on the rock, like, Thor speaks to Loki like he knows what he's doing here on Earth.
He does. The very first thing he says, I've just pulled it up. The very first thing he says is, "Where is the Tesseract?"
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It's like three lines later. He does the much more personal. "We thought you were dead."
Yeah.
Well, but that's because for one thing, isn't the Tesseract like literally in the Asgardians know about the Tesseract, and Loki's
actually, we have a problem with that. Ragnarok causes a big problem with that.
Oh, I fucking hate Ragnarok, but yeah.
Like, they either shouldn't know what the Tesseract is, or they should know that it's another stone pretending to be something else.
Well,
I think they just well, that's the thing.
But the fact that Odin has the fake Infinity Gauntlet like raises a lot of questions there.
Yeah,
oh, but
I think
that implies Odin has the knowledge, but I don't know if
it also implies that Thanos has made the gauntlet before.
This is what I kind of hinted at last time when we reached this kind of topic with the Tesseract and the Infinity Stones in Odin's chamber. The whole point of the Tesseract is to shield or hide the Space Stone. So why not hide it as its own mythical item called the Tesseract? And what it does, it's
why not just make it
whatever the
paperweight?
Tesseract does.
Make it a paperweight. Make it a pen. Make it a keyring.
I mean, make it a cube.
Well, you want to be able to keep track of it.
Well, I mean, if you're the person who has it, I'm pretty sure that whatever shape it's in isn't going to be an issue for you.
And I can
well,
buy
no, but
that
it's much easier to look for this powerful item than have you ever seen this blue glowy pen?
Oh, sure, but I mean, if you want to disguise something, then actually hide it.
I'm trying to
you want to hide the fact that it's an Infinity Stone, not to hide it.
Just make it something normal. Hell, make it look like an LED lamp. Who cares? All you have to do is stick a plastic sign on it. It's fine.
I'm trying to remember Cap 1. Where was the Tesseract found?
It was
in a wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was in a Nordic ruin. Okay. I think it's very safe to say there's a good possibility that the Asgardians would have a connection to it then.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
it was in
Norway, basically. Yeah.
It was a mural of the
it's all but a straight line at that point.
Yeah.
But that still has problems with the fake Infinity Gauntlet.
The
fake Infinity Gauntlet
is the fact that the Tesseract pops up in so many places so many times.
Well, for a long time it was just there, like in that ruin.
Well, no shit, it's been everywhere for a long time. It's been in Odin's chamber for a long time. It's been on Earth in the fucking Yggdrasil mural.
Hang on. Does that mean that there have been 3 Infinity Stones on Earth for centuries?
Yeah.
So obviously,
well, no.
No. There hasn't been. Wait, the Mind Stone ended up there because Loki brought it there.
I wasn't thinking of the Mind Stone. I was thinking of the Time Stone.
Time Stone. That's
Time
Stone.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so the Time Stone's been around for centuries.
Well, what's the other one? The Reality Stone is from that where that's from
That one
ether.
time that
Oh yeah,
reality fucked up.
yeah, reality isn't on Earth. Okay, no, that's my bad.
But
Yeah.
yeah, no,
Still though, two for
definitely two of
centuries
them.
at a
Yeah,
time. That's not good.
that
Yeah,
is.
Like
two of
that's a
them have been
problem.
on Earth multiple times for fucking hundreds or thousands of years.
Yep.
And in the same city for at least a few months.
Well, this is the other
I would
interesting
say days
thing
at most.
because the idea is the Tesseract would have been brought to Earth by the Asgardians. The Asgardians also have
I think that is
one
a
of their
scene
own.
in Thor.
Yeah,
I
the
have to wonder why
Asgardians
they would do that
also
though.
had like one of their own, right? So
In any case, the Tesseract
Uh,
has been
kind of. They had something that they didn't know was one of them.
yeah, but even then, I don't know. I feel like there's some way in a story you could square this circle, but I don't think modern MCU is competent enough to like think about that and the idea. Oh,
Oh, dude, they
Trushan.
super haven't thought about that. We know that.
Well, yeah,
yeah,
because
no, that's kind of what
I
we're
think we
pointing out.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm realizing this in real time. There's like story potential here for like. Oh, okay. Well, how did this happen? There has to be a reason that it can't be accidental that we had these two stones on Earth for so long, and then Earth has the Asgardian tie there, and the Asgardians had a stone of their own too. Like
I mean,
you could
you could tie
you could
this
do
into
something
like the
interesting.
rise of heroes.
Yeah, you could tie it to the rise of heroes. You could tie it to maybe there was a point where the Asgardians were seeking the stones and
Oh, you know
or
what they
hiding
should?
the stones.
They fucked up, man. It shouldn't. It should never have been the Mind Stone. If they made it the Reality Stone, you could absolutely have had that explain the rise of what DC would call metahumans.
Well, and what Marvel would call mutants.
Well, Marvel doesn't really have
Mm.
a. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Listen, DC lumps everything in as metahumans to a certain degree.
Also, Train Lover, that is exactly the purpose of this. You get to just listen to people chatting and breaking down media.
Sometimes
You can
breaking
even
down
fall asleep.
media. Most of the time talking about other things.
Well, this is a technically breaking
That's
down
true.
how
Yeah, we
Avengers
are
does
talking about media. Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
It's breakdown and discussion. I mean, we can do
Oh
both.
yeah.
There's no law that says we
Oh,
can't.
I have no problem with it.
I feel like but I feel like if we had the alt universe where we're just talking to Joss Whedon about this, uh, maybe after Endgame, and he's somehow still involved to an extent. I feel like Joss Whedon would be like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll do something with that, like, or even
Well,
just
he
at
could
the
have done
Avengers
something.
era. Well, the fact that it's one of those things where I don't think it's as much of a I don't think it would be as much of a problem if they did something with it. But the problem is like, oh, so we just had two of the Infinity Stones that could control reality and like shape the universe as we know it
Well, to be
on
fair,
Earth.
in when the Avengers came out, it was only one, and that was the
That's
Tesseract. The
true.
main stone for Earth was the
And
Tesseract. It's only when
That's
Doctor
true.
Strange arrived.
That's true, but it's still a stumbling block that the
Oh
writers
yeah,
going
no, I
forward should have
agree.
been able to deal with.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and I like I said, I think it would actually have created a really interesting story. Could you and you could even maybe set up maybe I don't know if Marvel has these, but uh I know DC has some heroes that are like much longer lived in general that have like
Oh,
been around.
Yeah, Marvel has a few as well. Yeah,
Yeah, you could maybe tie that into one of those heroes and do something like that where it's like maybe there was
yeah,
an event in the past.
maybe someone like Apocalypse who might have been searching for one for 1,000. I don't know.
Hmm.
Literally,
Oh,
first thing that
Or
came to
fucking
mind.
Eternals or
who
whatever
might
other.
be a good hero to like tie into this that might be interesting. Hercules,
Moon Knight.
Moon
I
Knight
mean,
could also as well, but
I mean, it's
I don't like
I'm-
Moon Knight, but you could tie him into almost
The thing
anything
is,
with
we
the
all
stone.
have the answer. It's just we do not like the answer. We have the character in MCU right now that would have dealt with this. It's just
Hawkeye.
we do not want to interact. No, we do
You're
not want to
right.
interact with
The
this
Eternal.
character
You're
whatsoever.
you're right. It's
he's
Gaia.
talking about the Eternals.
It's
No, it
Falcon.
has to be Gaia.
It's New Falcon.
It's Gaia.
No,
It's clearly
Captain
Gaia.
Marvel.
She has every power. No,
I
Gaia
mean,
Oh
has no
no!
power.
Well, good. Captain Marvel only dates back to the 80s. These stones have existed on Earth for hundreds
Yeah,
of
no,
years.
but she would be the one invested in them most.
Well,
I mean, Captain Marvel
no,
is
she didn't even know that her powers came from one of them until way later. So I don't see how that works.
Oh yeah, another one where the Tesseract is a fucking.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
know.
God
Yeah.
damn it.
Yeah,
Another
that's
reason why she would. Oh my God.
It also
That's-
doesn't
that's
make
why
The
sense.
reason why I'm
kinda
saying
like,
Captain Marvel would be interested in the fucking Infinity Stones, like, or their hidden versions, like the Tesseract, Time Stone, and whatever else was hidden on Earth whenever they fucking shit an idea.
Well, if we're doing it that way,
Is-
it'd be the Tesseract and the Eye of Agamotto. They're
Yeah,
non-Infinity
basically.
Stone names.
Yeah, in any case, Captain Marvel would be the most interested in it because those items possess like and being anywhere near Earth cause a major fucking target to be on Earth. And if she
Right.
wants to protect the Earth, she would take that shit away.
Yeah, but I was talking about, like, you could have, like, oh, hey, there was 2 Infinity Stones on Earth for centuries. Okay, why did that happen? What happened? Oh, what heroes could we set up with a movie that might explain how that happened?
Literally Odin.
I mean, that's what I was going
Well,
to say ages ago. Yeah,
Odin is one.
Hmm.
My counterpoint is Hercules is a Marvel character.
Yeah, I would like
No
to see
shit,
that
so
as
is Eternals. Actually,
Yeah,
the
they're-
Eternals were there when Earth was
Fuck,
born.
dude. Yeah, the Eternals.
Yeah, you have
can-
the Eternals as well. You
Fucking
have
hell.
there's
Oh, shit.
there's actually plenty of options, and people would be like, "Oh, but these are D-list characters." Guess who was not an A-list character when the
Iron
MCU
Man.
came out?
Iron Man.
Yeah, exactly. God, could you imagine? I've always said, could you imagine setting up a trilogy that was like more magic focused, with like Mephisto as the ultimate villain, where they are kind of going for because the mystic side
So
of the
what-
MCU has been fucked
Basically,
anyway.
what they attempted to do with
but like
Doctor Strange until
have a
Doctor Strange
competent
Multiverse of Madness shit out.
but have a competent like show person running that.
Not
you
in
know?
this fucking, not in this timeline, my dude.
Yeah.
I know, but
You gotta wait
we
for the
can
next
dream.
MCU reset.
Gotta wait for the next
the
lifetime.
next MCU reset is gonna be with fucking Marvel having the mutant. It's gonna be about the mutants.
Yeah, I think that's the only place they can go from here is the X-Men. Just do the
I
X-Men
just-
from now on.
They just need no. They're gonna fuck the X-Men the same way they fucked the Deadpool
Like,
3.
They
yeah, I
will,
didn't say they
but-
won't fuck it up. I'm just saying that's what they'll do.
Oh yeah, like I mean, even if the MCU resets, that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be that they're gonna reset so they can include the X-Men and
Yeah.
mutants from.
Well, yeah,
early-
no shit. That's what they've been trying to do for the past fucking 2-3 years. It's just nobody had the
Well,
fucking like out of all the projects, nobody had the tungsten balls to be like, okay, MCU reset. This will start the MCU reset.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because I think they see an actual like full-on reset as that's them taking an L. They have to admit defeat.
Yeah, I mean, if
Well, they do.
don't
I'm
think-
sorry, but
they
I
don't
agree,
think
they
this,
do, but they aren't going
Doomsday
to.
Is an admission of defeat, to be honest, because like they've brought back
Yeah.
Oh.
everyone.
More than one. It is several admissions of defeat all rolled into
no,
it.
it's straight up. I surrender now. Fuck me in the ass.
Well,
I
if you
mean,
insist, I guess I will.
It's
More like
literally
I
Disney
surrender, now
bending
let me
over
fuck
and
you in the
taking
ass,
it.
but close.
yeah, yeah. Oh no, it's not even that. It's I surrender. No, sorry, it's not. Let me restart. It's you surrender. Now let me fuck you in the face with every character you've ever seen on screen for like 25 years. That's what it is.
Hey,
No,
let's
it's
go
not
ahead.
even that.
Hey,
Instead
hey,
of
let's
Speaking of
go
I
which,
ahead and
surrender, I
obliterate all the things you
submit.
still care
That's
did
about.
anybody
basically what it is.
did anybody notice the lack of Sentry in the Doomsday trailer?
Who?
Oh,
Hmm.
you mean
Hmm.
the what's his name? Depression man, Bob?
The Sentry, Bob, yeah.
Yeah,
Asperger's Superman.
Asperger's
Okay.
Superman.
He's not
Anyway,
Asperger's Superman,
back
he's Marvel Goku.
Yes.
back to
Oh
Yeah,
Avengers.
he
God,
was very
no.
Happy.
Goku is
notably.
like a horrible fucking character, but still, he's better than whatever the fuck that is. After you told me about him, I looked at clips of him. Jesus fucking Christ! It's
Yeah,
Snyder's wet dream. That's what it is.
Sentry is just stupid. Like it's a bad concept taken too far.
It's
Yeah.
literally what Snyder would have done with Superman if DC wasn't up his ass the whole time.
Yeah, but anyway, Avengers, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
about that film. Anyway, this is quite a good
Let's
scene.
go back to the
Wait,
good
wait,
times.
hang on. We were talking about an Avenger.
Ah, that's true. We're a new Avenger.
Don't you
No,
fucking dare.
no, we weren't. What do you mean?
According to Marvel, we were.
Get my
I don't care
superhero
what Marvel
team
says.
out your fucking mouth or whatever that meme is. Anyway,
Marvel says a lot of things that are stupid. So
yeah.
Has
And you
done.
keep giving them money.
I'm
And
not
we will
giving them. Well,
continue.
actually, I have given them money. So
I mean, Spider-Man's about to come out, so I'm gonna give them some more money.
And he's like, I haven't given Marvel money. Oh wait, I'm on my comic reading arc. Fuck.
that's true. No, actually, to be fair, most of the comics I've bought have been DC. So
That's because I am steering you on the correct path.
I say that no, I bought a lot of Fantastic Four stuff. So
Well, we can fix that. We'll get you to read some
Dake,
Doom Patrol. It'll be alright.
if I wanted to read Green Lantern, would you steer me in the correct
Jeff
direction?
Johns, Jeff Johns.
I would steer you in the exact same way I did Rangi. Start with Jeff Johns. Basically, he'll recontextualize pretty much everything. He's kind of like the Grant Morrison version of Green Lantern. He took a lot of the older stuff and went, I can make this work better and differently, and he did.
And the art is also
It
extremely good.
recontextualizes a lot. If you want to do a really deep dive, I'd probably have to think about a couple of arcs to do before that, like possibly 0 Hour.
Can we
Well,
just get
what
a
I
different
think-
Green Lantern?
Well, I want to just like a foundational understanding of Green Lantern for the TV show.
Wait, which Green Lantern?
Just I don't know.
Don't even. Let's just stick with Hal. That's
Which
gotta
of
be
the
too much.
72 different Green Lanterns?
I think you mean 7,200 plus.
Well, because basically
There are many.
I'm
Well,
interested
I'm
in.
just talking about the ones that have comic series.
Yeah, I can point you in the right direction. Have a chat with me when we're not live
Oh,
in
yeah.
some way, shape, or form, and I
Yeah,
can
no, that's
help you
fine.
out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
the
let's get back to
Rebirth is what he started me on. So
That's true, but you had some idea of who Green Lantern was to begin with, so it was easier for you.
But yeah, everybody's acting Thor mainly is acting a bit off. That's kind of what we boiled down to.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so yeah, you're right. The first thing he says is, "Where is the Tesseract?" Yeah, so he's obviously aware of what's going on to some extent.
Oh yeah, it's the first line out of his mouth. The thing that bugged me is the way he actually appears and lands on the Quinjet. That rules out him being bifrosted, because the Bifrost always lands on ground.
Well, Loki mentions that actually in a
Yeah,
couple of lines.
I was
He
about
says,
to say
Oh,
twice
"You should
now.
thank me," and then he goes, "With the Bifrost gone, how many dark energy? How many dark energy?"
Oh, you're
So-
right. Yeah,
Dude,
Odin
to
sent him
be
directly.
fair,
Yeah.
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
fair,
you're right. My bad.
with the Bifrost thing though, the storm started before Thor actually shows up. So I think the implication is Thor has already showed up. he's already kind of pissed about having to deal with Loki, and
I don't
the
know, man.
storm is kind
I think it was just
now
like
that
I
the guys
think
have
Odin
pointed out
just
that it was
didn't.
Odin doing it, like, is there? Maybe I'm being a little bit fanboy here, but is there an argument to be made that Odin sent him riding the lightning?
I think so.
I mean, that is kind of badass.
Yeah, I mean, even in
It,
a
would
it
make
is it is badass, but I don't want to be like rewriting the movie to make sense of it. I'm just
no,
trying
I
to figure
think
out like,
Well, we don't
is this
see it.
perhaps an implication?
All
well,
we see
otherwise
is
it's just a
lightning
coincidence.
striking and then
But
Thor
we
landing on
do,
the pit.
but we do get everyone paying attention to it, and then Cap talking to Loki
Yep.
about it, and Loki's response.
Exactly.
So
I mean,
Oh,
Loki's
oh,
is
response
this
alone
is this for
suggests
is
that
this perhaps supposed to be lampshading? Well, Loki's definitely is.
also with the actual Quinjet door opening, looking at it, it seemed like Tony was getting ready to go and confront Thor anyway. So it's
Well, yeah, because he
pretty.
doesn't know what
Oh
landed
no,
on his ship.
he definitely is. Thor lands on the ship. They go hear the thump and go, wait, what? Tony goes, puts the helmet on, opens the door, and flies out.
Yeah, yeah.
Effectively.
So the
No, he
implication
doesn't
is
even
the
get to
door
fly
didn't
out.
open
Thor
for
just
Thor.
jumps in, charges at him. Iron Man lifts his arm. Thor
Yeah.
smacks him with the hammer, grabs Loki, and fucks off.
Yeah, which my impression
Right.
is, yeah, Loki or Thor probably doesn't know the extent of what's going on. Thor just knows, okay, Loki's after the Tesseract. He's with these guys. He probably is just assuming, okay, well, obviously, like, Loki hasn't been captured. Because actually, this makes more sense because I feel like you'd be like, these are like, most of these guys are like normal humans. Obviously, Loki hasn't been captured by them, so obviously Loki is controlling them or manipulating them in some way.
yeah, I think there's certainly. I mean, it would explain a
I can
little bit
see-
of his extra hostility later on
I would
when he
love
has to
to.
fight.
I would love for you to cite that in the fucking movie.
Well, no, I'm just thinking about the logic of it from Thor's perspective.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
From Thor's perspective, is Loki apparently is on this shield aircraft.
How much does it's been a long time since I've seen Thor. How much does Thor actually know about Shield? Would he
He
be
knows
able
their
to
logo.
identify it? Well,
Yeah, he knows they exist and he should recognize the logo. If he sees
well, but
Coulson, he should recognize him. That's probably about as far as it goes.
Yeah,
this is
he
like
doesn't know
in
anything
tumultuous
And
specific.
Hawkeye.
weather that night. He might not have necessarily like looked at the logo and recognized it.
It does.
But even if he does, um, like I said, I feel like he's seen enough shady. Well, I feel like it's not unbelievable to expect he might think Shield would do some shady stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's
And
no
so-
evidence
Your
in his
feeling
film
is
that he
not shared.
knows anything specific about Shield. He doesn't have any
Yeah,
reason to
he
know
basically
anything.
he doesn't really have a lot of knowledge of this organization,
No.
other than they're the guys I dealt with when that
They
one.
exist and they're secretive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they showed up when I showed up,
Yeah.
kind of.
Actually, they talked at the end of Thor 1, and basically they kind of made an alliance.
No, Thor didn't talk to them though. Selvig talked to them at the end of Thor 1.
True.
No, Thor was there too.
Are you talking about the post-credit scene?
Like I said, it's been too long.
No, at
since
the end
I've
of the
seen
movie,
Thor 1.
before Thor leaves to Asgard.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of the post-credit scene.
Yeah, as said,
Yeah, no,
it's been
'cause
too long
when
since
Thor
I've seen Thor
leaves
1.
Earth-
I can't remember.
When Thor leaves Earth with the Bifrost, they are surrounded by shield cars
I
and
remember,
Coulson
yeah.
and
And he says that they have to give back Natalie Portman's equipment, and he's like, yeah, okay, fine,
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah, I remember.
and Coulson will be like, it was said something along the lines of, "Yep, that will be handled." In any case, from Thor's perspective, Loki is on board his ally's ship. Why the fuck would he take him away?
Well, the easy
Well, it's what he
assumption-
says.
Yeah,
No,
he does say
he gives us
that
the answer.
he will face Asgardian justice. He says.
Yeah, Thor
Yeah, but
directly
that's
gives us
way
that
after.
answer more than once. It doesn't matter, man. It is his stated reason for being there.
And he
Yeah,
probably
He
thinks
tell
but
he's
he
he tells
knows
you
he
okay.
can't
directly
just do that.
he is there to get Loki and bring him back to Asgard to face Asgardian justice. That is Thor's
Okay,
stated goal right now in the movie.
And he
and
obviously
as we
Well,
thinks that
stated, there
sorry,
is
Asgard is more
it
inconsistency
it
capable.
that
it
he
will
knows
it
that's not how she
it
will
will
operate.
be his stated goal for what he's doing now in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Hmm. But also outside of this, we then get the after Thor flies away. We get that scene too. That's actually a really interesting setup because we
Mhm.
kind of get our three main like drivers of the MCU. Thor is
Yeah.
kind of the redheaded stepchild, but
Dude, if he
Thor
He's
wasn't
just
one,
red
if he
wheel.
wasn't one then, he has certainly become one by now.
unfortunately because they just never knew what to do with Thor and like the mythic side of.
Thor and
The thing
Hulk were
is,
wasted. They were
hmm,
always wasted.
Yeah. I think it's funny
Thor
actually
1
because
was
Thor has
fine.
lasted this long almost by default of just not really having anything to do for so long. And now he's here and he's like the only one left
Yeah,
because everyone else had
Well,
arcs.
it's not just that, man. You got
they
to look at the meta. Like Hemsworth is a fan favorite, quite rightly, and he
Yeah.
deserves it. But like
and,
he
and
knows
he's
it,
a
they
great
know it, and he is
casting.
the only one who is consistently willing to come back.
Well,
Yeah. And he's also
yeah,
not
that's
super
the thing.
expensive in comparison.
I
Yeah,
could even
and he is
go ahead,
such
Ranky.
good
Go ahead. I'm not going
casting.
to interrupt you.
But he is such a good casting, and he does such interesting portrayal of Thor. The problem is they only have one idea for Thor, and it's just like, oh yeah, is he king yet? No,
They needed to bring in better Ray Bill.
yeah,
They needed
they
to
need to bring in
diversify
somebody.
Thor's experiences. They needed to give him more than just I'm on Asgard winning, I'm on Earth losing, I'm on Earth winning, I'm on Asgard losing. Like
Well,
they needed to do more with him than that. There's not much you can do with the character the way they've shoehorned
Well,
him. I
to
think
be fair, they
Bill would have been
tried.
a good way to do it.
To be fair, so Thor 1 was alright. Thor 2, they tried to do something with Thor. The problem was that the fucking idiot in charge didn't think more than just, oh, this is a cool concept, and action.
And yet it still led us to one of the Infinity Stones.
So much so that it gets
Yep.
no,
referenced
well,
later on in Endgame.
I agree with Delta here. Yeah, uh, Thor 2 is such a major misstep, and then after Thor 2, what do we get? We get fucking Ragnarok, which I fucking hate.
I don't know, man. About
I
half,
would say Ragnarok is a
maybe even
fucking
over
great
half of
movie.
Ragnarok is actually pretty fucking good. Like there's some
Yeah,
really
Yeah.
cool
it
stuff in there.
also
I
No,
felt
there
sets
is.
Thor
up.
was
There's some really good
extremely.
there is some really good Thor stuff in there. There's some really good Hulk stuff in there.
Yeah,
There's even some pretty decent Odin stuff in there. Like there's a lot of good material in that movie.
I think
Mm-hmm.
potentially
I
it's
felt
the second best Hulk stuff in the MCU after this film because they don't do
we're
anything.
definitely gonna have to.
Are we
At
counting Incredible Hulk?
Yeah, okay,
No.
fine. If you count that, then obviously that's better.
Well,
To be
no,
fair,
I'm asking because
No, yeah, I know.
they
Yeah,
retconned that one in Iron Man. So
yeah.
We're
to be
not
fair,
counting
That's kind of why I
I'm
ignored it.
sorry, just because there's Incredible Hulk footage
oh,
in Avengers, that doesn't mean that it connects to the MCU.
you know what?
I
Actually,
mean,
guys, we're being silly. Age of Ultron actually has some pretty great Hulk moments.
it does have some
That's
really good
true.
Hulk
Age of
moments.
Ultron is fucking great.
I am glad to
Ah,
hear you say that because I have been on the side of it's really not as bad as people say for a
I
long
Yeah.
time.
I agree with
I
that.
think it's
But
overhated,
great is a strong
but
word.
Yeah, no, I'm not
yeah,
going as
great
far
is
as
the
Why?
great,
word.
but it's nice to hear someone who isn't just going, "No, you're wrong."
Yeah,
What's
Yeah.
so bad about hold on. What's so bad about Age of Ultron?
Well,
well,
Ultron.
he
Sucks.
just said, yeah, he just said
How?
also that he doesn't think it's terrible. He doesn't he thinks great is a strong word for it, and I kind of
Yeah.
agree. I think I like Age of Ultron.
I think it's
It,
unfairly maligned.
yes,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
exactly.
I like loads of the character
I would
stuff
say
in it,
it's good to great. Like it's better than most fucking MCU shit that we
but that
have
but that
now
doesn't.
and we've had throughout phase 1 and 2.
By the way, we need to. We're going now that we've talked about it. We are going to need to eventually cover the Ragnarok movie because
Oh
I
yeah,
have a lot of problems. I hate the characterization of Hulk in it. I hate the characterization of Thor in it.
that really would be interesting to do
So
actually. See, my
Loki was
plan.
good.
Yeah, I like Loki
Loki,
enough. Yeah.
Loki's fine.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, Loki's fine. I think Loki is the one that's mainly in character there. Actually,
Yeah, yeah.
I would say the changes they've done to Hulk and Thor in Ragnarok are pretty
I don't
fucking
like him.
like sure, okay, that's fine. I still think that it made the characters much more malleable and workable with.
I think it sets up Infinity War quite well, especially
Exactly.
from Thor's perspective.
I can agree it sets up Infinity War well. I felt like Hulk and Thor were just so out of character that it just annoyed
I
the hell out of me.
I can see. Yeah, I'm not 100% against you on that because there are bits of the conversations between Hulk and Thor. They're funny conversations, but they do border on making Thor like kind of silly, and it's like it's
Yes,
quite a
exactly.
difference between that film and this Thor, the version of Thor in Avengers. It's like quite different. So I do understand
Well,
what
To
you're
be
saying.
fair,
Thor is
it does
almost the
show the
straight
it
man
does show that
of
he has spent a lot of time with the humans to the point where he changed.
Yeah,
I
no,
will
of
agree,
course.
it's a very, very
But
sharp
he
shift.
has. Like he
well,
has. It's just
but
mostly done off screen.
but before Ragnarok, Thor was always kind of the straight
Well,
man
no, even in
of the
Age of
company.
Ultron, Thor is more human.
But he's not silly
Yeah,
though.
but
Well,
you understand what I mean when I say
he is pranking people with Mjolnir, so
yeah. Well, he's
Yeah.
Like in the
mostly the straight man.
he is
You know.
gradually going silly, getting sillier in the Avengers games, movies. But in
I was
Thor
gonna say
Ragnarok, it's just this sudden shift from the get go that he's different. That's the
that's
issue.
exactly it. That's what I had a problem with so much. It felt like it went from I felt like it went from part 3 to part 7.
But
But to
I
be
mean,
fair, it is a
see
very,
that.
very huge gap of time between Thor movies
well, I think
and Avengers.
I think the
That's true. I
explanation for it.
also agree that Luke had a lot of time to change as a character.
I mean, I think the explanation
Okay,
for
let's not
Thor.
compare Thor changing between Age of Ultron and Ragnarok to Luke Skywalker from episode 6 all the way to fucking episode 8.
That's true. Thor had less time to change. I agree.
Not only less time, it
He
was
not
less
only
of a fucking change.
baited you with that one, he baited you, trapped you, and skinned you with that one.
No, he didn't. He didn't do
But
shit. My point is that the change is minuscule.
it was all part of my plan. What are you talking about? Well,
Was his
either
plan to
way,
basically make a fool of himself? Because Luke goes completely 180 to the dark side, while Thor goes
whoa,
from
that is not true. Hang on, this is not
straight
Star
to
Wars. This is
45
not Star
degrees
Wars
towards
stream.
funny.
like I said, I think we should save this for the inevitable Ragnarok stream that's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Oh
my
god.
initial
You're right.
plan was to
When we do
do.
the Ragnarok stream, we will talk about Luke Skywalker. I agree.
Yeah, that would be the perfect time to
I
talk
mean, we
about Luke Skywalker.
definitely will because I've made this comparison already.
Yeah, we will now. Yeah, and we have to make sure all four of us are there.
Put it in the calendar.
Yeah. Anyway, right.
You know what? If we're going through MCU event movies,
This is
oh,
just going to become a show, isn't it? Like we're just going
it
to end up doing this
probably
It
is.
forever.
already is.
I mean, yeah.
Smile
I
to the
guess
camera,
so.
boys.
I mean, my initial plan was to do the four
Hi,
Avengers
chat.
films in a row and then do Doomsday when that comes out. But I mean, we could just do whatever. Just
Well,
We can still do
mean,
that. It'll just take
Ragnarok
about
is
8 months.
kind of still
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It will take 8 years.
I mean, Ragnarok is still kind of an event movie. I mean, it has a crossover in the MCU
Yeah.
because Hulk isn't allowed his own movie in the
Well,
MCU because of rights issues.
yeah, and it comes after Civil War as well, which those two characters didn't turn up in, so it's kind of like their alternative film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of like it's
The
kind of like
cinematic equivalent of "Hi, did you miss me?"
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
it kind of is that.
Meanwhile,
But one of the reasons I hate Ragnarok is also just I kind of fucking hate Taika Waititi's
That was my
directing.
point. Yeah, if that I think the problem with Thor's characterization in those films, in every film up to that point, and then that film, is purely the explanation is purely meta, and it is that Taika Waititi was given the reins, and that's what happened.
Yep.
I don't hate
Exactly.
him in Ragnarok, but he
would
really, really dropped the ball in Love and Thunder. Like, what in the
Oh yeah,
world was he
yeah.
smoking or thinking?
As
Ooh.
we
far
should
as
not
I'm
make the same
aware,
argument with James Gunn.
Taika Waititi didn't have complete control over the script for Ragnarok, but he did have complete control over the Love and Thunder script. So that's probably what
I
it is.
believe that to be the case, yeah. No, but that still raises the same question, though. Like, what the hell was he thinking with Love and Thunder?
Yeah, I mean, what he was
Yeah.
thinking, whatever goes through Taika Waititi's mind on a daily basis, because that guy is
A
strange.
fuck ton of
I
LSD.
I
So-
could make several off-color jokes there, but I will refrain.
To go back to the movie once again, the kind of like conflict scene it's basically between Tony, Thor, and
Cap.
Steve shows up. So
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't know if I would say Steve was as involved with the fight because I feel like
No,
Steve
all he
was
does
just.
is bash both of them and then gets hammered,
I
I
mean,
was
he
gonna say
blocks the hammer,
it,
so
it well,
which is bullshit, by the way.
I don't know, man. He
Why?
blocked the
Vibranium.
blast. He blocked the blast from the fucking Mind Stone about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Well, no,
it's
no, 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 no.
vibranium.
Hold on. The shield would not fucking create a shockwave. What is the shield made out of again?
Vibranium.
And what does it do?
So it
Whatever the writers
absorbs.
wanted to.
Yeah, that's technically what it does, but it's
Yeah,
supposedly.
at this time, it just basically cancels.
Sometimes it adds
Like
blue and
over
purple
time.
LED highlights to your suit as long as it's made out of vibranium, which
Yeah, okay. Wait.
apparently adds to your sneaking ability.
I'm not talking
Let
about
me just
Black
check my notes.
Panther. I'm
Oh yeah,
talking
it's a
about
rainforest.
Avengers.
At this time, it seems to cancel.
Yeah.
It almost seems to cancel energy in a way. It like it
Inertia.
seems to cancel both like
I think
physical energy
So,
and
from what we have seen so far with Cap's
It,
shield,
it
if you
somehow
hit it on
cancels
the
inertia
flat
and
end,
relies on inertia.
yeah. So from what we've noticed with Cap's shield, if you hit it on the flat circle area, it absorbs. And when the shield hits something with the edge, because I
bounces.
assume smaller surface, less stuff to absorb, it bounces.
Which makes no
Well-
sense because we know the edge of the shield is effectively razor sharp. So really, it should lodge in everything that it bounces.
Well, no,
off.
it's not razor sharp. It's the only reason it acts razor sharp is because you chuck it at Mach fuck.
part of me
So,
wonders
yeah.
if
That's fair.
maybe
That's fair.
maybe the idea is that it disperses the energy to a point where it disperses it to the edge of the shield, and that's why it's
Yeah,
able
but the
to-
edge of the shield itself is not like it doesn't have enough material to absorb the impact, so it makes it bounce around the edge.
I think Howard Stark
well,
describes it in.
I was thinking like the idea of if it's basically dispersing it out to the edge of the shield.
Well, that's the thing.
Impact, the impact, there is a possibility that these impacts that kind of explains why the shield when it's thrown is able to be like so impactful but also bounce back. But it also kind of explains why the
You're
shield.
talking about circumventing the law of conservation of momentum.
Yes, which I assume is what vibranium does.
As far as I can remember,
Uh,
in First Avenger,
I'm getting too much of a headache to tell you how much of that breaks physics.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
it doesn't make
Yes,
sense at
it
all
does
anyway.
break physics. I know it doesn't. I know
It's a made up metal. It can break physics as long as it's consistent.
But
All
it isn't
metals
even
are
it
made
isn't
of.
even consistent. So yeah.
Yeah, but they're made up of
So far,
something.
it's
That's
been
true.
well until the fucking fall of MCU.
You know what else is made up? Oxygen.
No, that was
Huh?
me.
So
wait.
far,
That was count. Damn
if
it.
you look from the first Captain America movie all the way up to Endgame, the shield, if it hits with the edge, it bounces. If it gets hit on the flat end, it absorbs. It's been consistent throughout the whole fucking series up to that point.
Huh.
But what
Okay,
is
wait,
what
no. You know what else is made up? Water. It's made up of hydrogen and oxygen.
What were we gonna say? True.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was a bad joke. I apologize. You can go ahead and execute me now.
Motherfucker.
I will use that moment to return to the film. Um, well, see, we've kind of skipped over the whole conversation between Thor and Loki, which I don't. It's fine in terms of getting along and getting through the film, but it's a pretty fun conversation, so it's kind of hard to skip through. But
I'll
Well,
be back in a minute, guys. I have to deal with a very stupid trapped cat situation. Give me a minute.
no worries.
Well, in that case, I guess we could go back real quick to that discussion. Loki says that he was tossed into the abyss. No, motherfucker, you let go
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
willingly.
that's like his version of it. He's kind of trying to gain sympathy, I suppose, or victimize himself because he feels like he should be king. I mean, he even says immediately after that, "I who was and should be king." Um, and then Thor has this like really poetic line where he says, "So you take the world I love as recompense for your imagined slights."
Yeah,
And then, no, the Earth is under my protection, Loki. Well, you're doing a marvelous job with that, he says, which is quite funny.
thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, it's a great line.
Because last I checked, protection doesn't mean telling them what to do.
Yeah, yeah. But it's yeah, and then there's a moment where Loki mentions how, or Thor says to Loki, "You think yourself above the humans," and Loki's like, "Well, yes," and he says, "But then you miss the truth of ruling, brother," which is a nice like kind of example of how Thor has sort of come quite far since we first saw him in his film. Um, he's matured, whereas Loki is still got that kind of entitlement and this competitive uh, edge about him, where he just wants to be better. He just wants to like prove himself as a ruler, as a king, and he
Yeah, and
feels
a
like he
bit
deserves it.
bullshit. A bit bullshit for Thor to say that, considering the fact that he's just dismissing humans by just grabbing Loki.
Yeah, but he ultimately had like if he sat down and had a calm discussion with the humans, he would end up on their side, whereas Loki wouldn't. So there is like that is the conflict between them. That is the difference in
Well, no, hold
humanity.
on. This doesn't change anything. If Thor talks to Iron Man and Cap, all that will happen is that they all just head straight to the helicarrier.
Yeah, exactly. So Thor
So
could
nothing
be
changes.
reasoned
The whole
with.
fucking thing is bullshit.
Yeah, I know, but this is the conflict. This is the point of this scene is to sort of. Well, first of all, one of the reasons they do it is so that we can have a bit of a reunion between the two brothers, because obviously it makes more sense to have them speak to each other individually, to each other one on one, before we have the whole group come together. Um, because obviously they want to. There needs to be some kind of a reconciliation with the end of Thor 1, where obviously which is the last time we saw Loki falling into the abyss. I feel like that was probably their thought process there. They wanted to
Why
deal with
not
that
have
first.
Thor appear? So why not have Thor appear in Stuttgart and deal with Loki? And after Thor wins over Loki, Cap and Iron Man arrive and arrest him.
Yeah, I mean, they could have done that, but they didn't. I mean, they also obviously wanted to have the conflict between the three heroes as well, which is, say what you want about
No,
that.
but it
Maybe
would
maybe you
also
think that's
solidify the
unnecessary, but
point that it would also solidify the point that Fury made because of him. Like Loki
yeah,
and Thor bashing it out in the middle of Stuttgart, causing fuck ton of damage.
yeah, yeah. I guess so.
That's so the whole Thor stealing Loki, getting a one-on-one with Loki, and then him fighting Cap and Iron Man. It's basically only patching up shit from Thor 1 to Avengers and introducing the fact that Thor can supercharge Iron Man like a battery. That's all it basically does.
Yeah, although that doesn't even get paid off in this film anyway. So, um,
It does.
well, the lightning bolt supercharging
Yeah.
when?
Because uh the whole reason Iron Man had his suit be able to even deal with the propellers was because he had more power.
Are you
When he's
sure?
trying to get the when he tries to get the propeller spinning, Jarvis says you're gonna need more power than that to get the propeller going, and then Iron Man's like back legs and back panels pop up and have extra boosters. So he has more power to go. Like if he didn't get supercharged by Thor, he wouldn't have had the suit charged up for that.
Uh, okay. I never read it as being related to that. But I mean, there's like a way more obvious payoff in Endgame
Yeah, in
with
Endgame it's way more obvious.
yeah, I just didn't. I mean, I suppose that could be. Yeah, I suppose that could be related. I never thought of it as that, but yeah, makes sense. Um, yeah, there's
Also,
another
every time Iron
interesting.
Man had the HUD, you could see the bottom left of our screen, bottom right for Toady. You could see the power percentage, and by the time he finishes getting the propellers going, he's roughly at 150% power
Right. Yeah, but
from
that's.
400 when he.
Oh, I see. Right, as in like it's run down. Okay. Um.
Yeah, like it's been using it. Like basically, the Iron Man has been going full balls to the wall this whole time, and only managed to do that because Thor charged him up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That. Yeah. That's fair. That makes sense. Um.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's a line. Yeah, there's a line where Loki's kind of boasting. He says, "I've seen worlds you've never known about. I've grown Odin's son in my exile. I've seen the true power of the Tesseract, and when I wield it." And then Thor cuts him off, and because he's like, you know, shocked that he's been. He says, "Who showed you this power? Who controls the would-be king?" So he's like immediately suspicious when Loki tells him that there's this higher power that's given him knowledge. Um, but he avoids the question. He takes offense, fights back against the idea that he is not a king. Um, and Thor insists that he should just give it up and come home. And there's like a great moment in the performance here where Loki kind of mournfully but also scornfully, I suppose, smirks and he's like, "Well, I don't have a home," and that kind of ends
Sure,
the
sure you do. You just never go there.
yeah. I mean, technically, his home is what's it called? That the frost giant planet.
Oh yeah, he's a frost giant.
What's that called?
Is it Niflheim?
Ah, yeah, something
Yeah.
like that. Jotunheim.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, the ice giants are Joduns. God damn it, I'm an idiot.
But yeah,
And
Sorry
yeah,
about the
one
it's a
thing I
great.
never understood. One thing I never understood is why doesn't Loki actually listen to Thor or like entertain the idea that maybe he is wanted back?
Well, he's
Well, I
never
have another
felt
one.
wanted.
If he really doesn't feel wanted in Asgard, like he genuinely feels this way, that we're supposed to take that as given, why does he still hold to the Asgardian illusion?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
so at the end of Thor 1, he basically, like, both Odin and Thor are like, come back to us, motherfucker. You're not fitted to be a king. But neither was Thor until he passed his trial. This is your trial, and he gave up.
But Loki,
Then he comes back in Avengers. Thor tells him, "Come back to us, you dumbass. We want you back. We felt sad that we thought you died, and we mourned you. Come
Yeah,
home."
but what I'm
And
getting at
he's
is
still not
if
doing it.
he really feels the way he says he does here, then why is he still pretending to look like an Asgardian instead of an ice giant?
well, I don't know if it
Yeah.
answers that, but I think to answer the initial point, I mean a lot of it comes from Hiddleston's performance, so
Like,
it's kind
shouldn't he
of
be like 2 foot taller? Shouldn't he be 2 foot taller and blue?
yeah. No, I agree. I do agree, but I think in terms of his feelings about Asgard and whether or not it's his home, I think a lot of it, like I say, it comes from the performance of the actor. But I think we are supposed to assume maybe that he is conflicted about that idea, and he's always felt secondary to Thor and less important and less preferred by Odin, and therefore resented Asgard and the idea of the
I
throne
wonder
and
if
the
some of
family and
I wonder if some of that might have come from the extremely sneaky, lying, magic user, illusion wielding trickster.
yeah.
No, I'm sure Elton's just an asshole.
Yeah. No, I know. But I think he always wanted to be considered the same, at least, or like considered at least just as worthy a king as Thor was. Um,
Well, that's the eventual lesson for like next version of Loki in the show, right? Like he
yeah,
finally realizes, oh wait, my mom did love me. Fuck.
yeah.
But hold on, wouldn't he have fucking understood that in Thor 1, considering Thor got banished and he didn't?
But he kind
No,
of
that's too
manipulated
subtle.
that situation to occur. It wouldn't have happened without his interference.
Well, that's true.
So
Well, no,
it's
Thor
not a
already wanted.
genuine. Yeah, Thor wanted to go,
Well,
but
no, Thor
but
from the
Loki was
beginning
like,
wanted. Like, Thor in the movie, Thor wanted to punish the
yeah,
Frost Giants for even attempting to sneak into Odin's chamber,
yeah,
and
and
he led the charge to attack them.
yes,
Loki was
but
just following.
no, because Thor wants to retaliate, and Odin tells him no, and then he's like, okay, fine, but I'm really pissed off about this, and Loki tells him that he basically manipulates him and says like our father is, he doesn't see the big picture here. You're right. You're 100% right. We should go and fight the frost giants. He basically coaxes him into it, and eventually Thor goes, oh yeah, fine, come on then, let's go, and then he leads them away. So like,
I think Thor would have done it whether Loki told him that or not.
well, whether that's true or not, that's not what happens ultimately. Ultimately, he only goes because he is pushed.
He is persuaded by Loki's arguments, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So like Loki manipulates the
Loki won the
situation.
argument.
Yeah.
I'm back, by the way.
Hello. It seemed like both of you just disappeared at the same time.
What?
Yeah, I do
Well,
that. They can tell you I do that. I will just step away without telling anyone.
yeah, he
Yeah, that's
does.
fine.
He does do that. Usually, when it's me and him on his own streams, he gives me like a 2 minute heads up, gives me a topic, and then lets me loose on chat. Sorry, chat.
Hey,
My
you
problem.
usually do well with it.
Go
Well,
fetch.
I mean, my problem. I do apologize, but my cat somehow managed to get one of her claws hooked in one of the cooling grills on the tower PC that I have yet to fully build. and she had
Oh,
to
You
be.
God.
do need to build that, by the way, so we can.
Yeah, I know, man. But everything just needs to get a lot cheaper. That would be great.
Well, alternatively, you can find alternative ways to acquire things. I mean,
That's true. I could become a pirate.
You could shred a security
okay.
man's eyeball and then break into a warehouse.
Break into the storage facility where they hide RAM and GPUs.
You mean Arkham's house? It's okay. Ranky gets it.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's viable. To be honest, I feel like the real world repercussions would be worse for me than Loki.
Just get
Maybe.
a
I mean, there's
9
only one way
leaves.
to find out.
Hmm.
I could tell them I was burdened with glorious purpose.
I can't
I will
write
render
titles.
8K porn.
Like, can I out orate Cicero and make my case this way? Let's hope so.
Yeah, and then
For the
yeah,
record, chat, that's not to be thought that I'm actually going to break into somewhere. I'm not. I'm a good boy.
He is.
in Minecraft.
He's breaking into your
you have
house
to say.
right now,
Yeah,
chat.
allegedly.
You hear that sound outside? That's steak.
And then we
Very
got
quiet.
He's
uh,
planning a car bomb.
damn,
I am
that's
a member.
racist or something.
I don't know, man. Do you not remember the old Transformers episode?
Which one?
No.
They went to the Middle East and the sign outside the town was "Welcome to Carbomia." Population, I think it was
What
1,000,
the fuck?
and then population camels underneath 10,000. I'm not joking. This is a real thing.
That is great. I miss old TV.
And Captain Planet did a full-on IRA episode where
Hmm.
they went to Belfast.
Damn.
Yeah, strange time.
Couldn't make that nowadays. Um,
I still laugh at Carbomia though. That was funny as hell.
that is, yeah, I have not seen that before. That is cool in some ways. Yeah, you listen well, brother. We get that scene, and then Iron Man just flies in out of nowhere once again for the second scene in a row, and takes Thor out, sends him flying. Loki says, "I'm listening." And then they kind of smash into each other into a tree, crash land, and sort of stare at each other. And then we get another funny little back and forth. He says, "Do not touch me again. Then don't take my stuff." And then Thor like threatens him, says, "You have no idea what you're dealing with." Shakespeare in the Park. Doth mother know you weareth her drapes? Which is a great line.
I think that first scene was a little bit overdone.
Which scene, sorry?
So listen well, brother, and then Iron Man just whacks him out from the side.
Oh, well,
I think it
you think
would
it's
have
a bit
been
over the top?
a little bit. I think it would have been just as well served without Loki doing the whole "I'm listening" bit.
I agree with that much. Yeah,
I think
the
it's
Loki's
fine.
line isn't necessary. I
Like,
don't think.
it's not bad, but I do think it weakens the scene a little bit. Like it's I don't know,
Yeah, I think
a little on the nose, I guess.
he could have just done the facial expression without saying the line, and it would have been fine.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I just the line is just a bit. It's
It does.
just ever so slightly too much.
Yeah,
It
I
will
agree.
or will not work for the individual. For me, it actually gave me an extra chuckle out of it.
Yeah, it's just
I
that.
laughed. No, I laughed then. I'm just like looking at it now. I'm like, I think you probably could have just not needed that.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes less is more a little bit. But
Hmm.
but yeah, no, this is fun. This interaction here, I think, is the exact kind of interaction that Tony would have when meeting an Asgardian for the first time. So it just makes sense to me that he would take the piss out of his.
Thank God in general.
Yeah, yeah. It just makes sense that he would like criticizes his clothing. And yeah, this is beyond you, metal
I
man. He
love
says.
I
Sorry.
love the tourist line.
Yeah,
I love Tony's tourist line just before the fight starts. Like it's so perfect.
yeah. And it's almost like because of the timing, it's almost as though Thor takes offense to that line in particular because he throws the hammer immediately after hearing it. Um,
And then we get Loki just kind of glancing down. Well, not glancing, but like watching them and kind of that little smirk.
yeah.
I
It's
still
just
think Loki not running away or escaping is stupid.
no, because he doesn't want to. He wants to be caught.
Okay, what does he gain by getting caught compared to escaping and getting his plan in motion faster?
No, but the whole point of him even being in Stuttgart was to get caught. He was trying to, well, A, cause a distraction, but
Again,
then
what is
also
his
get caught.
gain from getting caught compared
So,
to just using the Tesseract to teleport
well, because
Selvig and everybody to Stark Tower, hooking up the Tesseract and starting the fucking
Well,
well, he
invasion?
wants to,
the assumption is he might not know exactly how the Tesseract works.
well, he
To be
also
fair,
wants to destroy
He
he wants
opened it
to
from the
sow
other side.
disarray in the Avengers from the inside.
well, like I said,
Yeah,
this is one
apparently
of
his
the
plan from the beginning is I'm going to antagonize the Hulk and then somehow win.
Yeah,
yeah,
not a great plan.
that's true.
I mean, Tony says it. It's
Not
like,
not a great plan.
yeah, exactly. But it is what his play. He says as much to Tony later on. He says that is his plan to piss everyone off. But obviously,
Why
the
not do
problem
it
is
with
when
an
you piss
illusion?
people off is that they come back with a vengeance, and that's what happens. But yeah, then so these two fight. Loki's looking on, smirking, and yeah, we get the scene that Leah was talking about. Iron Man gets powered up by a lightning bolt by Thor, and then we find out that actually it ends up giving him even more power, and he fires it straight back at him.
Well, how about that?
Yeah, how about that? And that actually does. I mean, it certainly hits hard at the very least, and Thor goes flying back into a tree. We get a little bit more back and forth. It's quite a creative fight in the sense that it's not just two flying guys flying into each other and you know hitting each other. There is a little bit of
I really appreciated the damage that Thor was able to physically inflict on the suit. Like you see him
yes.
crushing the wrists and
Yeah.
then the headbutt immediately afterwards. Like that headbutt is fucking legendary, man.
Oh yeah, I love the
Yeah.
headbutt because Tony thinks I'm
Just
gonna headbutt you
just
first.
notting Iron Man. Like
It's
Yeah,
fuck
just a
you.
shame that this it's just a shame that this battle is just fan service at best.
it's not definitely not at
I
best.
don't think it's I don't think it's a shame, even if it was just fan service, which I don't entirely agree that it is. But even if it was, is that really a bad thing? I mean, Mortal Kombat 2 was basically entirely fan service. There's nothing wrong with that movie.
Well, or sorry, eye candy, I guess. That would be the
It's just
more
gonna be
appropriate
panned.
term.
It's gonna be
Because
panned forever because it was fan service.
well, so this is what I explained to True Shame. Like the only thing that gets achieved out of Thor versus Iron Man is that it explains that Thor can charge up Iron Man with lightning.
No, but
Ye-
it's also
Yes and no. It also serves to illustrate their relative power levels. Tony does okay against Thor-ish. Tony
yeah.
does better against Thor when Thor bumps him up to
Even
400%
if you
power.
even if you
And then
don't know Thor uh from the MCU, if you've ever heard the name Thor from any other source, you would know, oh, God of Lightning. This will be interesting. But at the same time, you know, oh shit, one's a god, one's a man in a fucking metal suit.
The scene, to be fair though, is it's not entirely devoid of character because
I'm not saying it's devoid of character. I'm just
no,
saying
I know.
it
I'm just
has
saying it's
no
not
rhyme or reason.
100% fan service or eye candy or whatever it is. It like there is a display of Iron Man's kind of stubborn hubris, I suppose, and
It's more Thor's hubris because
no,
Iron
it's
Man
DC
both.
literally
It's
tells him.
both. I think they both. I mean, that's
Well,
DC
kind of the way it
actually did
works.
this.
it
DC
is
actually did this in
Thor's
the
fault
comics.
that the fight even happens, though, because Iron Man tells him, once we have the Tesseract, you can do whatever the fuck you want with Loki. Either help us or get out of the way. And then
Yeah.
Thor attacks for some reason.
Well, but yeah, maybe because he calls him a tourist. I don't know. Uh, yeah, I
Thor
mean,
would not give a shit about
Well, I mean,
okay, fine.
Thor is effectively a god. Is there a chance that he heard the "I have a plan" attack?
I don't know. I mean, it's. I mean, he
No, he
gets
was way
attacked.
gone by then.
He gets attacked anyway, and he also wants, like, Thor has a plan of his own, and at the minute Tony is in the way of it. So I think it makes sense that he would, because he knows where Tony's flying to as well. As soon as Tony takes off here, he's gonna go back to Loki and then take him back on the plane. So Thor is justified in his own way for attacking him.
Yeah, but Thor again. Tony explains to Thor, Loki has done damage here. We're taking him in. We're gonna find the Tesseract, and Loki's all yours.
Yeah, but
Either speed the
but
process up or get out of the way.
Well, to be fair though,
They both want the same thing.
well, yeah, but
not
does
exactly though.
Tony have the authority to just hand Loki off to
No, that's the other
anyone?
thing. Yeah, he doesn't.
Like, and even
Well,
Tony, as much as impulsive and non-compliant with like rules Tony is, I think even Tony knows that he can't just hand off Loki at this point. Like,
in the comics, round about this time, Tony was the director of Shield and kind of just fucking around a lot. It's possible they took inspiration from that.
yeah, but
I
either
am not
way,
defending it. I'm just saying it's around the right time.
either
Even
way,
then,
I
Thor
don't
should
think
understand that they're both on the same side, wanting the same thing. And the quicker this gets solved, no matter who is taking lead, the quicker Thor can get Loki home with the Tesseract.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I agree because, like I said, yeah, Thor probably understands vaguely. Like, yeah, so the humans have their own like authorities, and their authorities are going to like try to deal with Loki. But I can buy that Thor feels like they can't deal with Loki.
Yeah, and Thor's loyalty is to
So why
Asgard
wouldn't he
more than
help
it
them
is to
instead?
Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah, at the
But
moment,
again,
yeah.
Tony literally tells him he gives us the Tesseract. He's all
Yeah,
yours.
but why should Thor believe a guy who's just attacked him out of nowhere for no reason, essentially?
yeah.
Because he
The
just fucking attacked
hostilities have
them.
already
Yeah,
started. To be
yeah,
fair,
exactly. I don't think you can legislate for the heightened emotions that everyone is feeling at the minute. Like
yeah.
everyone's
Well,
pissed
I don't
Thor
off.
know
cannot
if
legislate on Earth. It's the same fucking bullshit from both sides. Thor cannot fucking just demand whatever he wants on Earth.
No, but
Especially after he gave Loki the line, there's more to these humans.
yeah, but you
You
said it
guys
yourself.
realize what you've done here?
Well,
You have perfectly reconstructed the exact argument for Cap's scene, the Cap's entrance into this scene.
I mean, yeah,
that.
yeah, I suppose so.
I
By
mean,
the
You
way,
did.
by the way,
You circled all the way back around without even realizing it to describing why Cap's entrance makes sense.
yes, yeah.
well, yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of masterclass segue back into like getting into the events of the show, because yeah, you're right. That is kind of what Cap shows up and is like saying.
Yeah,
Enough. Literally, first line. Enough.
yeah.
Yeah,
And he even
I
says,
never argued
no,
against Cap in this.
but he immediately tries to be diplomatic as well because he says, no, I don't know what you plan on doing here. And Thor's like still emotional. He's like, I've come here to put an end to Loki's schemes and then prove it, put the hammer down. So he's like trying to be diplomatic immediately because he understands that they're
So
all on the
did
same
Tony.
side here. But Tony isn't, because then Tony's constantly being sarcastic and taking the mick out of the situation and people, and even here he can't help but say, oh yeah, no, Bear Carl, he loves his hammer, and then that obviously pisses off Thor again. and then Thor decides, "Fuck it, I'm gonna slam this hammer down on your face." And then we get the big.
And I kind of it feels
That
like
is not
Thor
Thor. I'm sorry,
underestimated
Thor
the
would not
shield.
do that.
I mean, that is worth pointing out. In this scene, Thor was apparently quite willing to kill Captain America.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
Actually,
Yeah,
okay.
this is the
random.
I
most out
mean,
of
I don't
character
know.
he's been so far.
It is, but I mean,
This whole
the
scene,
only
like
thing you
from
can
start to finish, has
justify
been
it.
Thor being, for no reason, the fucking antagonist.
No, it's not for
Yeah,
no
the only
reason
way
until
you
this
can
point.
justify it is at this point he is also like pumped full of adrenaline.
He's
you know,
angry. Yeah,
his blood is up. Yeah,
The,
like he's pissed.
the reason I'm saying for no reason is because every line of dialogue that Thor has said from start to finish throughout this fucking chain of events is literally the same thing they want, and both Iron Man and Cap explain to him, we want the same fucking thing.
but they don't want the same
Why are
thing.
you attacking us?
Oh yeah, no.
Thor wants to take Loki
He is
home.
definitely out of character. I agree with
No,
that.
Thor said we want to put. So Thor said he wants to put an end to Loki's schemes. Iron Man says once we get the Tesseract, Loki's all yours. Cap says you want to prove that you're on. To prove that you want to end Loki's schemes. Fucking put the hammer down and let's talk shit out.
Yeah, but surely
They're all agreeing, yet they're fighting.
Yeah, but that's.
Yeah,
Have you never been in
I
a?
think
Surely you've been in an argument before
the
where everyone is agreeing, but actually that they don't quite realize it until
well,
it's.
I think we're literally in that right now.
Yeah, I
Actually.
think so.
we're
Yeah,
all
kind
agreeing.
of. Yeah.
I disagree.
Well, no,
For
you guys
God's
say
sake.
that Thor is in character. I'm saying he's not.
Well, no, I'm saying he's not too. I'm saying he is.
What?
He is. Well, okay. I'm saying it makes sense in this specific moment that okay, he has been in a fight. He might be acting kind of on impulse and acting irrationally, but overall, I agree he has kind of acted out of character with this whole encounter, in that there's some things you can do to justify some of the things he's done, but
quite incredibly,
he's way too aggressive for what he should do.
Quite incredibly, I disagree with both of you because I actually think he's been in character until the point at which he decides to kill Cap, basically.
That's kind of what I'm like. We've been arguing, like me and True have been arguing about this whole time. That he thinks Thor is in character until Cap.
Yeah, but then
until he tries to
Rangi
kill
said
Cap.
he wasn't
Well,
in character
he's
until
never been in character from the point he showed up.
I think he is, and he isn't.
Actually,
There's like,
I think he is in character. I think what we're seeing, and I wouldn't go so far as to say I think what we're supposed to think, but this is just my reading it. I think this is supposed to be a reversion. He's so high on his emotions right now that he is acting more like Thor from early Thor 1.
That's definitely
You know what
the case.
that
He is
kind of
100%
sounds
all
like?
like.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what that line of argumentation reminds me of?
What?
Hux from The Last Jedi. Oh yeah, he was he was prideful and stupid the whole time.
Yeah, but there's a very big difference between
I don't think that's
moment
what I
in.
said.
Yeah,
No,
this
Thor
is a
actually
kind of
was
a
that
false
way.
equivalency. Yeah, Thor was that way and kind of still is to an extent. Thor is very much a man of action. He is the type that probably.
If you're
would
referring
just
to
be like,
his literal actions in the scene, yes, but his dialogue and his actions clash. You cannot say that
I
there's more
agree.
to
There's problems with
humans
dialogue.
and basically agreeing with the two people you're fighting, yet you still choose to fight them.
Well, right now how
No,
much does he actually
that
know
can
about
absolutely
Tony?
happen.
Yeah,
You can
How much
agree
does
with
he
you can
even
agree with
know
them and
about
still have
Tony
different
and
goals.
Steve?
Yeah. And Thor isn't a
but-
diplomat naturally anyway. He's like Rangi's saying, he's way more inclined to fight first and ask questions later, essentially.
Yeah, it feels like his
Wasn't
idea
that
is
the
like,
lesson he learned in
no,
Thor 1 though?
Well, but it feels
Well, yeah,
like
he
he's
learned it
approaching this from,
like a few months ago, man. Give him a chance.
but also like he
He has to
kind of knows
overcome
that humans
1,500
aren't.
years of habit.
But also, Thor knows that humans aren't as strong or as like durable as Asgardians. He is probably actually, to an extent, looking at this like, yeah, you humans cannot handle you humans are not going to be able to like handle or contain an Asgardian. I need to step in here.
Yeah,
I can
I
believe
think that's
that.
100% what his mindset is when he
So why
arrives.
wouldn't he help them?
Because he thinks that
I
Because
mean,
he thinks that they don't know. I mean, he says it himself. You have no idea what you're dealing with. He says that to Iron Man. Like
Yeah.
he thinks
Yeah.
that he is the only one who's capable of dealing with Loki in this situation.
and Tony did initiate aggression. Like,
Yeah.
definitely, Tony initiated aggression. So
I mean, he even
No, he
like he's
hasn't.
like
Odin did
All
I
those
not
have a
points
initiate
planned
aggression.
attack. That's
Well,
Tony's plan.
that's
is
not
just-
him initiating. That is after Thor smacked him.
Yeah, but
All Tony
Thor
did is raise his palm when Thor went into their ship.
exactly. So Tony
uh,
engaged first.
yeah,
Yeah,
Tony pointed a gun at
random
him. I
Yeah.
agree.
Oh yeah,
Tony pointed
hold
a
on.
gun at him.
So
Well,
you're saying to me
you guys
that
are missing
Tony
something.
is aggressive when some random fucking person
I mean, no,
gets on their
Tony's
ship and
actions make
enters
sense.
their ship.
I'm
Well,
not
hang
saying
on,
he's in the
hang on.
wrong.
Actions
I'm not saying he's
make
in the wrong. I'm
sense.
just
Hang
saying
on,
Tony engaged.
you're
Well,
all
no,
forgetting. You're all forgetting something. Look at it from Thor's perspective, right? Just for a minute. He gets magically sent to Earth by Odin. He lands, presumably directly on top of the Quinjet, or so close as to make no difference, because we see him land on it.
Yeah.
And immediately the door opens. Would that not
Yeah.
seem like an invitation to go inside?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and then
He would have ripped
after,
the fucking door
but then
open,
he
whether he
goes
like
in.
whether
Well, no,
he
he probably would have, and he certainly could have, but he didn't. The door opened, and he
Well,
landed.
yeah,
on the
that's
open
what you
ramp.
would do when you hear a thud on your aircraft out of
Which, I
nowhere.
don't
You
know,
would go check
No,
out.
Well,
no,
you would open the
I
door of a
actually, I don't
flying
think you
jet.
would.
That
No,
is
I-
absolutely not what you
I
would do.
definitely would not open the door.
when
if
you're
I
on
didn't know
when
who
you're
it
going
was.
on holiday and you hear a bit of turbulence, do you say to the pilot, "Can you just open the door so I can check what that was outside?"
No.
I asked him to
That
open
was
the
not
window so I can
turbulence.
get
That
some
was a
fresh
clear
air.
fucking thud.
Well,
Also,
either
he
way,
knows
in
there's
that case, I'm more likely to say, yeah, we definitely aren't opening that fucking door.
yeah, exactly.
The first move
Interestingly,
would have
it
been
also
just
shows
go
us that
upside
Quinjets are not
down.
pressurized,
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
and yet we see
but
one go, and yet we
here's
see
the
one go
thing
flying
for
into
me.
They
space.
were at
Right?
cloud
It
level.
would be pretty
Pressure
funny.
was
so-
not an issue.
It would be pretty funny if they open the door and Cap just goes flying out because he's sucked away from the Quinjet.
That would be funny.
Well, if Quinjets aren't pressurized, that's fine, but it means that Hulk died on the way to.
yeah.
You're thinking about this more than the creators did. To be fair,
Yes, that is my curse.
The creator
It
is
my
paid
cross to
millions.
bear in life.
We're paid
If-
nothing.
If you wanted to be really
hey.
generous, you could say that after Avengers, they pressurized the Quinjets. For some
Well, yeah.
reason.
Shame
after
is
Tony
paying.
got
What
his
do you
hands
mean?
on the
Shame is
equipment.
paying me thousands of dollars. What do you mean?
Shame. I
Shame's
thought we were
paying
getting
you.
paid.
God
Hang on,
damn.
I thought we were getting paid directly from Gary. This is bullshit. I have been misled.
No.
You guys
no,
are getting paid?
Look.
I was waiting for somebody to say that.
Shame is Gary's agent, and Gary worked for Netanyahu. So that's how this works.
Yeah.
So where's my cut?
It all leads
Oh.
back.
It's in the mail.
Does that make Netanyahu the Chitauri guy or the Thanos?
Netanyahu is
That's a good question.
Kang.
Wait.
Oh,
Are we talking about the net or
Right.
the Yahoo?
That makes
Here.
me
Oh,
the Chitauri guy.
God, and I realized I might be the only one who knows that reference.
And I'm the nuke.
but
let's
yeah,
give some consideration to the fact that one of us is living in the UK and on stream. So perhaps
come on.
I'm also living
He's
in the UK.
not gonna get arrested if he
Yeah, I'm
double
surprised they
down,
haven't been
motherfuckers!
yet.
Insult everyone.
And if he is arrested, well, I was blackmailing him the entire time, so it's fine. I was forcing him to say or platform whatever I
escape
was
the
doing.
UK.
Yeah, it's okay, Ranky. We understood the context.
Just say allegedly or something.
America
Minecraft.
will import you.
No, I think it's still legal over here.
Uh,
But
I
Well,
think
yeah,
I've,
no.
uh,
We were talking about just in general
it's
the
actually
idea of
fitting you said that because I was about to make a new announcement to chat. We
Oh,
have,
oh.
assuming I'm doing the timing right here from glancing over at Leo's stream, we have broken the 4-hour mark. And remember when I said we were doing really well earlier on,
Yeah, that
Oh,
got
no.
undone.
and that we had doubled our time, and
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
doubled our coverage in this amount. Yeah, so since then, which I think is somewhere in the region of an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
Since then, we have covered approximately 9 minutes.
wow.
okay. But so
Well, it
Fat,
is the
eat your
main
heart
fucking
out.
cause of conflict.
I,
This
I
thing
did
is
I
really
did remember
stupid.
kind of what the original point was we were talking about. I think it's entirely reasonable that
Thor's fucking behavior in this
Oh,
scene.
fuck.
That's
okay,
basically
wait,
I forgot
hold
about
on.
this.
So somebody invites you in by opening the door, as far as Ford's concerned,
and
and
like I
then
said, Thor would have ripped
he
that
walks
door.
in and they're pointing a gun at him. That's essentially what's happening.
It's
Yeah.
not even a gun, it's his
It is weird how
palm.
often that happens.
Yeah, his
It's
palm
way
is
more
a
dangerous
gun.
than a gun.
Thor doesn't know that.
Well, he raised his hand and
I
there's like a
think
pulse sound.
the glowing
It would be
energy
no
thing
different
kinda
than
hints
saying
that.
halt.
What did you think he wanted to high five?
Yeah,
No.
Why
He's
would
like-
you think he didn't want a high five?
I
I
think
mean-
it's pretty obvious it's some kind of weapon.
Yeah, I mean it'd be really weird
He didn't even make the
for him to
fucking
just hold
He
his
could be
hand
saying-
up.
Thor
for no
just
reason.
fucking
He could be saying how, in fairness.
Yeah,
Thor
yeah.
lands on the ramp, storms in, Iron Man lifts his hand, and Thor smacks him with the hammer.
Yeah, Iron Man points a gun at him and he smacks him in.
He
with the
doesn't
hammer.
have a gun. From
It
Thor's
is a gun.
perspective,
Yeah, but
Iron
what
Man
did
just
you think?
lifts
Never
him
take a
up.
gun.
Okay,
It's
hang on,
Never
hang on,
take a
Leo.
gun.
very
to a hammer
clearly
fight.
a weapon.
Wait, Leo,
It's
Leo.
very clearly a
I want
weapon.
you to, Leo. I want you to
if
be.
somebody in a weird, if I'm jumping into like some kind of strange like military aircraft and somebody raises their palm, their palm,
Yeah.
which has glowing things to me in a threatening way, I'm gonna assume that's a fucking weapon.
All right, Leo. I want you to pretend to be Thor right now. So you're Thor, you land
Okay.
on top of the Quinjet. The door opens. You
Yeah.
go, oh, okay, I'm gonna walk in. You walk in, and then someone holds their hand up at you. What do you think is happening?
No. I don't just land on the ramp. I lamp and storm forwards towards
Okay.
him.
So you storm
Wait,
in, and a
are
man
we-
in an
are
Iron
we
Man
flying
suit.
over Thailand? Are we flying over Thailand? Because I might make the wrong assumption.
It's not
Oh
Thailand.
God.
All right, we're somewhere in between.
Hey! I'm supposed to make the vague gay jokes.
The
You-
moment
you-
I'm
you
charging at
copyright
anybody
abuse.
and they
Frankie,
fucking hold their
Frankie.
hand up or pull out a gun on me, that's on me.
No. So there's no gun
Right.
involved. It's just a guy with his hand up. What do you think is happening?
I'm pulling to. Oh, poor choice of words. I'm pulling back to that one. Renki, you've never made that kind of gay joke in your life.
That's true.
Subtle
I
is
don't-
not your métier, my friend.
That is true. But to
Them
be
just
fair,
lifting their hand at me, yeah, I would not consider that a threat, considering I'm a fucking
Okay.
god.
wait, no, hold on. They
Well,
lift
what if
their
he was a
hand,
god?
but with
Well,
a
yeah,
glowing
I'm
palm.
basically I'm Thor in this scenario. That's the
wait,
whole point of
hang on.
this.
Hang on. I just realized. Can we recap the last few seconds of conversation?
Okay. So
What if you are effectively a god, you walk into the door, and someone raises their hand at you? That's where we were, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah,
Okay.
after I storm towards them,
Okay.
yeah. If
Yeah,
somebody
their
raises their hand at
hand
me,
that's
I
I'm
have-
restricting
glowing
them.
and
I have a
very
one word
threatening manner.
one word response to this.
Okay.
Thanos.
What?
Thanos.
I don't follow.
Are you referring to the first scene in
He
Infinity
rocks.
War?
He. No, I'm saying okay. So apply the same logic to the scene, right? You get in the door. Total stranger with glowing fist sticks his hand in your face.
Yeah. I mean,
So
this is my point.
Tony is like, I can probably survive this, but like,
Yeah, well, this is kind of my point. Is that like you shouldn't assume that this is not dangerous.
And you
Like-
shouldn't just charge at people.
Well, no, but you gotta remember,
that's
Thor
easy to
is
say.
still
But
very
Thor
handsome.
he has been a god of war for 1,500 years.
Yeah.
But
That's got to
he's
be
on
that's
Earth.
got to be a tough
literally
habit to
taken
shake.
out. He has
We're going
taken
back to
down
he
people
knows it's
who
a
are
friendly
relatively
ship.
He doesn't know
Does he?
anything really.
Yeah, it's a friendly ship, which means that somebody raising a gun, what is essentially a gun to him.
No, I'm not even sweeping for the movie here, but like, quite legitimately, does he know it's a friendly ship? Do
No,
we have
he
any
Yeah.
reason to
can't. He
assume
couldn't
that?
possibly know. 'Cause
Yeah,
he doesn't-
he has an alliance with
There's
Shield.
literally shield logos on
But-
both wings.
But he doesn't know
Yeah,
enough about
but-
Shield to know that they are 100%
He
Land-
knows it's the
allies.
fuckers that he
Dude,
talked with
no,
at
He,
the
no,
end
land,
of
hold
his
on.
he lands
movie.
on top of it in a hurry in the middle of
And
a storm.
that is the other thing. Yeah, there's no way he could see that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's not
even
You
necessarily
get the
outside of
seeing
that,
POV
logos.
of
even
him
outside of that,
landing on it.
assuming that he knows that is a Shield ship. Okay, yeah, he enters it, and when he enters it, somebody immediately points a weapon at him. Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that is
That's a-
can you not say pointing a weapon at you is a hostile action?
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
wouldn't he
Let-
fucking like
let's at
knock
least
on
say
the
an act of
window and
bad
be like,
faith.
"Hey, it's me. Open up."
Well,
That
because
would be
there's a
funny if he
massive
did.
storm going on. What do you mean?
Because at that point,
Hey, it's me.
the
Open
outer
up.
limits
Hang on, I
would
can't hear you over the fucking thunder.
the outer limits would sue them for ripping off the Shatner episode.
Well, this is the other thing too. They immediately open the door. I feel like Thor would see that as like, oh, okay, so they
Yeah,
understand
of
it's
course.
You
me.
would also assume that
And
they're
then,
on
when
Earth.
they open the door and he steps in, then there's somebody pointing a weapon at him.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Thor would know that they would be on edge because some random fucker just landed on their thing, and the first thing
Yeah,
that
and they
happens is
probably
open
wouldn't
the
have
door.
opened the
Yeah,
door
they will
then.
be defensive.
They probably wouldn't have opened the door then.
Well, hang on. There's a world of difference between three of us saying, okay, if they open the door after I land on top, that might be an invitation, and you saying, well, this is what Thor would think. Like, we are doing reasonable inference from, well, it's literally just reasonable inference.
Well, my argumentation stands from what Thor would do.
Well, I
But
don't know.
You're in real danger of writing for the writers here.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just assuming what the fucking character, based on what the character knows. He knows what Shield is. He knows their allies. All he
Well,
knows
he
right now when he
vaguely
lands
knows.
on their
I,
ship
man,
is
I
that
don't even.
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
if
if
he knows
I,
the exact details of what Shield is.
Yeah.
Has a
he
vague
doesn't need to
understanding.
know the details
I
about
don't even know if I'd
Shield
go
to know
that
that they're
far.
an ally.
Well, would he consider them an ally? They were
I'm not convinced he
an
would.
antagonist to him for
You'd see them
a
as
large part of the
At
first
the
movie.
end of his movie, they're literally there, and he talks to them
No,
Yeah, but
before he
that
leaves
doesn't
I'm
mean-
not.
Asgard.
I'm not disputing that, but do you not think he would have quite reasonable reservations?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, but at the same time,
especially
of
with
course,
his interactions with kind of the researchers and the approach to his hammer and his arrival, and well, I feel like he would actually have a lot of trepidation and kind of hesitation to trust these guys.
I mean,
I mean, I
most
can
people
buy
do.
that he would see them as allies, but at the same time, you'd still keep both eyes open, right?
Yeah, and if
yeah,
you
but
land
at the
on one of
same
their
time, you
ships
don't
and
just
someone pointed a
charge
gun
in
at
like a
you wouldn't.
bull and fucking do
Well, I
what
mean,
you want.
you are landing unexpectedly on what is effectively a military ship. It's not insane to think that someone might be on guard when you do that.
Yeah, no shit. That's what I'm pointing out. Of course, Iron Man would fucking lift his
But
hand when he's being charged by a
Okay, yeah,
fucking random.
but then you have the fact that they opened the door from him for
What is it with you
seemingly
and the
from his
door opening? It's
perspective, they
not an
opened the door
it's
for
invitation.
him.
what
No, but
else
An
is it?
open
okay.
door is not.
No,
No, no, no.
it
Hang on, hang on,
actually
hang on.
is.
Hang on. It's
Rangi,
not.
does
It's
an
not.
open door of a haunted house mean come in? You're welcomed.
Yes, of
Yes,
I
course
mean,
it
if
does.
it's in,
That's
definitely
why they
does.
want you to come
if it
in.
if it's in a fun fair, then yeah.
I would be like, oh, this fucking ghost wants me to come into his house.
Oh yes, this ghost wants to fucking kill me.
Yeah, exactly. But
Yes,
that doesn't
if
mean
they
you have
want
to
me
go
to come
in.
into their house, that's why they opened the door. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they're not
agree.
gonna open the door and then you walk in and the ghost says, "What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my my house. What are you doing?"
Who are you? Why did you show up?
Yeah, I was just letting
Chat.
in a draft. It's
I'm
fucking
gonna
hot in
land on
here.
your roof. The door suddenly opens in this fucking house that I know it's friendly.
Chat, we are
What?
doing
No,
really well, and I
no.
hope you
Well,
guys are
okay,
having
but
fun.
wait. This
I
is a
was
false
thinking.
Think of a
equivalence.
name for the show.
I was.
This is a false
Oh,
equivalency. No,
kind of.
no. You landed on an aircraft, and then the aircraft, and of what you assume, what you know to be a friendly thing, and then then they open in the door, uh, versus just trying to shake you off, or just continuing on, maybe
Yeah.
assuming that
So
Accelerate.
why
you are
would he
going to
charge at
assume the
it?
idea is they know who you are and be like, oh,
At the
okay.
at the very least, you will assume that the door being open. Look, it seems completely reasonable to me. I'm not sure why we're still talking about this, but it seems completely reasonable to me that you land on top, they go, huh, and then they open the door. Like, to the person who landed, that would probably seem like an invitation.
Yeah, he would
Okay,
be like,
but that
oh,
doesn't
okay, you.
automatically mean you can go in, smack the guy that's watching the door, and then
Well,
fucking
no,
grab Loki.
no, that's not great. But we were talking about the invitation side. I'm saying it does very much seem
That's
like
Rangi's fucking weird
Well,
obsession
no,
with
no,
the
hold on,
door
wait, no.
opening
So
equals
you get
invitation.
this
dude,
invitation to
you've been
enter,
arguing the other
and
side. How
then
are you
you
calling it his
enter, and
weird
Because he's the
obsession?
suddenly
You're
one
both.
bringing it
pointing at
up.
You're,
I
no,
pointed
no,
that
no, Leo. You are both in this. You're on two sides of the argument. It takes two.
he's making that point, and I'm keep trying to tell you, just because the door opens doesn't mean it's an invitation. My
it
point is that the
Well,
fucking
absolutely
he
an
charges
invitation.
okay,
in
hang on,
and
hang on.
grabs Loki.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. Everyone, just give me 1 second. Let's play this out the other way, right? So, imagine the scene. Thor lands on the Quinjet exactly as the movie shows. Tony doesn't open the door. What happens next?
I think then
Thor would
Thor
poke his
rips it
head through
open.
the fucking window.
No, he definitely would not poke his. But if he poked his head to the driver, he could distract the driver and kill it and fuck over the whole thing. What do you mean?
Well,
Why
if
would
the
That
door
Thor
isn't
would
open,
obviously
intentionally
be
shoot?
intentional.
if the door isn't open, he doesn't know whether it's pressurized or not. So sticking his head through the fucking wall could potentially kill everyone.
Well, no. I assume the idea is like he just pops
He just
his head
leans
in
over
at
the
the side
fucking
window or
windshield.
whatever.
Call me crazy, but I don't think this Thor at this point understands the concept of pressure differentials.
No,
Well,
I think he
no.
rips
Okay,
the
hold
door
on.
open, tries to get
I
inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't see
Okay,
him
guys, hang on.
poking in
This
and
this is
knocking
effectively
on the side window and like, hey neighbor, can you let me in
Yeah.
so I could grab Loki and
this is
take him back
effectively
home?
three of us against one right now. So let's like we don't need you guys to like. I know what your guys' position is. That's fine, but Leo,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt like I had to mention that though because I feel like the idea Delta is talking about is the idea that Thor lands, he tries to signal to them somehow to let him in, and then he goes in.
Why wouldn't he do that?
It's just a
Well,
funny
does he
idea.
know how to signal to them? Well, for
It
one
sounds
thing,
silly the way I explain it, but at the same time, how else would Thor's signal open the door? Because he knows the shield logo.
join us
well,
next week for chat for the next 10 minutes of the movie.
well,
I
shit,
was thinking
you know what?
I'm gonna clip this
Maybe him
conversation and
showing
now
up
I'm
in the
like,
middle
fuck
of a
me, it's a whole
storm
episode.
isn't a good idea. I agree.
I already know what
Maybe
the
he should
fucking
just
next
fly
video you're gonna
along.
make. is Thor in character, and it's just this bit where we just spent like an hour trying
Yeah.
to debunk
No,
whether
it's
Thor is consistent.
no, it's
But
for one
dude,
thing,
you're willfully forgetting the consensus from 3 out of 4 of us is yes, he is in character.
The
He's just
clip.
kind of an.
I don't
Yeah.
give a shit if it's 1,000 against me. My point is in how fucking Thor behaves compared to what he says,
You
compared
just
to his
said your
own
point was
movie.
how Thor behaves.
okay, well, I don't think no matter what, I don't think we're gonna agree on this. And I just noticed, yeah, we are at the
Oh, don't you
the
fucking
5 o'clock
start
mark.
fucking running away from arguments like you did last time when we talked about Edge Runners.
Get him, Rangi.
But
What?
well, okay, yeah, I was fucking sloshed
All
there,
right,
and
right.
I
Leo,
Okay.
you
we weren't
made a
on a
brave choice there.
stream, and I didn't want to like have.
No, he tends to
Okay,
do that when he's not willing to accept an argument.
Wait,
He
hang on,
just
hang on.
fucking moves on the
Hang on,
discussion.
hang
yeah,
on.
yeah, this
Hang
is
on.
called
Rangi's been
being
involved just as much
diplomatic
as
and
everyone else.
wanting to continue to watch the thing and do things. But like, okay, okay, no, tell me, what does Thor do then? He lands on the thing. Now, what does he do?
This is going to be the name of the
He
clip.
either fucking rips the door open, which
What
was
is-
my first fucking point, or he signals.
Okay.
The point is that no matter how you slice it, Thor is the aggressor in this scenario because of the way he approaches the situation.
So what
Okay,
we
and
all agree
and
is
that,
then.
okay, so you say he's willing to rip the door open. Okay, so he lands and then the door just opens. What
Okay,
is he
that
supposed to
doesn't
expect
ergo
by
you
that?
charge in.
No, okay, that's fine. What is the reasonable expectation for Thor with
You
that
just
situation?
drop on the fucking pad
Yeah,
and
which he
wait
did.
and see and talk. Fuck it out.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
he should
you
have.
drop on the pad and then somebody points a gun at you.
Well, yeah, it makes fucking sense because they don't know it's you. You landed on like that's what happens when you don't signal to them that you're fucking friendly.
So
But if
Okay,
you don't
yeah,
know them and they don't know you, how can you signal to them?
yeah, like.
They have a windshield.
hang
But
on.
well,
Sure,
okay,
no,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
disputing
no,
that,
so
but I mean, like, what would the signal be? Like, how would Thor communicate to humans he's never met that he's friendly?
He
you're-
waves and points at the door.
mm,
I actually kind of want to see a version of the movie where Thor just hangs out the window and
Yeah,
waves.
I was going to say, I think what we
Uh,
all agree is that Thor should have just rang the doorbell.
oh, but also, would that be in character for him
Well,
to
no,
just like?
you cannot
Yes,
say that he's not. No,
everybody
the
knows what a
only reason we're
doorbell
arguing
means.
about this is because you guys say that Thor is like not the aggressor and not the one who started this. He is literally the thing that starts the whole thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
yes,
I
he's
agree.
showing up because, as far as he knows, for all he knows, Loki is just taking these guys for a fucking ride. For
Sign
all he
down
knows, they aren't
sources.
even capture. They didn't even capture Loki. As far as he knows,
You're
they're working with Loki.
Rangi,
You
you're
know
getting
what? We
pissy
could
at
have
me
two
for
simultaneous shows out of this.
Oh yeah.
Rangi, you're getting pissy at me for assuming Thor knows who shield like that it's a friendly aircraft despite having the shield logos on it.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
assuming that Loki's Thor assumes that Loki's controlling them.
Dude, I
well,
promise
no,
you, he's not
I'm
he's not
assuming
getting
there's a
pissy with you. That's not what's
possibility
happening.
that Thor would, given Thor knows that Loki is a manipulator. Yes, uh, he might be especially when he's like, oh, he lands. They open the door. He lands at the door, and then they immediately point a gun at him. I feel like the natural response to somebody having an aggressive response to you, it almost instinctively is to have an aggressive response
Yeah,
to them.
absolutely.
To that.
Let's put it in perfectly normal human terms, right? You walk up someone's driveway, you get to the door, you open the patio, you ring the doorbell. They open the door, take a step back, and point a 12 gauge at fucking
Yeah.
words. God damn, what is wrong with me today? And
A 12
immediately
gauge
point a 12 gauge
shotgun.
at you.
Yeah. They say
Does this seem
yeah.
does this seem like it tracks with opening the door?
I mean, in the sense that it
Yeah.
gives them a much better shot at you rather than leaving the door closed. So maybe this guy is
Don't
just
help
murderous.
him. Don't help him. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's
No,
like,
I'm
what?
taking
Wait,
the piss.
what?
No, I
But
know.
if
But
you
It's not
at the
even
same
hold
just
on,
that.
time,
but
you
if
don't
you
help them.
know your brother tried to break, like, has broken into their shit
I
But they
like the
don't
tried to
know that
idea
fucking
they're
now.
steal
brothers.
shit from
Now that we
them.
know that
They
Well,
don't
Iron
know
but
that
do
Man.
they're
you
brothers, though.
know what? Are
They don't know that
do you
until
know
Thor
that, and
says
are
it.
you considering that? This is the thing. Are you considering that angle of it
Well,
in the
yeah,
moment?
Thor knows that Loki
Well,
stole
okay,
the
yeah, and
Tesseract
you
from
know
them.
what? You know what? I know where my wallet is usually put. Sometimes I forget where that is, or
I guarantee
sometimes
you,
it's
chat, he
slightly
does not
off.
know where his wallet is right now. Rangi, where is your wallet right now?
Over there.
You could
Define
have.
over there.
I told you he
This is.
didn't know.
Yeah, he could have just said that anytime.
Across the room on my dresser. I'm actively looking at it.
Okay.
I
Anyway, let's
only know
move
that because I
on.
lost it earlier today and I put it there.
I actually believe that.
I like the idea now that we know that Iron Man opened the door. I like the idea that he did it just so he could get a better shot at Thor when he came in.
Yeah, no.
Or
What
he
do you
So
didn't
think
know
who
it
the
was
fuck
Thor.
it is?
I feel like the more
Hang on,
apt
Delta, how can you say
comparison.
that? You are defending both sides of your own
No,
argument.
I'm only taking.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
at this
feel
point in the
like
argument. I'm on the side of humor and entertainment. So
you know what? That's fair.
When
What's
Raggy
the
makes an
funniest
argument,
is that.
I agree.
well,
Shame.
I think I agree 100% with Rangi and Dake. I'm just. At this point, I'm like
Yeah.
this clip in inverted commas is about an hour and 15 minutes long, and I thought it was gonna be
Yeah.
a short conversation.
Well, it
We
is kind
are
of funny
truly
in
the
that
children of
way.
EVAP.
I think
Look,
EFAP can't even hold a
no,
candle to us at this point.
I mean, yeah, actually, EFAP
We're putting
does
this out to
cover
shame.
things that
Let's
much
go.
faster.
There's always a bigger fish.
I
Yeah.
like to think of it as we learn from the best.
Yeah, you're an
Yep,
improvement
pretty
upon
much.
your parents. That's what this is.
Well, I mean, I am better than everyone else, so.
Just wait, chat. 2 months from now, we're going to cover an
Rangi is the
episode of
new
TV.
Jay.
Jay. Oh, wait. No, I remember it, Jay's. Okay.
I was about to say, no way you don't know JJ Binks.
Yeah, we think
Understanding
it's.
of why is it obligatory for
Well,
next
To
future
make,
we don't
to
think
make
it's
content, if
obligatory.
you
We
market
think it's
Well,
yourself as a
hey,
content
listen,
creator,
listen. Maybe tomorrow Jay will post someone on his Patreon, and we will be proved wrong. So.
But we
Rangi
think
will
it's
lose his
morally
fucking
iffy.
mind.
I'd say morally iffy that you are collecting money for nothing.
And your chicks
find
for
that very
free.
distasteful.
Anyway, maybe
Nice.
we should actually
Good
do an
reference.
outro this time as well. Yeah, see? Yeah, maybe we should just do an actual outro this time because Rangi's about to leave. So, Rangi, first of all, thanks everyone for joining, as in you three, and anyone who's on the stream as well. I don't know how many viewers you get in Leo, but thank you guys for watching. And yeah, thank you for you three because this has been fucking long, and we're still only about 40 minutes into the film, something like that. So
We're halfway.
I have it at 50-20, and I think I'm like 3 minutes behind the conversation.
Okay, so it's not as bad as I
yeah,
thought.
yeah. I think the ethics thing did fuck up the whole conversation, but
Who would have
I
thought
like
that
it.
Thor being inconsistent?
Oh
would
no,
be such a
we got
problem?
into a big fucking tangent, as people like us will do.
That is going to be a
Whatever shall
great
we
clip,
do?
so I don't resent it at all. But either way,
That could be several.
on-
That could be several good clips, to be honest.
That's
We've got
a
plenty of
tough
material
on
in
that
there.
note, my brother is prompting me and bugging me to like beat
No
it up
worries.
because he has to drive me to the event in question.
do
So
Is it boy?
do you have time to plug
it is
yourself
boy.
quickly, or
Yeah.
do you want to
Hi,
just?
boy.
Yeah. I'll tell him you say hi. Yeah, I can plug myself quickly. I'm Rangi Nui. I mostly stream video games. I occasionally do review content, but that's not commonly involved. I'm planning to do review content with Dake here the next month about Lanterns, so tune in for that when Lanterns goes off. Other than that, yeah, you can find me at Rangi Nui on YouTube.
Cool. Thank you very much, my good man.
So
See you later. Good luck at your event.
Yep, see you.
have a good
Enjoy
time, bro.
yourself. See you later. Dake, do you want to plug yourself?
I kind of wish I had a more polished outro now. I should really work on that. I don't have a lot to plug really at the moment. I still actually haven't finished a video, and the two I'm working on, well, one has proven very annoying, and the other one I'm starting to question the viability of. But that's how it goes. In the meantime, I make a lot of appearances here and there on various people's shows, which wasn't really planned, but it's just kind of happened. And as Ranky said, we're going to be reviewing Lanterns, so yay! I'm super excited about
I'm
that.
excited for that, actually. I'm excited for both the show and to watch you breaking it down. It's going to be cool.
Yeah, every time I think about that show, I definitely don't look at the Green Lantern tattoo on my finger. It
Oh,
definitely doesn't make me really sad.
Is it
Does it
a
glow in the
ring?
night?
Yeah, it's the old Hal symbol.
Nah, it's cool. Does it
I'll
create
drop it in chat when we're
issues?
done.
Oh yeah, sick.
Not yet, no. But you know, I live in hope. Someday.
Maybe
You know, it
one
would be
day.
awesome if you could get a tattoo artist to use that phosphorant ink that glows in the night.
That would be cool, but
would
I'm
be
having
sick.
a lot of trouble trying to persuade my tattoo artist to use enough white ink to finish with something I want. So
Oh yeah, the other side of the wolf.
yeah, the other side. It's fine. I don't have to talk about it. It's okay. But yeah, no, that's about it. I turn up, I talk, I do things, I drink. I'm kind of Tyrion in real life, except more of a nerd. I drink
Yeah.
and I know things.
You're a midget?
That's my thing. I'm actually not. I'm 6'1".
Christ, he's
Well, you're nothing like
opposite
Tyrion.
of a midget. The midget
Yeah,
He's
electrician.
a long man.
not
He's a
really.
long
There
man.
are still people who dwarf me.
I mean, yeah, but you would dwarf me. I am not 6'1" or whatever you said you were. Yeah, I mean,
6'1" now?
obviously, what did you say you were? 6'1", 6'1"?
6'1", yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, you
Yeah.
tall glass of milk.
I
He's
can't
tall.
really take credit for it, guys. I just kind of grew, you know.
That's just the way it goes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, hopefully you're available for the next part in this 10-part series or 18
Oh,
part
I
series.
wouldn't miss it. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Good.
I can't wait to see what our next completely pointless argument is going to be.
I was shocked by the length of the Thor discussion, and then like you can imagine my shock at the fucking 45-minute JXE discussion like that.
Dude, we were doing so well. We were doing so well
really making
earlier
up some
on.
ground, and then we
How
just
did
threw
we
ourselves
even
into
get
it.
on Jay?
I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't even know how that began.
Yeah, I can't
Oh well,
remember.
doesn't
I
matter.
mean, I'm gonna edit this later on, and I'll probably find out. So, yeah.
Judging by Leo's stream, we're now at 5:15, which means probably closer to 6, considering the preamble.
Oh yeah. We didn't start till like at least half an hour later. Anyway,
Yeah, it was
Leo,
like
do you
a 2 or 3.
wanna plug yourself on your own stream? I guess.
Well, yeah, on my own stream, it's more like telling
Careful
the
now.
audience what
There is
for.
an implicit promise to make more content, Leo.
Yeah, unlike Jay, I actually do what I fucking say that I will do.
There you go.
I am gonna stream tomorrow Halo campaign evolved because
Nice. I'm interested in this.
of course Kansas and the others dragged me into getting the fucking premium edition so I can play with them, and they already streamed or they're gonna stream in a few hours. They're US, so I don't know their time when they're gonna start streaming it, but I'll do it tomorrow because I had this tonight. Also, I have finished the third redraft of the fucking live action How to Train Your Dragon. So when my throat gets better, because I've had a fucking gland infection the past few days.
Christ, this probably wasn't the
I'm
best
gonna
idea
start
for you then, I
voice
guess.
acting. What?
This stream probably wasn't the best idea for you then. You gland infection, then you go and
Well,
talk
no,
and
it
argue for
well, it
5 hours.
started like Sunday night. Monday was a pain in the ass, and Tuesday till today has been better. Like I can speak
Yeah.
without sounding like Palpatine. So,
I
hey,
have
good training.
I have good news looking at your Twitch window, by the way.
Oh,
You hit your follower goal today.
thank you. Well,
Nice.
it does it automatically every 10 followers for some reason. My actual follower goal, it would be like 200. Last time when I hit 100, I did a 24-hour stream. So I'm waiting for the big 200.
Shit.
I don't think you want to let that math scale, man. That's gonna fuck you up
Yeah.
pretty bad.
What, every 100 followers?
You run out of days. There won't be enough 24 hours.
I had to fucking watch me. I pulled 24 hours for shits and giggles, my dude. But yeah, voice acting or voiceover will start soon on that How to Train a Dragon live action critique. Stay tuned for
Nice.
that. Hopefully, part 1 will be released by mid-August. Hopefully,
Cool.
it's a guess. Might end up pushing to September, but oh well. We'll figure that out. But it's coming out this year. Finally. But yeah, that's pretty much it so far. Oh yeah, stay tuned for Chaos Saturday. That's when me, Kansas, and the others are doing our wacky stream every week.
I feel like we just did our wacky stream.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is a different. This is the wacky podcast.
See if you can out wacky us. I mean, I've enjoyed seeing the amount of people streaming the original Halo recently, because obviously everyone's going
Yeah,
back to it now because of Campaign Evolved, and it's just nice to see. And now we're gonna find out if how badly they've bastardized it, but what can you do?
Badly. It'll
yeah,
be badly.
Yeah.
it will be.
I mean, it's so far nothing can beat the ammo counter on the needlers. That is just kind of hilarious to me. But
What? The
we'll
what?
see. You know, have you not seen the needlers, the new needlers in the?
I have not
They've got
looked
like
into.
so obviously you have the needles in the top of the
I
gun.
saw. Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's like a little LED screen that has the amount of ammo you have left for some reason, because some people didn't realize that the needles come out of the gun as you shoot it. Who knows? People are
What
idiots.
the? What the fuck?
Yeah.
People are indeed idiots. People, you should all be very, very ashamed of yourselves. Do better.
Yep.
You gotta do better, people.
Especially with our last conversation.
Yes, we should also
Well,
aim
in
to
that
do
case,
better.
we might just be telling Jay to do better. To be honest.
Oh yeah, you gotta do better, Jay, as well.
Well, Jake calls other people.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of Jay's takes. I'm not sure Jay qualifies as people.
Well, no, people need to do better. Jay
Some sort
would
of
fall under
some
that
sort of
category.
angry golem, possibly.
Golem lives matter. Anyway, as for me, what am I doing? I mean, I'm doing these lately, and the trouble with me is I would love to be doing these live, but my internet is simply not good enough to do it. So I have to painstakingly upload huge video files slowly. So that's my life in a minute. Other than that, main channel wise, I am working on two videos, but one that's gonna come soon. That's bigger than normal. Because I'm still trying to figure out what my kind of niche is exactly in terms of the kind of videos I want to do. But yeah, I've got a longer Captain America video coming out soonish, so that'll be cool.
Is it from part?
Is it from what?
Is it from the part 1 we did?
No. This is a video, like a full edited, scripted video that I've done separately.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can't wait
Well,
to see that.
if it makes you feel any better about your content, the one I'm currently working on is proving where the Fallout TV show stole all of its fucking plot from. And the next one is proving that Bioshock 2 does not take place in the same rapture as Bioshock 1.
Yeah, see, that is certainly a niche. I mean, I don't know what the niche is there, but
Neither
it's
do
a
I.
niche.
Let me know if you figure it out.
There's got to be some
I'm still
commonality
figuring it out.
between
I need
Fallout
to.
and Bioshock.
Yeah,
If it makes
I
you feel any
like
better,
what
I
used to be a good game.
rebrand my whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess the most I could say for myself is that the subject is pretty much genre film. So I suppose that's a commonality across all the videos. But either way, we'll figure it out. Things will probably slip into place. And yeah, in the meantime, clips are going out on the second channel, and the first part of this breakdown will be out as soon as I can get it out. Which will be closely
Breakdown.
followed
This
by
wasn't
this
a
one.
breakdown. This was several arguments.
Yeah, I'm just calling it a breakdown because it's more appealing to explain. How else would I title
I
this?
I titled it "Let's
Nerds
Talk
argue.
About."
Nerds argue part 2.
71,000.
Yeah.
It's just the name of the stream. That's how I'm gonna name it on YouTube. I'm
Yeah,
just
maybe
gonna
I
make
should.
it.
Do you know I should
Well,
just
let's
name it
talk about.
Nerds talk about film Nerds talk about 10 minutes of film for 5 hours. That's what I'm going to name the video.
Nerds almost talk about Avengers.
Yeah. This is going to be a fun
Uh,
series. We're going to reach
we have
our equivalent of the EFAP 100 episode anniversary before we finish Avengers.
probably, yeah. And then we have Age of Ultron.
That will be the
Forward to.
finale of the anniversary. Just
we
finishing
finally
Avengers.
talk about the final scene. It's just
20
breaking
years
down
from
that
now, we'll
shawarma
eventually
scene.
get. 20 years from now, we eventually get to Doomsday.
Oh yeah,
Oh
Doomsday is going to be
God! Yeah.
long gone by the
Within our
time we finish.
lifetimes, possibly.
Yeah, that's going to be our life achievement if we finally make it to Doomsday.
We can do it, boys. I believe in us.
We can
I
beat
do
Mauler
too.
to it.
Yeah, that's the thing. But Mauler's doing he's doing a Avengers video? I mean,
No, but like he did mention he wants to cover Iron Man 3 and a lot of other things.
We can beat him. I believe in us.
Yeah, we'll beat him to it.
Right. Other than that, thank you everyone for watching. And thank you boys for being here, and on to the next one.